So Olivia Pla, I think by the time we come around here one more time, we're on board with the number 55 car, Ryan Hunter-Reay, coming across the back, around the banking, across the start-finish line. No, that was the Acura that went past. Remember, number 7 car, wasn't it? Okay.
Which one of the Acuras? The one that's well off? Well down the scoring? The number 7?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, so Hunter-Reay is still ahead of Olivia Pla. Okay. He just came across the line that time around, so the pass has not yet been made. His new fastest lap by the car number 31, not of the race, but the best time for that car so far, 1:35.403 for Philip Albuquerque in the 3rd place car.
Jamie.
So 409 laps completed now by our race leaders, with 9 minutes away from the halfway point in this race, and Ryan Hunter-Reay continues to run along there in 4th position. To me, like there was a white prototype ahead of him. I'm not sure who that was.
I thought it was the sister car.
Which is 7 laps down earlier. Castronelli, yeah, he's doing some good laps right now. Number 7, that's what he did. So behind Hunter-Reay is Olivia Pla, but by only a second. He's been closing in at a pretty steady rate.
Okay, there's the 55, yes, and there's the 77. So the white Mazda is just behind the 55 of Ryan Hunter-Reay, the red Mazda. So Olivier Pla continues his charge forward. I don't imagine there would be too much intra-team battle that would be permitted there, as Pla is seriously target acquired. I'm coming. He's not going to flash the headlights at Hunter-Reay. He's not going to make it seem that he's out there to try and intimidate his teammate out of the way, but he is definitely making it known that, hey, I'm fast and I'm coming through one way or another. He's just going to do it smartly, though.
Exactly right. It's not bother. The team will be on the radio to Ryan Hunter-Reay saying, you know, watch your mirrors. That car behind you is your teammate Olivier Pla. He's turned some really fast laps. He's got a good fresh set of tyres on that car last time on the last pit stop, and he's charging hard. So whatever you do, don't get in his way.
That is often good advice. As also on a charge, Lawrence Vantor continues to try and hunt down John Edwards in the GTLM class and gets blocked by a little bit of traffic that lap around. What went from a 0.8 of a second gap is now back up to 1.6 seconds, 1.3 actually now. So the gap continuing to and fro a little bit. And Tony Valander dropped back a little bit from Mirko Bortolotti on the last few laps. Now a 10-second gap between 2nd and 3rd in GTD.
So they go the 2 Mazdas past the start finish line into turn 1. The number 55 car, Ryan Hunter-Reay, just stays a little bit higher on the banking than he would normally be, allows number 77 car to make the pass on the inside into turn 1.
Jamie can give us a little bit more information on the GTLM battle that we're seeing out there on track between the BMW and the 2 Porsches.
So I was listening to the team communication with John Edwards behind the wheel of that number 24 BMW, and they told him the pace at that moment. It was a 143.3. He had just turned a 143.7, so he was a little bit off the pace. He took that message. He said, copy. Who's behind me in the 912? The team responded. They said, it's Lawrence Vantor. And he said, okay. Put his head down. The next time by, he'd hit the number. It's impressive to me. The drivers, I mean, it's 1:30 in the morning right now. The team says, we need you to go 0.3 of a second faster, and they're able to just make it happen.
It's astonishing, isn't it, that presence of mind to know exactly where each 10th of the second are, particularly when you're passing traffic on a regular basis or being passed on a regular basis, one or the other, or even both.
Well, and consider this race for John Edwards. I mean, he's someone that you know well, Jeremy, is a as somebody you've watched for quite some time come up through open wheel ranks in the US and then move over to what was then the Continental Tire Sports Car Challenge, which he finished second in twice. But this has been a race that has never been good to John Edwards. He's finished fourth here 3 times. So he knows what it's like to lead around this place. He just doesn't know what it's like to win. So that is what John Edwards is thinking about right now, and he's doing whatever it takes to try and get onto the podium, preferably the step that rewards you with something that you can look at the rest of the year.
Yeah, on board again here with Lawrence Vantor and the BMW.
Oh,
The Porsche gains a little bit through the corners to get on the straightaway, and the BMW stretches its legs and pulls away a little bit on the banking.
it was a great exit out of turn 6 for Vantor, and just couldn't do anything about it because Edwards just pulled away.
Yeah, that's fine. You won't be too worried about that at this
Nope.
stage in the game, although it's certainly good to have straight line speed around here. It's certainly a big advantage. Just look back at GTD, number 48 car, Paul Miller Racing still leads with Brian Sellers, and we that gap back to the second place car of Mirko Bertolotti, the Audi, the WC Speed Sport, Audi Sport, Speed Star, Audi Sport, Audi R8 LMS GT3 is 6.9 seconds. It's been about the same as that for a long time. Back in third position, but further back than that is falling back just a little bit, has been Tony Villander in the WeatherTech Ferrari, 13 seconds. Quite a bit on that lap, and then leading a second on that one lap. And then behind them, there's a big battle going on between Aaron Tielitz and Andy Lally. And finally, after what seemed a long time, Andy Lally just found a way past his fellow Team USA scholarship driver Aaron Tielitz. So Andy Lally now up into fourth place in the Lamborghini, and Aaron Tielitz back into fifth. About a dozen seconds further behind them, Jens Klingert also just made a pass on that last lap in number 96 BMW, getting his way past Anthony Imperato. This has been a really good stint from Anthony Imperato, making he's not had many starts in this championship before, just a handful of outings last year, and it was a relatively late call for him to join the team for this season. But for Anthony, just a couple of starts last year, but an excellent run for him today.
5th at Lime Rock and 8th at Road America for Anthony Imperato, a guy who's raced in the GT3 Cup, the IMSA GT3 Cup Challenge presented by Yokohama for quite some time. He ran in 16, 17, and 18, where he finished 5th in the championship twice. So he knows a lot of these American tracks, but he's never seen anything like Daytona before. It's been quite an impressive drive from him, Jeremy, as you rightly said. At the front of the field, it's still Loic Duval by 12.1 seconds ahead of Ryan Briscoe, and then Philippe Albuquerque further 15.7 behind Briscoe. Pla still on a charge, looking now for a red target. So you go to the idea of a bull in a china shop and you think, what do you want a bull to see? Red? Oh boy, Olivier's gonna have a lot of fun when he catches up to that Cadillac.
Yeah, it's gonna be a while though. He's almost half a minute behind him, so he's got a lot of ground to make up before he's gonna gain another position. The 3 Cadillacs running pretty serenely out front right now. Loic Duval is extending that lead now to 12.1 seconds over Ryan Briscoe. And we'll be expecting next round of pit stops to start within the next couple of laps. I would expect the number 31 car to be the first car onto pit lane.
In the pits now, the number 96 Turner Motorsport BMW. That was a driver change. The outgoing driver, who was Jens Klingmann, just walking gently over the wall, stepping up. We heard from Bill Oberlin a bit earlier with Jamie talking about the fact that they were going to be doing single stints for their gold-rated drivers, and then silver drivers were going to be doing doubles to try and get everybody out of the way. So I'd imagine it's either Robbie Foley or Dylan McIvern back in the car for this next little bit of driving. 12 hours and 1 minute remain in the Rolex 24 Hours of Daytona. You are listening to IMSA Radio, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. Just a tick over 12 hours to go. means that we are almost halfway there. Cue up Journey, start getting excited. I know that Lisa Woody is out there somewhere in the world singing along to it. Just a small town girl living in a lonely world. Get the memes ready. I can already feel Miss Jax getting the coffee ready as well. Hello to you wherever you're listening around the world. Send us a tweet at IMSA Radio. We've got a computer up just to see what you guys are doing. Let us know if you're still awake. We're still awake. You should be too. It's a 24-hour race. That doesn't mean that you should be like the drivers and only pay attention for your little bit. As I did a Porsche Q&A yesterday with the 6 drivers in the GTLM Porsches and had that moment of realization. Jeremy, each of them only responsible for 8 hours, which means that effectively they get 16 hours off. Now, in reality, they don't because of the time, as we do officially past the halfway point. We have less to go than we have elapsed. That's pretty exciting. But they pretty much only have to really pay attention for half the race. And then they can walk away feeling as if they've done their job. Well, you've now been in the booth for the last 13 hours. A little bit more than that. 13 hours and 40 minutes, but who's counting?
We.
Yes. But the drivers don't think about everyone else. The crew guys down on the pit lane who have been awake since, 6 a.m. Saturday morning, who won't get proper sleep until well after the end of this race, after they've packed up the trucks, the pit boxes, the tents, made sure that everything is good and safe packed away, ready to go back to their shops before they will prep for the 12 Hours of Sebring, the next round of the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. Into the pit lane, the number 63 Scuderia Corse Ferrari, that's Tony Villander staying aboard. 4 new tires going on that car though, as the pit board gets moved back into place by Roberto, the man who always is standing on the wall, flips it over to the green side. Once he removes that, Tony will have fully received the signal that the fuel is in and he's allowed to go. Very clean indication. Green means go. That makes sense. Bo Barfield was explaining that in the drivers' meeting Saturday morning as well, that the pit exit light, if it's green, you may exit. If it's red, nuh-uh. If you go, you're going to be coming back for a penalty, a stop plus 60. Away goes Villander, and in comes the Risi Competizione Ferrari. So that GTLM car serving its stop. Davide Rigon brought it in. I don't think there was a driver change on that. It's also into the pit lane, the much delayed number 25 BMW. That's the white one. Driver change going on there. Is it Colton Herta who brought it in? No, it was Philip Ang bringing the car in. And the next car in will be the 5. Thank you, Jamie, for letting me know on TalkBack. That car driven by Loic Duval. He's been at the wheel for quite some time, so I wouldn't be surprised if he winds up getting out. And indeed, I can see Joao Barbosa standing up on the wall. His distinctive yellow helmet with the multicolor star on the side.
And Duval just turned his best lap of the race, that car's best lap of the race, 1:35.019 for Duval. 14.9 now is the gap back to second place. But let's not forget that Ryan Briscoe just put on only left side tires on his most recent pit stop.
Good call, Jeremy. Into the pit lane, both of the GTLM Porsches. Their driver change going on for the 911. That's Tandy getting in, and Vantor has hopped out of the 912, so that should be Jam Jam back in on the rotation. I say with a question mark. No, it's Bam Bam who gets back in, so Earl Bamber back aboard the wheel of the number 912 Porsche, as into the pit lane comes our leader, Loic Duval. Just going to finish watching the service quickly for the 2 Porsches, make sure nothing happens, but Jamie Howe is down with the number.
And as you said, it will be a driver change with Joao Barbosa getting behind the wheel of the car. That multicolored star on his helmet is only rivaled by the multicolored designs on his racing shoes. His kids, Gilles and Rodrigo, he lets them decorate them with marker before each race season starts. And I like the design that you guys picked this year. Nice job, you guys. Normal stop otherwise with the driver change, 4 new Michelin tires. They will take on fuel and they will release Joao Barbosa.
Another 20-lap stint then for car number 5, so it certainly isn't getting the same fuel economy as the number 10 at this stage in the game, but it's certainly running very, very quickly. That was a very excellent looking pit stop there by JDC Miller Motorsports, and that Mustang sampling car will, I think, retain its lead once this pit stop sequence is made. Well, we'll see. No, well, they can't. It came in this time a lap earlier than number 10 car, so okay, fine. I think it won't probably retain its lead. I think we'll see the number 10 car carry on for at least one more lap, I would imagine, before it comes onto pit lane for its next pit stop, which will be its, the number 10 car, it will be its 21st visit to pit lane.
Also into the pit lane, our GTD leader, Brian Sellers, staying aboard the Paul Miller Racing Lamborghini, but getting 4 new tires. So that will be something to watch. Following him in was the 88, the second place Audi, Mirko Bortolotti, staying aboard that car, I believe. Did not see the driver's side door open. Sellers gets away and maintains a nice gap over Bortolotti, but I think that might be a bit closer than it was before. The 10, Konica Minolta Cadillac, coming into the pit lane, and Jamie is there.
And it really worked out well for the 10 Konica Minolta machine, because when you mentioned the number 48 Paul Miller Racing Lamborghini and that number 88 Audi from WRT, they bookend the pit spot for this number 10 car, so it would have been extremely tight with all 3 of them in at a time. But they have no worry now. They're going to take on the fuel, 4 new Michelin tires, as well as execute a driver change. So everybody on their marks. We're at 27 seconds, 28, 29, a little bit of a delay on that tire change. The fuel side, you heard it fire.
Good clean stop for the number 10 as it goes back out. Let's see where he cycles out. Hunter Ray has stayed out on the track, but in is the number 77. That's Olivier Pla bringing that Mazda in. That's the white one, remember, that was on a tear back up through the field. Also reappearing, the Gear Racing Lamborghini. The 19 is back out from behind the wall, going down the pit lane and stopping at the box, so that will be getting some fuel. The 24 BMW GT-LM class lead into the pits as well. John Edwards, I believe, getting out of that car. Sort of a difficult angle to see from up here. Further back on the pit lane, no, it's just the Lexuses coming in. I thought perhaps for a moment that the 55 Mazda would be coming in, but not yet. Clean stop for the BMW. And just waiting on fuel for that GT-LM car. Inheriting the lead should be Earl Bamber, perhaps, Jeremy, depending on where they come back out. BMW's away and rolling. Where are the Porsches? Well, there's 2 sets of yellow headlights coming down the start-finish line. Those would be GTD cars. I don't see the RSRs. Have they gone significantly further behind the BMW? Very strange. They were all together, right together on track. There goes one of them now. That would be the 912. So Earl Bamber crossing the start-finish line now. The BMW is already through the International Horseshoe. Big gap in GTLM for the first time. Lengthy pit stop going on for one of the Lexuses. That's the number 12 machine that's shared by Aaron Telitz, Shane Van Gisbergen, Townsend Bell, and Frankie Montecalvo. Full season entrant GTD car, and they're having some sort of issue in the pedal box. Now Shane Van Gisbergen, who does not delicately get into a car ever, this is head first with one leg. That's the sort of style that works in Virgin Australia supercars, and apparently it works for the tall man in GTD cars as well, but that was a bit of concern for that car as mechanics were working well within the footwell. And this car, which was running fairly impressively in the hands of Aaron Telitz, now dropping very quickly down the timing. Into the pit lane comes the number 9 Pfaff Motorsports Porsche. Was running in the second position when it came into the pits, behind Andy Lally and the 44 GRT Magnus Racing Lamborghini. And the 2, which are pitted almost next to each other.
Yeah, that pretty much I think that completes the cycle of pit stops for the GTD cars. 24, number 9 coming in. Should hand the lead back to Brian Sellers in number 48.
Who is still 6 seconds clear of Mirko Bortolotti. A little bit of time lost on their pit stop exchange for the Lamborghini over the Audi. But you've got to feel that Bortolotti's got a bit of an advantage here. He's won this race the last 2 years in a Lamborghini, knows the strengths, the advantages of that car around this track. Had to learn the Audi, by the contrary.
The BMW, the Chaz Mostert, did retain its lead over the Porsche car number 912 with Earl Bamber. And those two all of a sudden have got a pretty good lead over the third place car, number 911 Porsche, which is about 14 seconds ahead of David Arrigon in the Race Competizione Ferrari. And he has Nicky Katzberg for company in the Corvette. So still the top 5 cars in GTLM, separated by just 23 seconds.
So that means
I'll push out of his number 14 car, conferring with his race engineer Jeff Fickling on the pit lane. This is Jeff's first ever sports car race as well, actually. Let alone for Kyle Busch. So both of them thoroughly enjoyed this opportunity to work with the Aim Vassar Sullivan team. James Sullivan behind him, trying to get an ear and find out what these two are talking about.
so both of them heavily relying on Jack Hawksworth then. Very experienced Lexus driver, also sharing that number 14 machine. Supercar fans can rejoice. We've got Chazzy out on track with Shane SVG. Unfortunately, they run in different classes, guys. We have 4 different classes running around, so just because they are driving in cars that look like things that you would see on the street doesn't necessarily mean that they are racing one another. Chaz Mostert leading the way in GTLM for BMW. It's Team Ray Hall, Letterman Lanigan, and Shane Van Gisbergen in that Lexus that was just having a little bit of issue down in the pedal box. That's the number 12 machine for Aim Vassar Sullivan, AVS. It's a Lexus. So if Chazzy is passing Shane, don't be alarmed. It's just normal programming. Into the pits, we've got some more callers. We did just have our LMP2 class leader in. Nick Gould brought that car in. He stayed aboard the PR1 Matheson Motorsports Orica. Also in is Colin Brown in the 81 Dragon Speed car. That car is still on the pit lane, getting new tires and fuel. And I believe that was Colin taking it out once again. It is just like a video game when it's at night, Jeremy. The colors, the lights flashing around you, the shadows, it doesn't seem real that it can be the same for such a long period of time. The darkness here never ends. Dane Cameron was talking a little bit about the fact that when the sun starts to brighten up the clouds in the sky in the morning, that's the favorite time, because that's when you really do feel like you've made it and that you can make it. And that's almost the cruelest when things go wrong. Well, if Chaz Mostert is out of the 24 BMW, that means that we can hear from him because Jamie has found John, the pilot.
I had to walk back behind pit lane chasing John Edwards, eager to go get some food or rest. You had a fantastic stint behind the wheel. I listened to your team tell you just a little bit more. Where do you find it at this stage of the race?
Well, you know, at this stage, it's so cold out that if you can go an extra lap or even 2 laps on fuel, the other guys are warming up and trying to get the shine off the tires, and that's so huge here. The outlaps are so terrible. So if you can spend a couple extra laps on fuel, then you gain a ton on the outlap with the pit cycle. So that's the main thing we're working on. We're really trying to target pace to maintain the lead, but we really gain time on the pit stop cycle because we're working on fuel numbers while we run. So that's the main thing we're working on. Yeah, sorry to make you run. I know it's cold out, so hopefully that warmed you up a little bit.
It definitely didn't hurt, that's for sure. The 2019 season, it certainly had its high points for you, but it also had some low. You said coming into this race that consistency is what you guys are after for this season. What was done in the off season to help prepare?
Well, yeah, I mean, and I think that's a nice way of putting it. We had probably a lot more lows than highs in the 24 car. you know, a couple of second places, but that was about all we had to look back on last year. So, you know, we've worked on a lot of little things, even through last season. You know, reliability was a lot better on the car. We had better pace at some tracks we had struggled before, but our execution fell off a little bit when it mattered. So, you know, I think we've cleaned a little bit of that up. I think that our eyes on the championship, but having just led for 3 stints in a row at Daytona, I've got my eye on the watch right now.
What were the strengths of the BMW when you were out there?
We're very good in the beginning of the run and through the bus stop. We've got some good grunt as well. So the Porsche tends to get a really good run off of the corner with that, even though they're not a rear engine anymore, they still have that mid engine that has good power off the corner, but we've got pretty good mid-range, and then obviously, you know, we're always good in the bus stop. So as I said, we're mostly just trying to focus on fuel, and ultimately, if we cycle to the back, I mean, all these cars are in it right now, so it's nice to lead for a little bit, but if you look at the gaps in GTLM, and we've only had a couple of cautions. I think the last race that happened was when the Fords finished 1-2 and they had lapped the field. So when you look at this race with only a couple of cautions, the field's still really tight. So I think despite having a couple manufacturers with new cars, you know, we're looking still like a very tight field, and I think it's going to be a photo finish for GTLM.
Chaz is behind the wheel now. You still have Jesse. You were running off. Where were you going? How much rest are you going to get?
Yeah, it's I guess it's probably 2 o'clock in the morning, so I'm gonna hop in the shower. Somebody's grabbing me some food, and then I'll scarf that down and hopefully go to sleep as soon as possible.
You earned your rest. Thank you.
Thanks.
I'm so envious of the idea of a shower. John Edwards speaking to us there, daring to dream after leading in 3 different stints. It's a dangerous thing to do, Jeremy Shaw, because as we know, this race can bite at any given point in time. But you've got to feel for him. I mean, he's been here so many times and he's never even had a bottle of champagne from the podium of Daytona International Speedway, from the Rolex at the very least. That's a very hard thing to try and wrap your mind around. But with 4 drivers, that does give him plenty of rest in that car.
That's a good point.
That's
you know,
an advantage.
In some ways it's good, in some ways it can be difficult. When you've got 4 different drivers, different sizes, sharing the cars, it can make things difficult. But on the other side of that, on the flip side of that, there's the fact that drivers are going to be fresher behind the wheel, but also each driver doesn't drive as much, so it's not quite so familiar when they get behind the wheel. So it's a trade-off.
For practice, it's a disaster. For the race, it's awesome.
Yeah, it's certainly difficult to make sure everybody gets enough practice time. That is a good point. And you've got to make sure everybody gets the minimum drive time also in the race. But you know, it's been a great performance by BMW so far in this race, because the cars didn't seem to be quite on the pace in the early stages, but they certainly have been since then. And as we heard John Edwards say, they've been working on just trying to go an extra lap or so. Last time around, they stayed out 2 laps longer and able to maintain that lead over the 2 Porsches. They're now separated by about 6 seconds. And then the Ferrari of WWE got about another 15 seconds back in 3rd place.
John Edwards mentioned it just before 2 o'clock in the morning here in Daytona. And just to give you an idea of the rabidness of Corvette racing fans, there is still a little bit of a crowd outside of the garage for the number 4, where they are working to fix that car. Remember, the C8R, brand new machine. The goal is to make sure that this car is perfect going forward. So we still have one of them out on track. That's being driven by Nick Katzberg, the number 3 machine. But for the 4, it's in the garage. They're trying to fix that oil leak that they had out on track and then on the pit lane. The goal is for the car to come back out. So Corvette Racing, never say die attitude. They're thinking big picture. They're thinking long races. They still have quite a few of those, including Sebring, hopefully the 24 Hours of Le Mans. Invitations pending, but we really hope those invites are in the mail, especially for the shiny new cars. We've got Petit Le Mans, we've got the 6 Hours of the Glen, and we've got the entirety of the remainder of the season. So Corvette Racing doing what Ford actually did a few years back when they debuted their new GTs, using this opportunity to learn how to win. And in order to learn how to win, Jeremy, you must first learn how to lose. That's one thing that Corvette perhaps working on right now. My thanks to Kez, by the way, who's going to get some well-deserved rest as well. So John Edwards talks about going to get food, a shower, and some sleep, and Kerry now gets to do the same. We'll be left in the more than capable hands of Tim Red.
Has there been any word on the Corvette lately? Because on the forecourt car.
Yes, that's what I was just talking about. That they're back in the garage. Yes,
they're still working.
They're actively working to fix it, and they are trying to get that fixed to be able to finish the race. Oh no, drama for our leading Lamborghini. Brian Sellers stayed behind the wheel, but car 48 penalty. Wheel rotation while on the jack stands, that necessitates a drive-through penalty. So Brian, who has only 3 seconds over Mirko Bortolotti, will cede the lead of the race for now to the 88 WRT Speed Sport Audi. Let's see if Sellers comes down the pit lane this time around. Just past 11 hours and 20 minutes elapsed. Still, you never want to see that sort of a penalty, because that's when danger comes into play, when wheels are moving on the jack stands. So we'll have to come in and serve that, which will also move Tony Valander up to the 2nd position. Marco Mapelli in the WRT, in the GRT, too many acronyms. GRT Magnus Racing Lamborghini up into the 3rd spot. Wouldn't even benefit Robbie Foley, who was put into the Turner Motorsports BMW. The Era LMP2 car was in the pit lane. Dwight Merriman brought that in. He is the bronze-rated driver of that quartet.
All of a sudden, we've got a battle for the lead. Joel Barbosa had a 137 last time around to the 135.6 of Kamui Kobayashi, who's back behind the wheel of number 10 car for Konica Minolta Cadillac Racing, and less than a second between them as they came across the line. There was about 5 seconds between them after the pit stop sequence had been completed, and that gap didn't stay for very long. It's now down to not very much at all. Where are they? They're in the 2nd sector at the moment, so down the back straight, I think, heading to the bus stop. And Philippe Albuquerque looks to try and get that car back up into 2nd position again.
Penalty has been served by the 48, and there has been another penalty called, this time on the 18 that I just mentioned, the Era LMP2 car. Speeding violation in pit lane, plus 1 kilometer an hour over. Drive-through. That really hurts. Sellers is pretty riled up. Let's see how many positions he has dropped now after serving that drive-through. Can get off the pit lane speed limiter and curve back around to the right and then to the left. Get on the throttle hard until you go flat on the brakes into the International Horseshoe, drag the car over the driver's right, and then let it go out as far as the curbs, all the way on the runoff to driver's left. Sellers with nobody in sight ahead of him, nobody in sight behind, at least. That's good news. Comes through the kink.
You might be able to get away with still being in around about 4th position, because there wasn't much of a gap back to 2nd place, but there was about 18 seconds back to Vilander, and another similar gap back to Andy Lally in the Marco Mapelli now taking over from Andy Lally in the 44 car. So I would imagine he'd probably come around about somewhere in maybe 4th position if he's
We'll wait for that to cycle back around, as the battle for the lead really is on. Kamui Kobayashi, who showed us patience earlier, according to him, during some frenetic passing out on track, is hunting down Joao Barbosa at a rapid pace, less than a quarter of a second between the 2 Cadillacs out on the banking now, going around NASCAR turn 2 as the 18 racer exits drive-through penalty for speeding. Has to negotiate some lap traffic, some GTD cars, does the number 10. Flash of the lights, and the car willingly moves out of the way. Did not do the same for Joao, though, so perhaps he lost a little bit as they now come up onto NASCAR turn 3. Separated by enough that Kamui, you would think, won't be able to make the dive into turn 1. I would say that if I hadn't seen his passes that he attempted earlier on today.
That's right. He certainly seems to be. You've got good straight line speed in that number 10 car. He's right on the tail now as he head down towards turn 1. Going to take a high line in, but I think that line's fairly well protected by Joao Barbosa. No way through there for the Japanese.
Joao Barbosa seeming to kiss the tire wall just off to driver's left at the exit of the first turn with the left rear quarter panel of the Cadillac, but I guarantee you, not a bit of white paint on the left rear of that Mustang sampling car. It was just the perfect line of somebody who drives laps of this place in their sleep. Joao Barbosa, 3 Rolex watches from this race. Kamui only has 1, but it came last year, driving with the same team, in the same car. Do you think he might be a little bit jaded, Jeremy, thinking, oh, I should come do this race every year with Wayne. It's easy. Just get in his car and win.
Maintain his 100% record. Yeah, there's a few drivers have 100% records here, and he is one of them. He's just got one.
Having done the race only once. Yeah, that is always a fun risk. It really is a video game at night, trying to deal with traffic and decide which way to go. That 57 Acura did a very good job of committing early. That's Alvaro Perez behind the wheel of that car. A guy who's very experienced in trying to win major races. Won Bathurst back in 2016. Just won. He's finished second here in 2018. Where he went on to help Catherine Legg finish second in the GTD Championship. And he also won a race along the way. That would be at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca. Here comes Kobayashi again, trying to use an LMP2 car this time. But Joao Barbosa, who knows the track, knows where to pass people, once again fends off the attempt of Kamui through that first complex of corners.
Yeah, he does. And these two are pretty evenly matched at this stage. I think Kamui Kobayashi is perhaps capable of going a little bit quicker than Joao Barbosa. He's unable to find a way past, and that's just fine right now. Doesn't need to push the envelope at this stage, just keep it clean. And Joao Barbosa certainly isn't somebody you would expect to make a mistake, but just hang in there and keep the pressure on. You never know what might happen as you work your way through the traffic.
I would bet and guess that Kobayashi has, 200 laps around this place? Maybe, between last year's race, this year's race, all the practice sessions, all that jazz, all the roar. Joao Barbosa probably has 20,000 laps around this place. He's done the race so many times and done support races. He's done everything you could possibly think of. So this is a place that Joao knows inside and out. And he has in the 24, yes, but in Grand Am, didn't they also run a summer race here too? It wasn't the full length. It was a shorter contest for many, many years.
3 overall wins and a class win for Joao Barbosa, so the most experienced drivers here. And he won't be doing any favours to Kamui Kobayashi.
No, there won't be Christmas cards exchanged between these two things by the end of this race. As once again, going into turn 1, that's Kobayashi's spot. Cannot get it done that time around. Getting a little bit impatient, perhaps, is the point. But again, long way to go in the race. Don't risk your car, and make sure that whoever is finishing the race has a car underneath them capable of going out and properly finishing the race.
Yeah, this pair, they're continuing to extend their lead over the third place car. Philip Albuquerque is now full 14 seconds behind. That gap's gone out by just a few tenths of a second a lap, but it has been extended slightly. Actually didn't on that last lap, but all it has been. Olivier Pla is not making much progress either right now. 32 seconds remains the gap back from third to fourth, and that gap hasn't changed much over the last 10 laps. So Olivier Pla, having driven a brilliant stint last time round, during which he made up a couple of positions, he's going to find it much more difficult now to make up the next place, to get up into podium positions and get up in a position to challenge the Cadillacs. Meanwhile, there's now 17 seconds in between the two Mazdas. 77 of Pla ahead of Ryan Hunter-Reay in number 55 car. Simon Pagenaud needs another 25 seconds or so back in the sixth position. And he's within 9 seconds of being lapped, well less than that, 7 seconds of being lapped by the leader. So Simon Pagenaud has got to be careful. He's just turning into turn 3 right now as the two leaders are heading into turn 3 now. So that tells you the gap between Simon Pageau at the tail end of the lead lap and the two race leaders who continue to battle nose to tail. Joao Barbosa ahead of Kamui Kobayashi.
That's quite substantial. Hello to Michael West, listening in while in Breckenridge, Colorado on a ski vacation before he goes back to work with his F2 team. Breckenridge, Colorado, that's a nice part of the world to be in. A bit chilly, much like Daytona is right now. Lap traffic coming into effect. Kamui Kobayashi goes to the low side of the Performance Tech car, to the high side with Joao Barbosa, who's got momentum. Well, it's pretty well split between them right now, maybe a mile an hour or two toward the advantage of Kobayashi, who pulls out to driver's right. He's going to have to go the long way around into the bus stop around Joao Barbosa. Can he get the car slowed down? No! Cannot make the pass before the bus stop happens. And exiting the bus stop once again, the number 5 holds on to the lead.
Respectful driving there from both of them. It was a good run that Kobayashi had going down the back stretch, but he's on the outside line there, and he was going to wait and see how late Joao Barbosa was prepared to brake for the bus stop. Answer, pretty late, and there was no way through, so Kobayashi has to tuck in behind him and follow him one more time. It's a super battle for the lead at this stage in the game.
They're keeping themselves entertained at the very least, Jeremy, and us as well, which we appreciate for sure. But for these two drivers out on the track, they aren't thinking what time it is in the morning. They aren't thinking when they last ate, or when they're going to get to go to sleep, or when they're going to shower, or what they're going to listen to on their playlist. All they're thinking about is leading this race. Both of the guys out on track want to be in front. Right now, Joao Barbosa is. Right now, Kamui Kobayashi wants to be. And Joao is thinking, what can I do to stay here? Clean vision ahead is always a better option. You never know when the car in front of you is going to jam on their brakes. Look at the crash we had that caused the first caution of today's race. That was an instance of the car in front hitting the brakes and the car behind not being prepared for that. Well, that can happen when you are in the lead of the race, when you're in 42nd position, even though we only have 38 cars. It can happen at any given time, so it's always safest to be in the clear air. It's much like what Kyle Larson said after racing at Talladega, the most recent time on social media. Kyle Larson, who by the way drives for Chip Ganassi in the main series of NASCAR, who said, I've learned I'm either going to be out front or I'm going to hang way back because I've been caught up in the middle too many times by other people's mistakes. That's what can happen when you're not leading the race.
Both putting a lap on the 62 Ferrari of Devin Prigor, who's clinging on ahead of the number 3 Corvette as Joao Barbosa kicking a bit of dust and throwing in the face of Kamui Kobayashi as they come on the exit of turn 1. There's a little bit of dirt there on the inside after the end of the curve, on the inside of the exit on the apex curve of turn 1. Puff it right in the front, kicks up into the windscreen of Kobayashi.
And you know, that actually can affect the drivers, Jeremy, because they've got these air vents that deliver air to the cockpit of the car. Some of the drivers choose to drive with their visors fully open. If you want more commentary on that, you can always look at Jordan Taylor's social media and see his views on different visor crack openings. But you could go through a cloud of dust that the car ahead of you has kicked up and get some dust in your own eyes. Perhaps inhale a little bit. It just gets in your throat and then it bothers you. And any sort of irritation can be a distraction. So we say kicking up dust as if we're joking, but it could also turn out to be a serious issue. I doubt it was for Kamui Kobayashi. Bortolotti leading the way for the number 88 WRT Speedstar Audi ahead of Tony Villander. Marco Mapelli is in third, and Sellers, after serving that drive-through penalty, is now 36.7 seconds behind the leader. He's 8 seconds behind next in class, but he still has a huge gap over Robbie Foley for the 5th position. The Turner Motorsports BMW, 26.5 seconds behind Sellers. So you were right, Jeremy. He did filter back out into the 4th.
He did, and still got, as you say, a big gap over Robbie Foley, who's running in 5th in the Turner Motorsport BMW. Also still on the lead lap is the Anthony Imperato was hanging on there to Robbie Foley in number 16 Right Motorsports Porsche. Good stint by Anthony, excellent stint by Anthony. Actually, his last lap was 147.3, the fastest lap of that car, 146.0. That's off to him. Shinya Michibi in number 86, Maya Shank racing Acura next up in line, ahead of Lars Kern in the Pfaff Motorsports Porsche, who's had a good portion of this race. And also still on the lead lap is Parker Chase in number 14 Lexus, and yeah, his teammate also is is within a lap of the lead. That's Shane Van Gisbergen in car number 12. First car 1 lap down by my reckoning. In 11th position in GTD, Alvaro Brent in number 57, Maya Shank Acura.
GTLM, the number 24 BMW, that's the black one leading, that's Chaz Mostert, 3.3 seconds ahead of Earl Bamber, so the Antipodes well represented in the first 2 positions of GTLM. In third, it's not Matt Campbell though, it's Fred Macavecchi in that 911 Porsche. Fourth, David Rigon did stay aboard, and then in 5th, Nicky Katzberg still in that Corvette, but now caught right back up to the tail of the Ferrari. So there's a battle brewing for 4th place in GTLM at the very least, as more pit stops are about to begin. And the 31 Whelen Engineering Cadillac that comes into the pit lane. Jamie, did you say you were there?
I am here. We expected this to be the first of the overall cars to make their way to pit lane. They did pit 3 laps before the number 5 and the number 10 car on that last sequence of pit stops. Philippe Albuquerque will stay behind the wheel of the car. He is getting 4 new Michelin tires, and they're going to load him up with fuel as he will do another stint behind the wheel of this Whelen Engineering Cadillac.
Perhaps a stint once again for the number 31 car. James Sellers correctly said the number 5 car came in 3 laps later on the last round. The number 10 car, along with number 77 and 6, came in 1 lap further on distance last time.
So when are we expecting Joao Barbosa to come into the pit lane then?
At least 3 laps.
Because they are up on the wall for him. They've got tires that they're just setting into position now. The 10 Koenig Minolta Cadillac.
Well, that car's only been doing 21 laps since, isn't it?
Yes.
21 car. Actually, 20 laps each of last year since it was doing 20 laps. So that would be next time around for the car number 5.
That makes sense given the body language of the crew.
Just on 437, so that's 21 laps. 20 laps down now. Next one will be 21.
What about the progress of Olivier Pla? We haven't checked in on that in quite some time. He's now 22.7 seconds behind Albuquerque. Let's see how far Albuquerque is once he cycles back through. Actually, that won't be a true read because he pitted. Good point. Sorry.
He hadn't been making much ground at all, in fact, during this stint. It's somewhat curious because he hadn't been making a lot of ground on his previous set of tires. Unless he stayed on the same tire.
I thought he did.
Last time, right?
They did have to double stint throughout the night, though. There were as many as 8 sets of tires that would need to be used twice over the course of the race, and nobody wants to put them on during happy hour as the sun is coming up, so might as well have them on in the cold of night. Grip is already down quite a bit out around the circuit. I'm very impressed with Joao Barbosa being able to hang on ahead of Kamui Kobayashi, especially given the driving that we saw from him earlier on in the day. It's a man who clearly wants to keep that 100% win record going. He's doing just about every trick in the book that he can think of to try and get around Joao Barbosa, but Joao has been around long enough. He's seen every trick in the book.
Say that again, didn't he?
Yep, he did. So 1 more lap at least for the number 5. Question is, will Bourdais be getting back in? And I do see a driver standing on the wall. Actually, now that I've said that, it could just be a crew member.
Change last pit stop.
I think it is just a crew member with a shiny reflective visor. Jamie confirming in my ears that there is no driver change. Thank you, Jamie. So Seb gets to sleep a little bit longer. Lloyd gets to revel in his stint for a little bit longer. Hopefully sleep as well. And Joao will be left to try and fend off Kamui after the pit stops are completed. If indeed the Mustang sampling JDC crew can get their pit stop done before the Continental can get theirs done, this will be a battle of the pit crews. That's something to wake them up in the middle of the night. A little bit of pride on the line, gentlemen. Have at it. Going through the bus stop now. Turn right, then kink back to the left, and then come back up onto NASCAR turn 3. You put your foot flat and you force your eyes to look up as high as you possibly can because the road isn't where it normally should be. Kobayashi with the run, a little bit of traffic for Barbosa. They stayed out again and they're side by side through the tri-oval, separated by 0.018 of a second. Kobayashi going around the outside. Can he get it slowed down? He can that time. So Barbosa now in second. And Kobayashi, even though both cars should be pitting this time around, has the place. Finally, after a long stint of fighting, manages to get the pass done. Once again, Kamui Kobayashi has something for his highlight reel that involves turn 1 and passing cars. What an impressive couple of stints from Kobayashi.
Yeah, he has done an excellent job, hasn't he? Absolutely not bad.
And again, it's somebody that we shouldn't be surprised about, Jeremy. A guy who's been to Formula 1, he's raced a ton in Japan. He's the fastest man ever around Le Mans, having broken the lap record a couple years ago in the Toyota LMP-H. And that was a lap to remember. Well, he's done quite a few laps to remember here. Quite a few passes to remember during this race. Just to give you a quick update on the rest of the classes, it's still the 52, Nick Bull leading the way, still with a very handicap over that number 81 Dragon Speed Orica GTLM Chaz Mostert, now 4.7 seconds clear of Earl Bamber. And in GTD, the 88 Mirko Bortolotti, 23.6 seconds clear of Tony Villander. So the best battle on track, hands down, is the 10 and the 5. And the 5 has come into the pit lane this time. Finally, the Mustang sampling car appears. And for this pit stop, let's go down to Jamie Howe.
And perfectly on the marks is Joao Barbosa as he takes the nose right to the signboard and those bright LEDs. It is so hard to see anything behind, but I was listening to the team communication. We knew Joao was going to stay behind the wheel of the car. We knew he was going to take on 4 new Michelin tires. They did open up the door, so I believe they might have switched out that data stick there. Waiting on the fuel right now. We do expect to see Kamui Kobayashi bring the number 10 machine in this lap. So they're not on the exact same lap pit strategy, but they are in the same pit window. This lead runs 34 seconds in pit lane for the number 5.
Number 77 is also into the pit lane. That is the white Mazda of Olivier Pla, who was on the charge back. Remember, scored in 3rd on the pit stop cycle. They are doing new Michelin tires for this car as well. Pla being left to do what he does best, which is don't disturb him, just let him drive. Air jack comes out, fuel nozzle still attached. Are they doing a full tear off? Yeah. Ooh, they are really giving Pla the good treatment. New tires and a windshield tear off. Must feel like Christmas for Olivier Pla as he gets back underway. Pit board comes down also for the 55 Mazda. That's Ryan Hunter-Reay who will be bringing that car in, as also into the pits. The number 10 is the Konica Minolta Cadillac. And Kamui should be staying aboard that car. They wave the pit board. And I can actually see Jamie down there.
And into the box is Kamui Kobayashi. They did ask him over the radio if he wanted some water. The crew member went over and passed him a bottle of water so he could get a drink out of it while they execute this pit stop. Just looking to see Michelin tires. They are cleaning off the windshield as well as they wait on the fuel. They did get some rubber out of the nose of the car also, especially this point of the race. The track is getting to be very dirty. We've heard a lot of competitors talk about the lack of caution. That means there hasn't been any time to clean up the racetrack either, but a clean stop for Konica Minolta.
That was a good stop from them, but that's sort of what we've come to expect. We've been a bit spoiled by this crew who know very much how to win this race 3 times in the last 4 years. Isn't it? Or 2 times in the last 3 years that they've found the way to the Gatorade victory lane. Very good at accomplishing that one goal that they set out for every single year. Ryan Hunter-Reay brought that 55 Mazda into the pit lane. I believe that is Tink's helmet getting in. Harry Tinknell climbing back aboard the number 55 Mazda. He's got orange and blue. It's very visible. As the nose comes off of that car once again, they run it forward well into the Lexus pit box. Is there a bit of work going on down there? Or perhaps, are they putting a new nose on? Yes, they're putting a new nose on. So finally, maybe that dive plane that had been knocked off earlier on has been necessitated to be replaced. And that's what they've decided to do under this pit stop. Lights flashing on that car as it goes down the pit lane on the speed limiter. 5 is back out, as is the 10 on its outlap. So that is the Mustang sampler car versus the Konica Minolta. When they come across the line, who is going to be ahead? There go the Porsches from the GTLM class, side by side further down the field. A lapped car. It's a bit of an interesting moment. Still looking back, Risi Competizione Ferrari very much narrowly ahead of the C8R of Nick Katzberg. So good battle brewing further down in GTLM as well. There goes the 10. So the Konica Minolta car, Mike Kobayashi, is still ahead, and very much ahead actually of the number 5 Mustang sampler car. So that's a big gap that's developed now between those two.
Yeah, so the advantage of staying out an extra lap, I think, for Kamui Kobayashi, a really good out lap, in lap at least, and I'm sure it's going to take him a lap or so to get those tyres properly back up to working temperature. So we'll see whether Joe Barbosa can close in again. 7 seconds was the gap between number 10 and number 5 as they came across to complete that last lap. But Barbosa on hot tyres already. Kamui Kobayashi, not so much.
Yeah, 7 seconds separating them at the line. That's not really enough, as you say, for the tire temperature difference. That doesn't justify it.
No, it should be enough. It should be enough to hang on, I think. But it's going to be certainly, that battle is continuing between those two Cadillacs.
It's not exactly as if they can rest on their laurels at all, thinking about a bit of a gap or cushion between them. Particularly when you throw a guy like Philippe Albuquerque in the mix and you say that he's behind you, hunting you down, wants to catch you up. That also comes into effect. Juan Pablo Montoya out on circuit. That's the noise you're hearing in the background. That's the rumble of the Acura DPI engine. The car chattering rather badly as he's coming through NASCAR turn 4 with a very dirty windshield. It's as if a couple of bugs have decided to commit suicide, just in exactly the wrong spot for visibility for Montoya. He's getting a lot of purposing going into turn 1, something I've only seen really come into play on the Porsche GTLM cars. He's just trying to get a hold of where Chaz Mostert is in relation to Earl Bamber. They're separated on the timing screen by Cameron Cassis in the Performance Tech number 38 LMP2 Orica. But on track, they're separated by 7.7 seconds. So where are they that's causing them to have that much comfort space between one another? Not used to the Porsches being so far away from a competitor. Into the pits comes the 85 JDC Miller Motorsports Banana Boat. It's Juan Pieterhutra bringing that car in. It's an orange-ish helmet taking over, so today. I don't think that's Chris Miller. Although now that I've said that, actually I do think it's Chris Miller. Wait and see what the timing says as the car exits the pit lane. And also into the pits, the number 96 Turner Motorsports BMW out of the 5th place in GTD. Robbie Foley brought that car in. And will it be a driver change? There is a new driver on the wall. That is a Bill Oberlin up on the wall. Or is he just doing a drinks bottle? No, full-on driver change. Bill power time. Were you just stretching there, Jeremy, by standing up, or did you see something that...
No, I was just looking to see where Pablo Montoya was compared to the race leader. The answer is behind him. So he's been lapped now. Number 6, Acura, the best of the Acura Team Penske cars, is now 1 lap down, I believe, to our race leader, Kamui Kobayashi. And that JPM will not like at all. I don't think he has the pace right now. His last lap was a 37.3. Our race leader, having just come out of the pits, was a 136.3. So the Acura just doesn't have the speed. It doesn't have the fuel consumption either. Well, actually, last lap they managed to stretch it out a bit. They managed, I think, 22 laps last time around, just 20 the previous time. But the pace of the Acura doesn't seem to be anything good enough to be able to challenge the Cadillacs at this stage, nor the 2 Mazdas who are around about. The best of the Mazdas is almost a minute behind Kobayashi in 4th position. It's Olivier Pla, and he's right now making no ground at all towards the 3rd place car, which is Philip Albuquerque. 6.5 seconds from 1st to 2nd. It's been stable the last couple of laps. 10 seconds back in 3rd place is Philip Albuquerque, and then dropping back just a little bit, 4 or 5 tenths of a second each of the last few laps since the pit stops is Olivier Pla.
There's just a problem for the 85 JDC Miller Motorsport Cadillac. After the driver change, after the pit stop had been completed, the car did not want to move. Didn't look like it was stuck in gear, but it would not fire on its own. 3 mechanics pushing it forward through 2 pit boxes before the car would finally start up again. Wait and see what race control decides, but that was not a car getting started of its own accord, certainly. And now also getting up on the wall, we just had the 63 Scuderia Corse Ferrari come in. Cooper McNeil took over from Tony Valander. Yep, that's correct. And which means that the other Ferrari should be coming into the pit lane very shortly as well. That would be the Risi Competizione Ferrari that was battling off Nick Katzberg in the number 3 Corvette. Hello, wherever you are in the world. Know that you're listening live to IMSA Radio, RS2. And we will welcome back to the pit lane Joe Bradley, who's coming back to the pit lane, but we'll give him a couple moments to get his bearings and perhaps get adapted to the cooler temperatures. The temperature dropping rather rapidly out there as the ocean effect also comes into play, making it quite a damp evening. And a damp cold is always worse than a dry cold. As a Florida girl, cold is just not good. There is no worse. But that's okay. Race cars like it when it's a little bit chillier. Risi Competizione in, hits its marks. Rigon finally ceding the position. Maybe Daniel Serra taking over. Looks like a white helmet from this vantage point. And a little bit further up, the number 16 Wright Motorsport Porsche. That car, which had been so impressive in the hands of Anthony Imperato, pits from the 24th overall position and 6th in class. When you consider that you still have Klaus Bachler and Patrick Long to throw in that car for the end of the race, yeah, they stand a really good chance of winning that class. Side by side on the banking between the 57 Alvaro Parent and Bill Oberlin in the number 96 Turner Motorsport BMW. 4 position. This is for 10th in class. Coming out of NASCAR Turn 2, side by side, going into the bus stop, side by side. And then Bill decides, nah, it's still dark out. I'm going to give him the spot, but I'll get him back later. So that's 1 position gain for Alvaro, but it's a false one because he still owes us a pit stop, whereas Bill has just come out of the pits. No longer needs coffee, Jeremy. He's just gone side by side with someone into the banking on his first flying lap. That would do it. Coming around now, the number 911 Porsche. Fred Mako back for a full season in IMSA competition, his first opportunity at that since 2016. Bill Oberlin briefly saw an opportunity to try and get back around Alvaro, who very abruptly shuts the door in the politest way the Portuguese driver knows how. Into the pits also for the 74. That's the Riley Technology Mercedes. We heard from Bill Riley a bit earlier. He's got different drivers for this race than he's had in years past. Ben Keating and Felipe Fraga, yes. But Gar Robinson and Lawson Aschenbach, his full season duo. The two of them had a fairly successful debut running with the team, winning the Encore back in November. Ooh, a moment or two ago, there was just an interesting exchange between Shane Van Gisbergen and Alvaro Parent, former teammates and class winners together at the Bathurst 12-hour. The Lincoln Wally Bathurst 12-hour back in 2016. Those two drove a McLaren together, Techno Autosport. Now they're out on track trading paint. I'm sure their team owners wish that they wouldn't trade any sort of paint. Or stickers, I suppose. Getting down toward the end of another racing hour. We had the big one come through, 12 hours. Oh, we never talked about the Michelin Endurance Cup points that would have been settled at that last hour mark. So I will make a little mental note for myself to try and find those.
It's number 5, ahead of number 10, and then number 77, because I think the 31 car came in just a lap before the 12-hour mark.
Okay.
It was right around about 12-hour mark. I'm not quite sure whether he managed it or not. But certainly number 5 car was leading from number 10.
911 Porsche is in the pit lane. That's Fred Makovecki. It's fuel and tires only, no driver, says Joe Bradley. So that's a very clean stop, as there's a mechanic up on the nose of the car doing a windshield clean, making sure the grille is clean, and waiting for the order to be given to go once again. All right, the 24 BMW Chaz Mostert finally comes back into our vision, and guess what? It's just after he's passed Shane Van Gisbergen. So Virgin Australia supercar fans all over the world will be very happy about that. GTD leader is in the pit lane. That is the 88 WRT Speed Sport Audi. Mirko Bortolotti brought it in. I would expect someone else to be taking it out because he's been behind the wheel of that car for a very long time. And indeed, it looks like an orange-ish helmet will be taking over, but it shouldn't be Daniel Morad because he told us that he was going for a bit of a sleep. So process of elimination, I know that Rolf Neichen has a green helmet. I'm going to say it's Dries Vanthoor taking over. Who's in the 912? It's Earl Bamber. Larry, if your little brother's getting in the car and Bam Bam is out on track, you might not be sleeping so well anymore. Lawrence, who very funnily was talking about the fact that when he passed his little brother at Mount Panorama, it made him very nervous because he didn't want to take them both out. He didn't want to take a chance of hitting him. And it's the service completed for the 88. Now it's all good. Same service going on for the 912 as it was as the 911 Porsche. So fuel and tires only. And also in the pit lane, the number 48 Paul Miller Racing Lamborghini. That's Corey Lewis taking over for Brian Sellers. Fuel and tires for that car as well. Now, I'd like to take an opportunity to welcome in Joe Bradley to the pit lane because I want to ask him a couple questions about the weather conditions down there, Joe. I'm seeing more and more people bundling up on camera. Are you feeling any hint of a chill in the air?
Oh, yeah, definitely, Shay. Good morning, by the way.
Good morning.
To you guys
Happy
up there.
Sunday.
Happy Sunday indeed. It soon comes around. It's definitely dropped probably about 5 degrees in my temperature that is. I don't know what that is in Fahrenheit, but
About
it's
12, Joe.
right. Yeah, it's pretty chilly. It's certainly you can certainly feel it in the air. The track temperature will have dropped right off. The engines and tyres will be loving this. The engine's loving the thick air because it is the density of the air increases with the drop in temperature. But will be, you know what? Question is, with the restriction on the amount of sets of tyres that we're able to use, I'm wondering if we're going to see maybe triple stinting of tyres. I think we've seen some double stinting of tyres.
Correct. We have seen double stinting, triple stinting, not an option. As I'm gonna just give you a quick mission because the GTLM leader is in the pit lane now. I think Chaz Mostert should be staying aboard that car. So I'll let you walk up towards BMW for just a moment, Joe. And it is now 11 hours to go, just on 2:40 in the morning, which means we're almost there. Good, clean weather out there means that the racing is very clean as well. It's been quite an interesting race, and all right, I think that might be. Oh no, I still see you down there walking up toward the proper area there, Joe. But I didn't see a driver change from up here. Did you see one down there? No worries, Joe. I was just commenting. I was just asking if you saw a driver change from the pit lane vantage point.
No, I'm kind of I'm actually at the Michelin stand in the pits.
Copy.
So it's way down towards pit out, so I couldn't see that at all, I'm afraid.
No worries, Joe. Just take time, get yourself acclimatized. That's the most important thing out there, so you don't peak too soon. Want to keep everybody fresh out there in the pit lane, and certainly the cooler conditions do get your attention. In from the GTD lead is the Magnus Racing Lamborghini. Marco Mappelli bringing the car in, staying aboard. And I can confirm now, by the way, Chaz Mostert did stay at the 24 BMW, so no change yet for that car. Earl Bamber and Fred Makovecki still the two drivers in the Porsche, as Joe told me at the very least that it was just fuel and tires for both of those cars. Lars Kern should be the next driver into the pit lane in the number 9 Pfaff Motorsport Porsche. The Nürburgring expert and Porsche test driver. And he is the Porsche test driver, by the way. There was just an article about him in one of the major magazines. We've got Harrison Newey in the number 81 Dragon Speed LMP2 car. That's something to keep an eye on. As into the pits.
That Dragon Speed car is back on the lead lap with number 52 car. They've been back and forth as to whether the number 52 car has been able to maintain a lap edge over the 81. It hasn't been able to now, but Nick Bull, he seems to have been driving that car an awful long time during this race, Nick. And he's certainly done the lion's share of it, I think, through the night hours so far. He's going to be able to take a bit of a rest in the latter stages. It's going to come down to Ben Keating, who'll be, he may well be fairly soon, because certainly up until 2 o'clock in the morning, Ben Keating's focus was going to be on the number 74 car, which is the GTD entry, and then he's going to hop back and concentrate on the LMP2 car again for the final stage of the race to complete his minimum driver time.
Yeah, but Jeremy, it's 2:45 in the morning, so he's already done focusing on the Mercedes. All right, Joe, you were just watching a less than practiced pit stop down there in the pit lane. Who was it for?
Well, I wouldn't say that, Jay. It was the number 18 Era Motorsport, currently third in LMP2. I thought the driver jumping off the wall was a bit late, actually. He was. I thought at first it was only going to take on fuel and tyres, then a new driver appeared. However, it was all done and dusted before the refuelling was completed, so that's all that you need to do. It's the refuelling that takes the most time in these pit stops, and the driver was ready. As soon as the fueler was done, he pulled off the hose and away he went. So all good down at Era, and currently maintaining that 3rd place.
Yeah, but there's a difference between being good and in the car and ready to go and being mentally prepared, and that might rattle some people to have to throw the helmet on and the headstock, and I know John's talked about that a couple of times over the course of the weekend. Also in the pit lane while Joe was telling us about the Era stop was the number 12 Lexus, and I noticed there was quite a bit of damage to the nose of that car, so perhaps Van Gisbergen accidentally meeting another car out on track. That would not be ideal, but good old gaffer tape. He put some 100-mile-an-hour tape on it, and all of a sudden what seemed to be a big problem is non-existent. Ooh, blue sector times. Jeremy, that means personal best lap from Mario Farnbacher in the number 86 Meyershank Racing Acura. That's the championship defending car in the GTD category. And Mario right now a lap down.
No, not quite. No, I think he's still on the lead lap. He completes the lap now. He's a minute 28 behind the leader, and he's got his mirrors full of Klaus Bachler. Both of those two cars turning super fast laps last time around. As you say, that was the best lap of the race for Mario Farnbacher in number 86. But Klaus Bachler was about a 1/10 of a second quicker in the number 16 Porsche. That's got to be pretty dispiriting, hasn't it?
Yeah.
And also right there with them, faster than both of them by nothing much at all, was Bill Oblin. So it's a good 3-car battle there for 6th, 7th and 8th in GTD. Number 86, number 16 and a number 96, but still all of them remaining on the lead lap.
3 decent names to contend with nonetheless. Into the pit lane comes the number 9, that's Lars Kern, staying aboard. Data stick change going on the driver's on the passenger side door of that number 9 Porsche. Fuel and tires, very well executed stop. I have to give this crew props. They did a lot of practice on Friday during the final practice session, electing to practice their pit stops more than practice actually being out on the racetrack, and it's paid off so well. Every one of their stops so far that I've seen has been very neat and tidy for the Canadian organization, running in slightly different colors than they did last year. And their fire suits, by the way, if you haven't seen a picture of them on social media yet, you might want to put on some sunglasses before you do. They're special. They're designed to look as if the guys are just lumberjacks, not actually wearing fire suits, but yeah, some of them pull it off. I will say it looks much better in pictures than it does in person for some reason. The pattern on the legs particularly actually looks like jeans in pictures, when in reality it looks like some odd corduroy pants. Kamui Kobayashi leading ahead of Joao Barbosa now by 7.3 seconds. So the gap when they came out of the pits, nearly identical to the gap as it runs right now. Philippe Albuquerque in 3rd position. Nick Boole leading the way in the LMP2 category for PR1 Matheson Motorsports. In GTLM, it is still that number 24 BMW, Chaz Mostert, piloting that car ahead of Earl Bamber by 7.8 seconds, near enough. And then Fred McVecchi behind him. In GTD, we're still cycling through the pit stops, but Dries Vanthoor is the leader in the 88 WRT Speed Sport Audi, ahead of what will be Marco Mappelli in the 44 Magnus Racing Lamborghini, and then Cooper McNeil in the 63 Scuderia Corse Ferrari.
Yeah, I think we just about completed this round of pit stops now, because number 88 car was in only 3 or 4 laps ago, and it's now back in the lead of the class. And into second place once again in is Marco Mappelli, as you say. 26 seconds the gap between first and second in GTD. So Dries Vanthoor has pulled out a pretty good lead over the 2 Lamborghinis, because Corey Lewis has taken over from Brian Sellers, who's heard that drive-through penalty a little while ago. Is still running in the 3rd position, just 10 seconds further back, and Cooper McNeil is next up in the 4th position in the Ferrari car number 63. Good lap there from Mario Farnbacher. He's battling to stay ahead of Klaus Bachler and Bill Oblin.
So Corey got around Cooper then. The 48 Lamborghini got around the 63 Ferrari.
He did.
Wow. Good for Corey.
Yeah, the 63 car pitted about 10 laps ago. Who was driving it before that? Was it Balzan driving it?
No, it was
that?
Villander. It was Tony.
Villander, was it? Okay,
Yeah.
fine. They seem to be changing drivers pretty regularly in that car, don't they? Trying to keep everybody as fresh as possible. So Cooper McNeil has just been overtaken by Corey Lewis. Corey Lewis, of course, as we said, that car making up for the pit stop, the additional pit stop, just a little while ago.
Well, if you will watch my back to make sure that nothing happens, Jeremy, I will watch the computer and tell everybody the Michelin Endurance Cup points after the first 2 parts of this 4-part race have elapsed. And the 10 is leading the way. That's Kobayashi, Van der Zande, Briscoe, and Dixon. They have 9 points ahead of the drivers of the 5, Barbosa, Duval, and Bourdais on 7. And then we get a slew of people on 6, 5, and 4 points. So that is the overall class. The manufacturer is Cadillac, who have earned a maximum points total of 10 out of a possible points total of 10. So they're doing pretty well. In LMP2, Ben Keating, Gabby Aubry, Nick Poole, and Simon Trummer with 10 points again. That's the maximum that they could have. And then a slew of people back in 7th, 6th, 5th, and 4th. In GT Le Mans, it is the 24 BMW, led both of the segments. So they also have 10 points for each of their drivers. In second are the drivers of the 912. In third are the drivers of the 911, and then comes everyone else. And in GT, I should also tell you, BMW leads manufacturers, no surprise. The same car has led the last 2 stints. In GTD, it is the 48 Paul Miller Racing Lamborghini leading the way. Caldarelli, Sellers, Snow, and Lewis ahead of Lally, Potter, Mapelli, and Pompelli, tied on points, but the order in which they have earned the hourly points goes the way of the 48 on a tiebreak. And then 2 points further back is that 63 Scuderia Corse Ferrari lineup: Balzan, McNeil, Westphal, and Villander. It's pretty interesting to see how all that plays out over the course of the season.
And that was certainly something that was prioritised by the number 10 team earlier on. They made a short fuel stop immediately prior to the 6-hour point in the race, just to make sure they were able to leapfrog ahead of some of the other contenders at that stage in the race and be ahead as they passed the 6-hour mark. And then almost immediately after, they came in to take on full service and get back on the same strategy as everybody else. So that's certainly something that team has prioritized coming into this season, and they executed absolutely perfectly at the first round, and then they've had the pace since then to run up front as well.
Well, one team has always won that in the prototype class, and that's been Action Express. Wayne Taylor Racing has come close before in the past, but they haven't taken home the chalice for the Michelin Endurance Cup. So perhaps Wayne has decided that's the goal for this year. In the GTD class, it's normally Bill Riley who romps away with that award, but given the necessity for the pit stop just before the points were awarded, perhaps Bill has decided to go for a race win instead of just focusing on the Michelin Endurance Cup. Not that he doesn't normally think about the race win, but into the pit lane comes the number 31 Whelen Engineering Cadillac. Albuquerque out. Conway gets in. Again, ridiculous talent for 3rd and 4th drivers. Mike Conway taking over the wheel of that Whelen Engineering Cadillac and getting 4 new tires and windshield tear-off. So again, being a little bit spoiled by the crew. Waiting on the fuel at this point. Looks like 26, 27, 28, 29, and 30 seconds elapsed. So the fuel probe should be coming out anytime now. There it goes. And away goes the Cadillac. We haven't heard about the 19 Gear Racing Lamborghini for quite some time. That car hitting some struggles earlier on. Joe Bradley has an update for us on that car.
It was fuel pump issues that put that car back into the paddock for a very lengthy repair job. The car back in the race for some time now. Just come into the pits there. I'm not sure who's at the wheel of that. She will be able to clear that up when I hand back to her. But only fuel for the 19 Lamborghini there. So only fuel. That car deciding to It's Rahel Frey, I'm being told, is the driver whose eyes were glinting in the under the floodlights here on the ball here at the Speedway. So the 19, the Gear Racing powered by GRT Grasser, that car had a fuel pump that completely failed on the car and stranded the car out on the track. And I walked past that car a couple of times, and there was literally bodies climbing all over it, all over the rear end to get access to whatever the problem was. I'll tell you what, guys, I'll see if there's anybody in the team who can give us a bit of a detailed explanation as to exactly what the repair job was. I'll give you a shout if I find someone.
Thanks, Joe. I'll be listening out for you in case you can find someone from Grasser.
Kamui Kobayashi looking to make hay while it's in the darkness, because on a low tank of fuel, their number 10 car has just turned its best lap of the race last time around, 1:35.009 for Kamui Kobayashi, and all of a sudden that gap that was had been standing around 6 seconds for 10 or 12 laps, the vast majority of this stint, has suddenly ballooned out to 11.5 seconds between the number 10 and the number 5. Olivier Pla has just moved up into 3rd position, but a long way back as a result of that pit stop for the number 31 car, which I think is going to perhaps resume still ahead. No, it's dropped behind number 55 car as well. But the number 6 car of Juan Pablo Montoya, it is still 1 lap down in the 6th position. That's not what Roger Penske had in mind at the beginning of the day.
No, and that is the way that they finished the championship season last year at the Petit Le Mans, when they only needed to finish the race to secure the championship, and that car was held with, well, both hands behind its back, not allowed necessarily to go for the race win, because they were trying to focus on getting that bigger prize, the championship. I've just seen a message on the screen that's given me panic, and indeed it is happening, Jeremy. The championship defending GTD car, the 86 of Mario Farnbacher, is driving back behind the wall, going to its garage. There was a notice on the timing screen saying 86, car 86 behind the wall. I looked around, it was not. It was still showing as out on track. That's because it was. It came straight off the racetrack and is now heading back to its garage. This is a car that was completely rebuilt after a crash during the Roar before the 24. Shinya Mishimi behind the wheel had an off at the bus stop. And right now, instead of being in the 6th position as it was in class, fighting with Klaus Bachler and Bill Oberlin, it's headed to its garage. Oh boy. Send a quick message off to Matty Komar to try and find out what's happening with that car.
Yeah, that's not good news. The other 57 car, that's already a lap behind as well. So things not going the way of Meyershank Racing at the moment. There's number 6 car from Pablo Montoya.
Porpoising as he comes down the front straight. At the same symptoms as the Porsche was demonstrating all throughout practice. He's getting light with fuel, and indeed Montoya comes into the pit lane this time around. Let's see, no tires. Are they going to change tires? Well, the car has gone up on the air jacks, changing the nose by the look of it, or at least taking the nose off. Yep, they've pulled the nose clear off of that car. They've got new tires to go on it and putting a new nose onto the car. Refueling still going on, so no time has been lost. They've changed 1 of the 4 tires.
Yeah, it's been a struggle for, first of all, Simon Pagenaud, and then for Juan Pablo Montoya. And the car was running toward the end of the lead lap, but it's fallen off the lead lap at the previous round of pit stops. So I think that team really needs to think of something radical to bring some pace back to that car. It just hasn't been showing most of the way through this race.
It's pretty chilly out there, Joe. It's pretty chilly out there. I can tell that because drivers like Juan Pablo Montoya weaving in the fast lane to try and get some heat into the tires. Joe, what's it like? I have to go back out soon, so please don't scare me too much.
I'm from the northeast of England, so I can cope with the cold a lot better than you can, being a Floridian. My little nose is freezing. I'd make a good Labrador puppy at the moment. It's almost a little bit wet as well.
Joe, you would always make a good Labrador puppy.
It's quite cold down here. Hands are cold. Your hands are going to freeze. You need your gloves. But yes, that was quite distinctive what we saw the Acura do there. Montoya just weaving as he went out to the pits. I'm not really sure what that little weave will do just along the pit lane. He really needs to lean on the brakes and get the tyres working in the corner to get some proper temperature into those tyres. But it will be noticeable. The tyres are going on these cars pretty cold. So it's going to take at least 2, maybe even 3 laps before they are optimum temperature, and the drivers will be taking it very, very carefully indeed. As the number 5 Mustang sampling car, that car, couldn't quite tell what happened to that car, Shea. I'm going to plot up next to the number 10 garage, the Wayne Taylor Racing Konica Minolta Cadillac due in. I can tell they're due in because the crew is now standing on the wall with new tyres ready. No sign of a new driver, but at this stage of the proceedings, drivers can sometimes appear from the back of the awning, and we'll see. While you're down here, big shout out to some of the fans and listeners that are listening back home. Jamie Peters Ennis is still with us. Crazy considering he's in the UK and he's been watching and stayed with us from the start of this race and is still with us, hasn't fallen asleep. Ryan Walker, I'm not sure if Ryan's fallen asleep or he's still with us. And of course Paul Marquardt, who is actually here at the event somewhere. And I know he's still up because he's just posted a picture complaining of the cold, and he's from the northern United States, so he'll be able to cope with the cold much better than you.
Yeah, thanks, buddy. I'll leave you down there to stalk Wayne Taylor and the rest of the Konica Minolta Cadillac crew as we wait for Kamui to come in and hopefully stay behind the wheel of the car, because he's been providing some excellent entertainment. While we're on the role of mentioning people, hello to Nick Smith at Race Pick Service, falling asleep to the lilting tones of Specutainment and Blackpool Johnny, and then waking up to Gearbox Girl and Jeremy Shaw Racer. Is there a better way to spend a Saturday night apart from going straight through? What's happened overnight? Well, Nick, how much time have you got, my friend? Yeah. It's been an interesting night.
Yeah, the race has certainly settled down though. Now we've just got the 5 cars on the lead lap now. Number 6 car's fallen off the lead lap, just hasn't had the pace. The cars that have the pace in the overnight hours have been the 3 Cadillacs. The number 10 car still leads and owes us a pit stop in a lap or 2. In fact, it's in right now to complete lap 464. So right on schedule there for another 23 lap stint for Kamui Kobayashi. Joao Barbosa is going to remain most likely in second position, and then Mike Conway in the number 31 car in 3rd place.
At my feet comes the number 10 Cadillac then. No sign of any driver change, so all we've got is fuel going in, tyres going on, a tear-off being pulled from the windscreen by one of the mechanics, and the last of the tyres going on now. So we're going to have the jacks dropped, and as I say that, they do that indeed. Still fueling being the restrictive part of these fuel stops here, and a little bit of dryness. A little bit of pickup being removed from the front wheel arch there. We don't want that sort of stuff building up in there. So as you would expect, the number 10 car, very efficient pit stop, and it's back out.
Breathe in there, Joe, as it goes past you. Yeah, another 23 lap stint then for Kamui Kobayashi, number 10 car. Again, excellent fuel consumption that car is getting. It's going consistently a lap longer than the Mazdas, and the Acura is even less than that, probably a lot more again than the Mazdas. So Kamui Kobayashi is cementing that car's position at the front of the pack overall, with 13 and almost 13 and a half hours down and 10 and a half hours remaining.
Many thanks to Matty Komar. It was a broken splitter on the number 86 Meyer Shank Racing Acura, so that's why it's gone behind the wall to fix.
There's several cars have broken their splitters on the curbs, particularly over the bus stop chicane, and I seem to remember that team telling me they've had that problem several times already this weekend. But the problem is the number 55 car goes around number 10. That is not a battle for position, but that is number 55 car actually getting back on the lead lap.
Ooh.
But the curbs out there at bus stop in particular can be quite attritional, so that's something the teams have got to be aware of. We've seen several punctures during this race. We've also seen during the very few full course cautions that we've had, there've been the officials have been out looking at the curbings, particularly the exit of the corner on the kind of the fourth curb on the left as you head up onto the banking, just to make sure that is all standing up okay, it's not breaking up, there's no difficulties down there. But because if that were to be the case, then there would be certainly a higher propensity for punctures.
10 hours, 35 minutes, 35 seconds to go in this one. Guys, we're almost there. L. Perry, thank you very much, saying the number 6 at least changed the right side rubber during that stop when they put a new nose onto the car. So that's, glad you're watching out there, L. Got an extra set of eyes for us. I definitely saw new tires going on the right, but I just couldn't tell if there were new ones going on the left as well. Dries Vanthoor stretching the lead over Marco Mopelli to 34.5 seconds. Corey Lewis 11.5 behind Mopelli, still trying to reel in time from serving that penalty. Brian Sellers did the drive-through from wheel spinning while up on the air jacks. So Paul Miller Racing now with a little bit of an uphill climb to try and get back to the front, but they've got enough time. Chaz Mostert still leading. It's been a very consistent gap for the BMW over the Porsche for the last little bit, but now we have Nick Katzberg into the 3rd position, whereas Fred Makowiecki is back in 4th. What happened there?
Yeah, maybe some changing brakes or something for the number 911 car. Certainly lost a little bit of time on the last round of pit stops, but a good stop certainly for the number 3 Corvette to get itself back up into 3rd position. Had been running in 5th behind the Ferrari.
Yeah.
And it's now how far ahead of the Ferrari? It's already now 16 seconds ahead of the Ferrari, so that's a pretty good gap made by the number 3 car. Plus, it's turning some very good laps right now, 43.7. Excuse me, last time around to the 45 for Fred Makowiecki. A bit of problems there, I think, for the Frenchman out on track.
Nick Katzberg, who does have experience in this race, his best finish coming in 2nd when he was racing with Black Swan Racing back in 2016. He's a guy who's got a lot of experience finishing 2nd in major endurance races. I can say this because he's in the car now and won't hear me to get mad about that. But he's finished 2nd at the Spa 24 Hours in 2018, 2nd at the Nürburgring 24 Hours in 2017, and would really, really like to break rid of that 24-hour finishing 2nd thing by getting a win here at the Rolex 24, particularly considering how much this race means to the team he's driving for.
There's a purple sector for Mike Conway in the first part of this track. That's from through turn 1, turn 2, the International Horseshoe and the kink heading towards the West Horseshoe. 31.304 seconds for that split for Mike Conway. So he's up to speed very quickly in the number 31 car. He's been at the wheel actually. That he took over the wheel after 458 laps. So he's done 8 laps already, but he hasn't really made much gains on the 2nd place car. He's running in 3rd right now. Kamui Kobayashi, that gap is pretty much stabilized around about 11 seconds, and it's a very similar margin back to Mike Conway in 3rd.
Who is blitzing the times right now. He's done purple sector 1, personal best sector 2, so overall best 1st sector. Let's see what he does as he comes through the tri-oval. They're going 3 wide on the front straight as they come through the tri-oval. It's a prototype of Conway up top, and the lap time is
compromised. 36.0 was a lap time, but there was certainly more in it on that lap for Mike Conway, but he had to go around those other cars, take the longer way around the banking.
Yeah.
I think perhaps he lost a bit of time out at the bus stop as well.
There was a GTD car all the way down on the line. That was the 74 Riley Technology Mercedes, and then I think it was the white BMW, the number 25 from Team RLL. That was making up the meat of the sandwich. Well, I've just heard Joe's mic open back up, so I'm going to bring him in on a conversation. He was watching a very long pit stop down in the pit lane for the number 8. That's the Tower Events by Starworks racing car. That car has had quite a bit of issues so far in this race. And Joe, is it radiator issues again? Is it something to do with the cooling?
I'm not sure. The car was sat with the front of the car removed, and I'm not sure exactly what the problem was. Pete Barron is on the pit perch, and I'm going to ask Peter the question, but he's just in a conversation at the moment with probably his number 1 mechanic. It was sat there devoid of a nose section, and then a new nose section was brought out of the car, and that was put on. There was a little bit of a tension going on in kind of the footwell area that sits behind the nose where the driver's feet are, but I'm not sure that's in relation to any kind of overheating problem, unless it was ducting in the front section of the nose. Now Pete Barron looks like he might be now it looks like this car might be going behind the wall. I'm just reading the body language. The crew are moving out. Let's have a word with Peter. Peter, is the car going behind the wall now for a problem?
Yeah, we're trying to figure out exactly what's going on, but the car's been having some porpoising issues out there, and then I don't know if it was something that broke on the floor or it snapped maybe one of the locators that holds on the front nose, but we tried switching the noses and found that the problem with the 2 locator pins had broken, so going back to the garage and fix it and just make sure it's safe.
Yeah, because it's a pretty serious, porpoising is a pretty serious matter, especially I would imagine around here on the banking, Peter.
Yeah, at the speeds, I mean, you can see you can barely even see straight. It's bouncing so bad, so it's just not safe.
I believe you haven't had the car that long. You took delivery of the car at Christmas time, I'm being told.
Yeah, right before Christmas, and yeah, one of those like new gremlins. I don't know, just unfortunate. Yeah.
Well, you know how to cope, Peter. You've been around this thing for some time. Peter Barron there, who's overseeing the operations at he's the Starworks part of this Tower Motorsport with Starworks Tower Motorsports by Starworks, and Peter Barron there. Shame. Shall we explain what porpoising is for the people, for the listeners, wherever you are in the world?
Sure.
In case you don't know what that is.
Yeah, happily.
It's basically an aero problem where the car has downforce which presses the car to the floor, and then all of a sudden, for no apparent reason, it will lose that downforce and the car will raise up, and then it will get downforce and it'll push it back down. And basically it's kind of going up and down in a very high rate of frequency, and it's kind of like the whole car going up and down, and you're losing downforce, you're gaining downforce, you're losing downforce at a very rapid rate. And it renders the car sort of, the handling will be foul. And like Peter said, at the kind of speeds we've got here at Daytona on the banking and across the tri-oval, you've got that car bouncing up and down. We used to see it quite plain to see back in the days of ground effect, the early days of ground effect Formula One, where you would see the cars absolutely flapping their way down the straight. And it's so it's clearly some sort of damage that's causing that aero imbalance and causing that car to do that.
And the cars we've seen that from this week so far, most notably have been the new Porsches. The Porsche 911 RSR 19 have been porpoising quite a lot coming into turn 1 in particular, but it seems to be more of a problem when they're on low fuel runs, which makes sense because the fuel cell is toward the front of the car, so there's less weight to hold that down. So that has been not just a prototype issue this weekend. It's the number 8 we expect to go behind the wall, as Peter Barron just said. And by the way, got an answer. There was someone on Twitter who asked a while ago why Peter Barron had copied his go-kart livery from a million years back. Well, Peter told me this morning, I never copied anyone's livery. I just went for the cheapest looking design, and that's what I came up with. So there you go, Mr. Twitter asker. There's your answer. Out on track, the gap from first to second, 9.3 seconds. And from second to third, Mike Conway closing in on former teammate Joao Barbosa. It's 11.7 seconds now.
Yeah, that's stayed about the same. It was 10 for quite a long time, and it sort of hasn't really it's fluctuated just a little bit in traffic shade, but those all three leaders now pretty much running identical laps on a consistent basis, at least on a regular basis, so the gaps are staying fairly constant. It's fluctuated by maybe a second or so between each of them, but 9.3, as you say, the gap between first and second, 11.7 this time around between second and third. But Oliver Jarvis, who's taken over the number 77 car from Olivier Pla, the last round of pit stops, is falling back 50 seconds now behind the three Cadillacs, and 23 seconds separates the two Mazdas. That gap between the 77 and the number 55 has come down just a little bit over the last few laps, but certainly nothing appreciable really.
Jeremy, what's the GTLM lap record for the race? Do you have that
GTLM
handy?
lap record is 42.908.
Ah, so we are still quite a ways off of that.
No, actually Daniel Serra has absolutely matched that.
Did he?
Well, number 42.908 for a car number 62 for Serra.
43.908 for Sarah. 42.908. Oh yeah, last lap. Oh my God, Sarah's flying out there.
It wasn't his last lap. No, the last lap was 43.9.
Yes, so he was 1 second off the last lap, whereas everybody else was almost a second off of what he did the last lap. So 42.908, and Sarah has done that. So we have already seen the super quick times for GTLM, even though we know that the super quick times for GTLM might not necessarily come until it's actually time to win a watch. As Connor D. Filippi.
Actually, the fastest lap of the class was set by Nicky Katzberg just about 20 laps ago in the Corvette car number 3 of 142.683.
Which is the lap record?
Which is a new lap record.
Ah. Very interesting.
42.9, yep.
So the fast laps are starting to come, even though the sun is nowhere near coming up yet.
Yeah, and you know, conditions are great right now because it's cool. The tires love this. The engines like this. The visibility is good. You're focused with the darkness around you. There's less kind of distractions in some ways for the drivers, and everybody loves driving at this time of the day or the morning, the overnight hours. Everything just seems to be. Something take it kind of more in your stride for some reason. It's probably a subliminal thing, but it certainly seems to work. And either side of a couple of back markers, that was number 9 car, wasn't it? They split the two leaders.
I believe that's Harry Tinknell.
Yeah, it is. He's still trying to stay
Kobayashi,
on the lead lap.
and went to the bottom side, did Tinknell, around the Pfaff Motorsport Porsche exiting turn 6, whereas Kobayashi went around the top side of them, not at the same time, which would have just given the driver of the 9, Lars Kern, a little bit of pause. Man who's used to driving around the Nürburgring, though, with a zillion other cars around him at the same time, so hopefully not too much of a panic for Lars, the German. But it is getting to that point in time where you can't afford to be put down a lap on pace. So Tinknell knows that and will continue to fight as hard as he can to keep Kobayashi behind him.
Yeah, he absolutely will.
That's going to be a nerve-wracking stint for Harry now, because Harry, class. The interview that I did with him earlier, where he accepted responsibility for the contact with
begrudgingly.
Begrudgingly. and he said that there had been some interaction between both of them that was questionable. So that's something that the jury can determine in the, 6 weeks we have before Sebring. Something we can go back and review the evidence. And
well, the stewards already made their call, didn't they, on that one?
They did. They decided that Harry was at fault.
As you say, Tinknell accepted that penalty.
So he's got a yellow card right now against his name.
Yep.
He doesn't want to get another yellow card.
Absolutely right.
He really doesn't want to get a red card, and he really, really doesn't want to get a, here's your walking papers, Mr. Tinknell, from his employers. So Harry's got to drive defensively, but he's also got to drive safely. not an enviable position to be put into as a race car driver. You always want to think that you can do whatever you want behind the wheel of your car because your team has the utmost amount of faith in you. And while they do with Tinknell, I'm sure you still have that moment fresh in your mind of, oh, I did screw up once already today.
Some sort of a problem on the last lap for Joao Barbosa, 1:39.0, which is
What?
probably 3 seconds away from what he has been doing. Behind him, Mike Conway's just turned one of his best laps of the race at 1:35.6. The car's best at 1:35.3. So all of a sudden, the gap from first to second out to over 10 seconds again, but the gap from second to third down to 7.6 last time around.
Huh. And as I said, former team cars, so that's not exactly going to be very cordial if the two of them find their way to one another out on the circuit. Mike Conway, who has driven with Joao Barbosa in that number 5 Mustang sampling Cadillac, very recent past. Think back to Petit Le Mans last year. So they know each other's driving style fairly well. Should be a fun battle though if they get together on track. A bit like playing chess with the Grand Master.
Yeah.
10 hours, 20 minutes. And the lights still illuminating. No hint of any lightning of the sky, but still no clouds really out there. We have been very lucky this year. Although we paid for it last year, my shoe's still drying out somewhere in a trash
3:20 in
heap.
the morning. We're good 3.5 hours away from daylight here. It'll begin to lighten up before then, but it's 3:20 in the morning. So it's been a long day and a long night for these teams and drivers, but Kamui Kobayashi continues to turn fast laps at the front of the field. 1:36.3 last time around. The gap now 11 seconds from first to second. 1:35.8 for Kobayashi.
The 18 Aero Motorsports LMP2 car is back in the pit lane. Joe Bradley is watching over it.
Well, it just seems like 5 minutes ago this car was in, and I was reporting that the Aero Motorsport car currently third in LMP2. I stand corrected. Is this in sequence, Jeremy? Is this car? Because what's happening is it's just getting tyres and fuel. No driver. Driver stays in. Have I really been in the pits that long to see this car uses? Have I really been in here that long for that car to have gone and done a full fuel stint?
Probably.
I probably have. I came in at about 50 minutes ago, so yeah, that figures, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Time flies when you're having fun.
Kidding.
Just
Really
gonna say
does.
that, Joe. Stealing my lines, man. Not supposed to do that. Keep talk about how cold I'm gonna get when I'm out there, and then you steal all my punchlines. Let's see if I let you in the car when it comes time to sleep. So, Kamui Kobayashi, 11.5 seconds over Joao Barbosa. Ooh, the gap between Mostert and Bamber has started to come down a little bit. It's now 5.2 seconds.
Yeah, it's come down by
By-
4/10 of a second over the last half dozen laps.
Yeah, well, it was 7.7
It was
the
over
last time I
7
mentioned
seconds,
that.
that's true. Yeah.
So that's quite a big change for those two cars in the GTLM category. Which for Chaz, if they just left him on Australian time, then he's fine right now. He's golden. Maybe start to think about what he's going to do for dinner at this point.
Nicky Katzberg, while Bamber has closed in a little bit on Mostert, he's pulled away a little bit also from Nicky Katzberg in third position. And the gap back to Fred Makovecki, that's come down a little bit as well. 7.5 seconds now between number 3 and the number 911 car.
Car 63, Scuderia Corsa WeatherTech Ferrari in. Fourth place in the GTD class at the moment. And again, driver staying put and only tyres and fuel. It's Cooper McNeil at the car. I can tell by that he's very tall. He's unfeasibly tall. How he gets in there, I do not know. It's even more impressive how he gets out. But that car now being fueled, the tyres are on, and now I love how the rules allow the drivers to be able to wheel spin away from their pit box. I think that should be made mandatory. Anyone who doesn't wheel spin away from their pit box should get a penalty. And Cooper McNeil would have got no penalty whatsoever there.
Hashtag America. It's Cooper McNeil, who's already won 2 races at Daytona International Speedway this weekend in the Ferrari Challenge in a number 63 Scuderia course WeatherTech Ferrari. That's a little bit of symmetry right there for you. Looking to try and make it 3 for 3 on the weekend and get his first win of this major motor race. The number 86 Acura driving out from behind the wall, splitter having been changed on that, as the number 7 has just done a pit stop. That is the much delayed Acura Team Penske car. Here comes the Acura from behind the wall. The 86 has to wait for some cars pitting. This would be the 47 ppm Lamborghini and the number 74 Riley Technology Mercedes. The 86 comes and hits its marks. Will be fuel and tires, but we'll have to wait a little bit longer to see if Mario Farnbacher stayed aboard. Looks like fairly routine service for the other 2 GTD stops on the pit lane. Bill Riley's car, which came in with Felipe Fraga behind the wheel, 10th. Took me a moment there because Jerome Bleekemolen is out on track in the Black Swan Racing Porsche.
Yeah.
Gosh, it's weird to say that. Jerome not running with Ben, not running for Bill Riley. He raced for Bill Riley on Friday in a Mercedes, and yeah, just a weird sort of readjustment to the brain to think about Jerome Bleekemolen not being in the car, sitting on the pit lane right now. Ooh, both cars that came in together leaving nearly identical times. 47 had a shorter run to the pit exit and leaves ahead of the 74 once again. So that's a nice bit of symmetry between those two. Risi Competizione Ferrari is in once again. Fuel and tires only. Daniel Serra staying aboard that car, which makes sense. Double stint the drivers overnight. And in also the much delayed BMW, which means that in the not too distant future, that number 24 leading GT Le Mans car should also be coming down the pit lane, with Earl Bamber still closing in on Chaz Mostert.
He is, isn't he?
Yeah.
Both of the Porsches picking up the pace in the latter stages of their stint. And last time around, we're regularly seeing the 62 car coming in 1 lap before the number 3, then 1 lap later for the 911 car after that. 24 car has been out front for a long time now.
Yes, it has.
And that we expect that to be the last of the GTLM leaders to make its next pit stop.
In next is the number 3 Corvette.
Thank you.
Look out the window, and where's Joe? I don't see him standing down there. That's a driver's change. Antonio Garcia taking back over that car. Nick Katzberg jumping out. Fuel and tires. Service looks fairly routine. They do the right front and left rear first, and then they do the right rear and the left front. And Joe is waiting for the BMW, so I'll keep watching the Corvette. As the stop looks fairly routine, car comes off the air jack, door opens, still trying to claim out a data stick, as the window for that will be closing here shortly. So they want to try and get that done. Fuel probe still attached, and let's see, car moves and away. Wow, that was almost perfect. That was almost a 30-second stop for the Corvette. We're gonna go down to Joe Bradley in the pit lane with Connor DeFilippi.
Yeah, I'm going to give him a chance to put his coat on because he's going to catch a chill. He's obviously been working very hard and he'll be quite sweaty, so Connor just putting his coat on because he will really feel the cold. Connor, I'm just mentioning how cold it is out here. Has that made any difference to the track temperatures and hence the handling of the car?
Yeah, for us it has. The track has, so far it keeps coming to us. As the track rubbers in, we seem to, our issues that we had previous in the weekend with handling wise have kind of slowly disappeared. Our traction is improving, which is kind of was our flaw all weekend. And as the track rubbers in, it seems to be helping us. So obviously the turbos love the cold air. Just trying to be smart on the outlaps. It's really, really tricky out there on the outlap. So just trying to play that smart and Yeah, we're obviously not in a great position at the moment, but the sister car is running well, so we'll be able to do anything we can, try things to try to help them win this race.
Great stuff, Conor. I'll leave you to debrief. He spoke to me before he spoke to his engineer, which is always a bit of a bonus. And you know what? I was speculating about triple stinting tyres. There really is no need, is there? You know, there's no need to chance the tyres going off and wearing out, because we can change tyres within the space of time it takes to refuel these cars. So you may as well change tyres. Double stinting, well, that's just about tyre wear, isn't it?
True, Joe. Good morning, Joe. Thank you very much to Shea Adam. Johnny Palmer taking over now for the next stint, because it's very close to 3:30 in the morning. I suppose the only restriction regarding tyres is the fact that you've only got 38 sets at your disposal, and that incorporates all of the practice sessions, qualifying and the race too. So the team will have carefully thought about where they can use tyres and at what times. But yeah, in terms of how long things take in the pit lane, certainly you might as well change tyres, because the fueling is the longest thing.
Absolutely true. And they'll be getting towards the stage now, I think, where there's still several hours night time to go, certainly, but in the cool of the night, that's when you want to double stint your tyres. The tyres are going to take less abuse in the cooler conditions, generally speaking, than they would in warmer conditions. So this is time to get that done. I think we've seen several teams doing exactly that through the night time. But tell you what, it hasn't slowed down Kamui Kobayashi at all. He's just gone purple in sector 1 on this lap. And the gap between first and second and third is pretty much stable now. About 10 seconds between each of them as they complete lap 480. Still on course for a record distance here in the 58th running of the Rolex 24 at Daytona.
And the car you hear in the background is the number 12 Lexus, which is heading through Speedway Turn 2 and onto the back straights. So car up ahead that it is chasing will be the BMW, perhaps? No, it's a too big gap to the M6 for Bill Oberlin, but that's the Lexus that's being driven by Shane van Gisbergen. GT Daytona led by Marco Mappelli, still for GRT Magnus and the Lamborghini Huracan. So shows how important qualifying is, doesn't it? Because that car didn't even take part in qualifying 2 days ago, and it is really dominant at this stage of the race in the GT Daytona class. Yeah,
pit stops for our leaders actually in GT Daytona. Number 88 car, Dries Vanthoor, really good stint by him. He comes into the lead, into the pits from the lead. Also the second place car does stay out actually. That's number 44 of Marco Mappelli, the Italian driving that car now, also into the pits. So it's the third place car of Corey Lewis for Paul Miller Racing. So it's now the number 44 car that will leapfrog through and up into third place, but a distant third place, with many of the other leaders in the class having made pit stops within the last few laps, including the number 96 BMW. Have already made their stops. So Lars Kern's up into third place right now. Pit stop though for the number 55 Mazda.
Yeah, and a wipe of the screen, so no tear off required. These cars, even very early on in the race, seem to be getting pretty grimy on the nose of the cars. The Mazdas particularly, although one or two, I remember drivers reporting that there was possibly one car with trailing a bit of oil in the opening stages. I think we put that down to the Ghia Lamborghini. That required a top-up, even at the first stop for Christina Nielsen. So again, the Mazda getting a bit of a wipe clean, but the white car bizarrely less grubby as we headed through the race. That's the 77 car of Ollie Jarvis. But 55 in, with Harry Tinknell coming to the end of that stint.
And that car, Johnny, the number 55 car, has been battling as hard as he possibly can to stay on the lead lap over the last half an hour or so. Been trying to stay ahead of the overall race leader Kumuyi Kobayashi in car number 10, who's continuing to run an excellent pace. He's still a couple of laps to go before we expect to see that car onto pit lane.
Let's go down to Joe Bradley. Got the GTLM leader, which is the black BMW car number 24.
Yeah, I'm being offered nobody to talk to down here, Johnny, because all the drivers are choosing to stay in the cars, or at least the team managers or strategists are keeping the drivers in the car. We've got the 24 BMW in for fuel and tyres. Fueling not quite complete. Tyres are done though, so we're just waiting for the fueler to move away, and that car will get back out there. That is our leading GTLM BMW back out and into the race.
Back on the move, the BMW goes then, and still looks very, very smart, that Beamer, in its nighttime guise. Do like the sort of passenger, or the rear passenger window surrounded in the white light, and also that strip across the top of the visor as well. So stealth-like in the black livery. It goes back out for Team RLL, and the M8 GTE heading now into the right-hander. But the 24 BMW, and then Mathieu Jaminet in the 912 Porsche, both pitting on the same lap and heading back out onto track. There were 4 seconds between the two of them before that stop, I reckon. Try and get you a gap. Actually, no, the current gap is 4.5 seconds between those two cars. So Chazzy Mostert with a fair bit of pressure as he brings that car back out again. And that's mightily impressive, isn't it, for a lead margin as far as excitement is concerned in GTLM. Still hovering around 4 or 5 seconds with 10 hours to go. But the point is, we've had nearly 14 hours of this 58th edition of the 24 Hours of Daytona. Also in now from second position is Joao Barbosa in second of the Cadillacs as well. It's 1, 2, 3 for Cadillac DPI, and Joe Bradley watching this stop. I think
we're going to see a driver change. Joao Barbosa has jumped out. I think that was Sebastian Bourdais who's clambered aboard. They do it very, very quickly down here at the JDC Miller team. The tyres are done. But the fueling's done. That was very, very swift, wasn't it? Great pit stop there from number 5. Still in contention, isn't it? It's still going round in contention, and came in second place. Can't see it losing that in that pit stop phase.
No, the gap between it and the next car, about 90 seconds to Mike Conway. So 5 to 31. So used to calling those two cars as teammates, but they're not anymore, sister cars, i.e. because the Mustang Sampling Racing sponsored car, the JDC Miller machine, is rejoining now. Let's get a little word from Joao Barbosa. I'll tottle up how many actual 24 hours of Daytona he's done whilst he speaks to Joe Bradley.
Joe, you're a very experienced driver here. You know this place inside out. Tell me, what's the very cool temperatures here doing to this?
Oh, it's very tricky, it's very challenging, especially when you go out on new tires. There's zero grip and it's very easy to do mistakes. But you know, the Mustang Sampling JDC Cadillac is running really, really well. It's still a long, long way to go, but man, these guys have been doing a great job in pit stops. You know, the car is performing well. The track is very challenging. Some GT traffic. It's very, very difficult to overtake, but you know, we just need to keep our nose clean till the end of the race, and then we'll see where we can go.
And when you first go out on those new tyres, Joe, how long is it before you can really trust them?
It takes 2 to 3 laps, but the out lap is really, really tough. You know, the first, even coming out of pit lane, it's off the pits, it's really tough because there's really no grip. braking to the first corner. The national horseshoe is really tough. It's very easy to do mistakes, so we really need to be very careful out there, but everything's going well.
Great stuff, thanks, Joe. Joe Bob Bolster there. Just out of the number 5, Mustang sampling JDC Miller car there, and he, as we said, Johnny, brought the car in second, and I think he'll probably maintain that after we've cycled through these pit stops.
Yeah, thank you, Joe. 17 24 hours of Daytona I make it so far. This will be his 18th. At least that's what my stats say, but it's very easy to miss one when you're dealing with that level of high number. But an ever-present, pretty much, for, well, back to 2006. I don't reckon he did it in 2005, although he was part of some American sports car racing nevertheless. The ALMS, as it was then, the American Le Mans Series, drove for Roll Center Racing in 2005. Also did the 24 Hours of Le Mans for the same team in the same year. And that's not just his only 24 Hours of Le Mans appearance, of course. The FAF Porsche comes onto pit road with Lars Kern, Porsche development driver, but also an expert in race format too, not only here, but also in the big ones at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. Used to testing cars around that incredibly demanding track, but also becoming more and more of an expert around the high banks of Daytona as well. So Lars Kern's going to get out of the number 9 car in its semi-plaid livery, and the guys this weekend driving that car have some spectacular race suits as well that make them look like they're wearing a black and red plaid shirt, but with jeans as well and kind of white sneakers, because they're, well, certainly Zachary Robichon's race boots look more like sneakers from a distance, so I'm sure one or two IMSA officials have got rather confused with them being in their civvies when actually they're in a full race suit. Car 10 being driven again very quickly indeed by Kamui Kobayashi, back onto pit lane, and Joe Bradley's watching this stop for us.
Yeah, I think Kamui's going to stay in the car though, Johnny. It's on the pit apron now. That I'm not sure it even took tyres on there. I think we've just seen a refuel stop there. I'll head down there. I'm kind of watching it as I get closer to it, and as far as I can see, it was only fuel. The tyres were brought out onto the apron, but the last-minute decision to not change onto brand new Michelin rubber. The brand new Michelin rubber remains on the pit wall, and yeah, that's confirmed. So just fuel for the number 10.
Yeah, okay. It was a 33-second stop, by the way. I can tell that by the sort of purpley coloured, normally positional lights on the side of the car, but during a pit stop they count up and tell me 33 seconds. Back into the lead. That positional light now turns to a white number 1, and the number 10 car continues into the night. You're tuned to RS2, IMSA Radio across the USA and around the world. Live from trackside at Daytona International Speedway, it's Johnny Palmer and Joe Bradley with the 24 Hours of Daytona. The next hour of racing starts now. Konica Minolta Cadillac DPI with Kamui Kobayashi, the very rapid Japanese driver, heading up onto Speedway Turn 1 here at Daytona. You can often just lose that car because of its jet black livery, and on the back straight, the only thing piercing through the night are when it slows the very, very red brake rotors or brake discs on the front and rear, and that little blue pilot light, if you like, on the top of the car. But when it's at a certain angle, even lose the headlights as well. Rooftop Ray, again, back here at Daytona. Thanks, as always, for all his help giving us footage on the live stream from that lone camera at the top of the grandstand. This is Daytona number 25 for Rooftop Ray, and that's without a break as well. So a happy quarter century to you, Ray, as he tracks the number 10 car. We're in sound and vision, by the way, so if if you're out and about and about to head home, or perhaps out of the car, and you can do it safely, then do latch on to our live stream. RadioLeMans.com, it can be found there, and it's sound and vision perfectly synced to enjoy yet another hour of the Daytona 24. We're into hour 15 now. Here's the order in DPI. Kamui Kobayashi, car number 10, the Konica Minolta Cadillac DPI. That makes it the first of 3 caddies, in fact, out front, because 28.1 seconds further back, Sebastian Bourdais in the JDC Miller prepared Mustang Sampling Racing Cadillac is in 2nd position. That's the car number 5. And then its old teammate, we can say, the 31 car, which is still an Action Express machine, the Whelen Engineering Racing caddy of Mike Conway, is in 3rd position. And the gap's come down now between Bourdais and Conway because of Bourdais' recent pit stop. Just 5 seconds between the 5 and the 31. 4th position is Oliver Jarvis in the first of the Mazda Team Joest DPIs, car 77. And it's the difference between Conway and Jarvis, around about 40 seconds. It's then 30 seconds back to the sister Mazda of about half a second, and a further 40 seconds then back to the 6th place car of Juan Pablo Montoya, and that's the first of the Acura DPIs. Let's get a word with Rahel Fry, who was a relatively late sign-up at the gear by GRT Grasser Lamborghini Huracan, now with Joe.
Rahel, the problem that stopped the car earlier, clearly now sorted, car going well.
Yeah, we hope so. We are not sure for 100%, but the mechanics, they did a great job. Yeah, unfortunately we lost several laps, more than 30, and we all know to catch them back it's so difficult. But right now the car is running smoothly again, and yeah, hope it stays like this. So we keep the fingers crossed.
Pressure is now off. All you can do now is just enjoy the drive and just see where you come.
Unfortunately it is, yes.
That's what it is. What exactly was the problem? Did the team tell you?
Something within the tank. We suddenly lost fuel pressure, and we all know an engine can't run without fuel, so unfortunately we had to stop then. But it's, yeah, as you said, it seemed to be fixed. Keep the finger crossed that it stays like this.
Great stuff, great drive. Sorry guys, I'm tripping over people here. Johnny, let me get out of here.
Rahel Fry, always very knowledgeable, I find. You know, not only is she super fast, but also when willing to, she will tell you what's wrong with the car as well. Sadly, a horrible end to the European Le Mans Series season at Portimao, when her crew at Kessel Racing, driving a GTE Ferrari, were in contention to finish 2nd in the championship, but an incident, well, actually in the opening lap, where several cars were involved, a horrible moment actually, where an LMP2 car was sideways, one of the Thunderhead Carlin Delaras, and many GT cars further back with nowhere to go, and sadly her car was one of them, not being driven by Rahel at the time. But there was then a red flag period, and they really hoped they could get the car fixed and back out, but it wasn't to be. I'm sure they'll come back fighting again though, in that championship, and indeed in this particular race, where it's a GT3 car at the all-female driver lineup's disposal. Heading down off the banking and into turn number 1 is the 48 car with the green detailing. That's the Paul Miller Racing Lamborghini Huracan, now scored as the leader in GT Daytona. 2nd position, and it's sort of flip-flopping between the two Huracans at the moment, is the 44, which came in for its latest pit stop from the lead, and Marco Mappelli handed over to John Potter. So Potter 2nd, and really not very far away from Corey Lewis. The margin is 1.6 seconds, and it's even less than that now as they head out of the Western Horseshoe and towards turn 6. Probably measure it in car lengths actually, as they slowed for the left-hander. It's probably about 10 or 12 car lengths between the two. The 48 Paul Miller car catching up with one of the Acuras, and that's not the blue 57 car, so therefore must be the other NSX in GTD. which is the number 86 car of Mario Farnbacher, currently 14th position. So if 48 can get ahead of the 86, that would put that car another lap down, but it's sadly a number of laps down already because of early dramas for the Meyershank Racing with Kerb Agajanian. And that 86 car 14th ahead of Catherine Legg, but again there are many laps between those two cars. What's that? 23 laps between Farnbacher and Catherine Legg and the Gear Racing car, which is Rahel Fry's mount. Just been hearing from her. I was giving you an order in DPI, pretty much got down to 6th position, and Juan Pablo Montoya. Matthias Leist in the 85 JDC Miller car, the all-yellow Cadillac, completes the top 7 in DPI. And the recovery drive for Acura number 7 continues with Acura number 7, 8th place in class, and that is Alexander Rossi charging his way through after, if you weren't around in the early stages of the race, a nasty looking clash between Elio Castaneves and Harry Tinknell into the bus stop. Tinknell assessed as the driver at fault. He was given a drive-through penalty, but it took about 40 minutes. I think I had it down as actually 38 minutes and 38 seconds for the number 7 car to be repaired and head back into the race. So we're at a stage now where Rossi's only got 3 LMP2 cars ahead of him, and he'll be back with the main bank of DPIs, at least on the timing screen. But he is 22 laps down on the overall leader. GTLM leader is Chazzy Mostert. The other thing that we noticed earlier on in the week from the Chevrolet Corvettes, the C8Rs, we'll particularly see this at night as well, is not only the glowing exhausts that are red hot, but there's this Bunsen burner effect out of each of the exhausts, which is I don't know, 3 or 4 inches of a sort of blue flame which protrudes from the exhaust. Joe Bradley is witnessing this, because you were fairly late to the party this week at Daytona, but that's the first time I think you've caught a glimpse of that, particularly for the number 3.
I've got to thank Rooftop Ray for that, because he followed the Corvette round, and we were talking about it earlier and you were describing it. I didn't think you meant as it constantly did a lap. There is this constant blue flame burning from both exhausts, like Bunsen. I mean, I don't even know if schools use Bunsen burners now, and people of a certain age will know what we're talking about. There might be quite a lot of our listeners who haven't got a clue what we're talking about, JP. But
that's true.
I'm going to head up to Corvette and see if somebody like Doug Feehan is sitting, and I'm going to ask him. I mean, that is, talk about efficient burn. That is burning every last droplet of fuel to the point where you're creating it's not exhaust gas that's leaving, it's actually burning gases that's coming out of the back of that exhaust, isn't it? It's still in the burn phase by the looks of that. It
seems so, yeah. And I don't know whether that's wasted energy because it's being spewed out the back rather than being burned in the chamber, in the engine itself. It's exactly the same engine that was in the old Corvette, by the way, but the way that I think it's a different crank system, and also the fact that it's mid-engine, means that the engine note, the sound of those Corvettes, is completely different, as there is sweeping up taking place in the Lexus garage. Now that's the 12 that Shane Van Gisbergen brought in. Joe Bradley saying it's a different engine, isn't it, in the Chevrolet Corvette? Well, it's not turbocharged. I know that for a fact.
It's a V8, but it's a different engine that we saw in the front engine cars.
Do you know that for a fact? Because I thought we'd been told it was the same engine, it had just been moved.
I'm sorry, Johnny, I literally could not hear a thing you said there. It's really loud.
Do you know that for a fact, that statement? Or because I thought we'd been told it was the same 5.5 V8 normally aspirated engine, just been moved to the middle of the car.
Well, I asked someone the question about it being, well, it's still, the Chevy V8, and it's, well, yes, it's a Chevy V8, but it's a completely brand new engine. And I've just arrived, not completely brand new design.
And John mentioned something about was it a flat crank or a something? I can't remember the detail that he said now, but the way the crankshaft is installed, it's a completely different system. Therefore, the engine sounds totally different.
Johnny, I've got a man who'll be able to shed some light. Dan, we're just speculating as to exactly what engine is in this new mid-engine Corvette. It's a different engine, I've been told, completely different engine. Yes, it's a V8, but it's a different engine than what we saw in last year's front-engine car.
It's a different engine for sure, but at this point we can't talk about it.
All right, they can't talk about anything. This is a very early development of this car. The thing that started the conversation, Dan, was the kind of Bunsen burner flame effect that we've got constantly coming out of that exhaust. It's not exhaust gases we're seeing exhaust burn. It's like a constant burn right at the very end of the exhaust.
Yeah, the tailpipes are pretty short, and with the power that it's making right now, at nighttime you can see the flames coming out the back, but even during the day it's doing the same thing. So in testing we saw that, and I think it's just a phenomena that the pipes are all straight on this car. In the old car they were turned, so you didn't really see the flames coming out. So anyways, it looks cool at night.
It looks very cool. Dan, you've been around this Corvette program for a long, long time. Does this new program excite you?
It does. It's a lot of work by all these people, from the guys at Powertrain to all the guys at Pratt & Miller, and it's just an amazing group of guys and a lot of work getting done, and all brand new stuff. The one car's running really good. The other car, they're getting ready to come back out, so we'll see what happens.
Great, so thanks. Dan Binks there, who's crew chief here at Corvette, and he has really been around Corvette racing for such a long time, and if that man can be excited by anything like this, then we all should be. And I know I am. I'm really, I'm going to start some research into that, JP. It's phenomenal, isn't it?
Well, it's either Dan just knows all the information and doesn't want to tell us, or the engine's that top secret. Even Dan hasn't got a clue about a lot of it. I'm sure he has, but yeah, it's unusual to see so much flame licking from both exhaust pipes, and as he said, we've seen that in testing. We're not too worried about it. The fact that they've got over 14 hours in, clearly they're not too bothered about the fuel economy of that car, because it's ticking off some decent stints and is now very, very close to the tail of the third place Porsche. So GTLM, we might have only had 7 cars enter that field for this year's Daytona 24, but is very closely bunched, as we've come to expect over the last, 10 years or so for GTLM, perhaps more. BMW, Porsche, Chevrolet, the biggest gap is between the two RSR 19s at 21 seconds near enough. But Chazzy Mostert, not a moment to lose for him. He's only 7 seconds up the road from Mathieu Jaminet in the best of the Porsche 911s. That's actually the 912 numbered car for the new to IMSA 911 RSR 19. Then that 20.8 second gap there or thereabouts to the sister car, and Matty Campbell, who drives that, only just ahead of the first of the Chevrolet Corvette C8Rs. Antonio Garcia, the Spaniard, is at the wheel of that car, number 3. And then a little further back, Daniel Serra. But you're only talking, 12 seconds back to Daniel Serra. So the Ferrari's still in the hunt here. It might be 35, 40 seconds away from the race leader, but that's absolutely nothing were we to get another caution. 3 minutes to 4 in the morning. You're tuned to RS2 IMSA Radio across the USA and around the world. Johnny Palmer looking after things in the commentary box, and it's Joe Bradley in the pit lane, having just spoken to Dan Binks at Chevrolet Corvette, and keeping an eye on all the pit stops across the 4 different classes. DPI starting to settle down again, although I've just noticed an Acura on pit road. That's got to be the 7, and is Alexander Rossi in and back out again. Still has 3 LMP2 cars ahead of it before it can start to even think about attacking the rest of the DPI field. I mentioned earlier on after the drama for the number 7, at the time being driven by Elia Castroneves, it's well worth getting that car back out, which they did within 40 minutes, because there are points to be picked up. And as long as it finishes, even if the 7 cars ahead get to the flag where they are now, then it'll still pick up 8th place points, which I'm pretty sure Jeremy Shaw mentioned earlier on was 23, and the winner gets 35. So you are only going to lose 12 points. And not the losing margin you really want to kick off the opening race of the season with, but you might be very grateful of those 12 points, those 23 points rather, at the end of the season. What I didn't expect necessarily is this metronomic run from the other 7 DPIs. Thought at least one of them might drop away and the 7 car could slot into its place, but that's just not happening at the moment. These almost bulletproof DPIs then continue to pound round, including the 55 Mazda and the number 10 race leader of Kamui Kobayashi. 77 and 55 then, the 2 Mazdas waiting to pick up any pieces from the podium that is at the moment locked out by 3 Cadillacs, the 10, the 5 and the 31. In LMP2, Simon Trummer now at the wheel of the 52 LMP2 Orica 07, all powered by Repton's finest of Derbyshire, UK, with the Gibson engine that is made there, the 4.2 litre V8. Again, non-turbocharged power plant that powers all LMP2s these days. You have a choice of 4 different chassis, but it's all the same block that sits in the middle of the car. And Simon Trummer, now how far ahead of Ben Hanley is he? 48 seconds through the last split. But Ben Hanley, you can bet, is charging very, very hard indeed. And you can see why the team put the young Mancunian in at this time of night, where conditions are cool. And that Gibson engine will be probably at its most effective right now. Tyres doing okay too. And teams likely to be double stinting where they can, with only 38 sets generally at the DPI's disposal, certainly. 88 Audi from WRT heading out of the International Horseshoe. Dries Van Tor now at the wheel of that car. So Belgian pilot, Belgian team, 6th position, and exactly 5 seconds off the back of Cooper McNeil's Scuderia Corsa Ferrari. That's the white one with the 63 on the side. So McNeil is 5th, Klaas Backler 4th, Bill Oberlin in the BMW from Turner 3rd. John Potter, as mentioned, after his latest stop, dropped back to 2nd place, but the Lamborghini Huracans are switching position with every one of their stops, and the 48 car of Corey Lewis running round in 19th overall, but most crucially the GT Daytona leader. In GTLM, gap's come down a bit. Chazzy Mostert to Mathieu Jaminet was 7 seconds when I last checked that. It's 5.4 now. So Mostert, Jaminet, Campbell, Garcia, 2 Porsches, the BMW that leads, the Chevy Corvette in 4th position, and the Ferrari still not out of it. Timing screen is going to give us a very useful gap here. It's 41.8 seconds from the BMW back to the Ferrari. So, yeah, 42 seconds, which includes the top 5 in GTLM. And all 4 of the manufacturers represented there too. So, a caution, and it's anybody's again in GTLM. GTD, sometimes a little bit difficult to read because it really depends on which drivers have been plugged in. Remember, the bare minimum that you need to run is a couple of silvers, with then the professional drivers added onto that. Some run with 1 of each, bronze, silver, gold, and then another gold or a platinum if they wish. But your AM drivers have to be at least 2 silvers, and as I say, some teams use a bronze and a silver, but then it's down to each individual team as to which order you put those drivers in, generally leaving the quicker drivers till the end of the race. It's always a decision to be made in terms of when cars are qualified, whether you put the hot shoes in or the amateur drivers, so that they then start the race. Remember, whoever qualifies the car has to start the 24 hours. Four bright white headlights on the front of the BMW number 24 then, heading into the chicane on the back stretch. If you want to get in touch with us, by the way, and join the conversation, by all means you can, at IMSA Radio. Make sure you include the hashtag IMSA Radio D24, standing for Daytona 24, of course. Hashtag IMSA Radio D24. And plenty of people are doing that right now, so thank you for your company. Strike up a conversation or a discussion topic about what you've seen this year at Daytona. The all-important announcement on Friday that came out of this place as well about the future of the top class at not only Daytona 24 but also the 24 Hours of Le Mans and the World Endurance Championship too. Considerable amounts of overlap, or convergence as it's being called, for the future, but also the classes that have already been planned for the new season of WEC, which starts later on this year at Silverstone, which is the new hypercar era. That's still continuing too. So we're going to have the grandfathered cars from LMP1, hypercar, and potentially within that Toyota and Aston Martin, with Peugeot on the fringes as well, although not for this forthcoming season. And then the brand new LMDH category. But you've also got, well, that will incorporate DPI 2.0, so the potential for cars that we more traditionally see at the 24 Hours of Le Mans coming here to the 24 Hours of Daytona to race and to Sebring. And then exciting, I'm sure, for American fans is that the DPI category, DPI 2.0, will now be eligible for the 24 Hours of Le Mans. So, harking back really to the World Sports Car Championship days of the 1970s. Someone who remembers that very well is Joe Bradley. Here's a thought for me, he says, in my ears. Go on.
I wouldn't say I remember it very well, Johnny. I was a child. But I have read up on
that time of the morning. Go on.
Well, the first thing that comes to mind is the, and we've already spoken to Wayne Taylor about, got his thoughts on it, and you know, the kind of team that Wayne Taylor has, I'm sure, you know, the interested parties in including in the programme of racing in the United States in the IMSA Championship would be to add a trip to Le Mans in there and go off and win Le Mans. In whichever form you choose, you know, if there's a convergence of regulations, and everybody's waiting eagerly to see what those regulations are going to be, and I think they're going to be announced exactly in more detail at Sebring. But here's the thought I wanted to pose to not just you, but JP, but all of the listeners, and get your thoughts. How about this being a round of the World Endurance Championship? Just like it was in the 70s, the World Sports Car Championship had both the Daytona 24 Hours and the Le Mans 24 Hours as part of that World Championship. And you know what? The concept of convergence is very much that, isn't it?
Yeah, certainly the possibility of longer races across the World Endurance Championship. I mean, we've also already got various different race lengths for season 2019-2020. We've had 4 hours, 6 hours. We had the 8 hours of Bahrain in early December last year. We've got the 1,000 miles of Sebring to come. So there are longer races. We haven't yet, though, in the current era of the WEC that started in 2012, had 2 24-hour races in the same season, he says, desperately thinking back. But the 2012 season began at Sebring with the 12 hours, and that was a kind of IMSA and WEC race all combined, but done to timed by different systems, and it was all very complex. I think now that we've got convergence on the horizon, you know, you could potentially run the Sebring 12 hours for both championships, and yes, the scope is there to open the WEC, well, it wouldn't be opening the WEC, but the sort of halfway through the season would be at the Daytona 24 hours. But yeah, many involved in the 2012 Sebring 12 hours would rather wish it probably wasn't run the way it was in those days, because it was 2 races in one very much, and I think 2 timing systems in use as well, so the graphics were a nightmare. But now that we would have the 2 categories, or rather this umbrella formula, LMP1 and LMDH, and also TPI 2.0, all encompassing the top class, that would make combining events much easier. Joe Bradley. Joe Bradley's got another point. Go on.
I've heard that it was like a game of football with 2 balls, and both balls counted, and you could score goals with both balls. Can you imagine that?
Well, yeah, I've also heard it explained where, but yeah, you have 2 soccer matches, but imagine one pitch north-south and the other pitch east-west, and you've got therefore 4 lots of goals and 2 balls. Hindhaug's always said that would be a great way of playing football. So 4 football teams all on the pitch at the same time.
Let's not get into that. You need 2 referees and 2 different coloured balls.
No, but he says you don't colour the balls. He says you don't colour the balls differently. You have 2 white balls and either ball counts.
I'll tell you what. I've got a pit stop just to drag us back to reality.
Oh, go on.
It's a 31 car. It's the Wheeling Engineering that has come in. And once again, no driver change and tyres and fuel. So that's pretty standard down here for the 31. That's the Wheeling Engineering Cadillac. I think it's Mike Conway stays at the wheel of that car. You'll be able to confirm that for me, Johnny. But
it was Conway.
Nice little sound bite to wake everybody up at home.
Lovely.
And welcome back Simon Herring, who's just woken up in his house in France, in northern France there, and he's an hour ahead of the UK, so it's he's had a bit of a lie-in this Sunday morning.
10 past 10? That's the sort of clock hours that Joe and I tend to work with, certainly on a Sunday morning anyway. So yes, some middle to late risers in the UK and Europe, but plenty of the Daytona 24 hours still to go. 9.5 hours on the clock, and it is 11 minutes past 4 in this part of Florida. We're about 5 miles inland from the Atlantic Ocean, and driving from Orlando, well, best part of an hour's drive. It's about 50 miles northeast of Orlando, but very easy journey to make. And the second round of the championship, of course, takes place not very far away from here at the hugely historic Sebring venue, World War II air base, and the concrete blocks that form the main straight there have never changed, so they can tell some stories through the years of the Sebring 12 hours. So WEC and IMSA's WeatherTech Sports Car Championship combining for the second time for Super Sebring. That's over the weekend of the 18th, 19th, 20th and 21st of March for the 68th annual Sebring 12 hours. 912 Porsche heads out of the second horseshoe on the infield. Bit of traffic ahead. It's Mathieu Jaminet still at the wheel, so putting in the hard yards this early in the morning and staying very much in touch with the GTLM leader, who remains Australian driver Chas Mostert, who hails from Melbourne, Australia, and the 24 car now onto the back straight. Easy to lose that car in the darkness, the BMW that is, not so much the all-white Porsche. Porsche have made those 2 cars very close to being identical. This time of night it's tricky to tell them apart, but there is one with a white body colour, and then the windshield strip is also white, but there's a little bit of silver detailing or grey detailing here and there, and then the number 912 car is more grey, predominantly grey, with white bits just underneath the driver's window body length, so from the bottom of the A-pillar all the way to the back of the car and the base of the rear wing. But Yeah, with this little amount of light around, it is very tricky to tell the 911 and the 912 apart, and I'm indebted to the Andy Blackmore Spotter's Guide for those minor differences between the two. It is a fair bit more grey. And that white strip then from front to back on the sides of the 912. Just ahead, Cooper McNeil in the 63 Ferrari now. That's a GT Daytona car. We'll see whether it still is Cooper at the wheel. Yes. And there's been a change for the on-running number 25 BMW. No longer in the hunt for GTLM after 2 early problems for that car, one of which took it behind the wall. Bruno Spengler then having to just go about his business and pick up any points that he can. The one saving grace is that the number 4 car has had a lot of dramas as well and is still in the pit lane, been there for a long time. The number 4 Chevrolet Corvette of Marcel Fessler. So it does mean that Bruno Spengler now runs 6th in GTLM. The other 5 cars, though, still in with a chance of a podium in GTLM, with the BMW, the other BMW 24 and the 2 Porsches in those podium positions as I speak. 9 hours 26 minutes to go, and out of Speedway turn 1 goes the 24 BMW then across the stripe now, and 1.6 seconds further back is the Matcha Jaminet Porsche. GTD still got the 2 Lamborghini Huracans from different teams leading the way. Paul Miller and GRT Magnus with half a minute between those 2 cars. Ooh, very tight now between Klaus Bachler and Dries Vanthoor, I notice, with about a second separating the 3rd and 4th place GTD cars. So Bachler, having just done a 146.7, yeah, he's slower than Dries Vanthoor. A little bit of that might be traffic induced, but that's something to look out for. The bottom step of the podium potentially set to change, but of course the traffic that Bachler's just had to negotiate, Dries Vanthoor's going to have to slice his way through as well. Car into the pits. Joe, which one have you got?
Yeah, we've got, I think, 4th place. Blast with Ferrari exhaust gas there. It's the 63 Scuderia Corsa WeatherTech car. Cooper McNeil brought the car in, and he's hopped out. Tyres and fuel as per the course of events. We'll get a word with Cooper. His weekend's been pretty good to him, hasn't it? He won a race in the Ferrari Challenge earlier on this weekend, and currently in contention. I think they were either 3rd or 4th, Johnny. You've got a timing screen in front of you.
Yeah,
tell me.
And yeah, 4th from memory. Going to feed back in, well, actually showing 6th now, but I think that's because a couple of cars have jumped ahead. Certainly wasn't 4th because Dries Vanthoor's there. So I think the Ferrari's chopping and changing with Dennis Olsen's Pfaff Motorsport Porsche. It's in the fight for a top 5, certainly, and if there are any dramas up ahead, it could potentially luck into a podium as well. But these 2 Lamborghini Huracans look to be dominant right now. And now that scrap between Bachler and Vanthoor, 3rd and 4th, down to just half a second. So Dries Vanthoor really turning it on at this early hour in the morning. Cooper McNeil, though, can now have a quick chat with Joe Bradley.
Did you enjoy that, Cooper?
Well, I was driving a Ferrari at night at Daytona, so...
Yeah, that's exactly what my point was.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that was exactly my point. You got exactly what I meant. This weekend's been good to you so far at Daytona. You had a win in the Ferrari Challenge the other day.
Yeah, good start to the season. Won the championship last 2 years in a row in the Challenge Series. I love the atmosphere in that championship. Love what Ferrari does for the drivers, hospitality-wise. Everything's tip-top. So happy to be back doing the championship again this year. Started out really strong, won both races, 2 pole positions and 2 fast laps. So perfect weekend so far for me. We just got one little race to go, and hopefully it tops it off.
Well, so far so good, Cooper. I've got to say, you guys are in contention. It's a very competitive class GTD, though, isn't it?
Yeah, it's the most competitive class in the field, probably top 3 in the world. So, yeah, I'd say pretty darn competitive. Our WeatherTech Scuderia Corsa Ferrari has been pretty strong all weekend. We qualified P2 for the 24 hours, which was a great lap by Jeff Westphal in the car. And we've been, running top 5 consistently throughout the entire day, including leading a few stints with Tony in the car. So obviously, long way to go, over 9 hours to go. So basically a petit Le Mans left, time-wise, and obviously a lot can happen. We need to stay clean, no mechanical issues, no penalties, no contact, no wheels off, and see where we end up.
Just want to ask you the last question. You've been here many times in this race. Did the track react exactly as you expected it to do when the temperature dropped?
No, not at all. And that's kind of one of the mysterious things about Daytona is one minute, one session you have a great car, and the next session you scratching your head trying to figure out what happened. The car this morning, this afternoon for early on in the race was a bit loose, so it was hard to keep the rear end behind us, except when the night fell, and all of a sudden the car came alive, and we weren't sliding around so much anymore. Picked up some pace, and we were able to fight for the lead, top 3, and then Tony taking it to the lead. So, again, you never know what Daytona will throw at you, especially with the temperature, track conditions. There was sand all over turn 5 when I was just driving now, so. Really have to play it corner by corner and be safe, and obviously keep in mind how much time is left and get to the finish.
Great stuff. Thanks for talking to us, Cooper. Cooper McNeil there, just out of the car, and very insightful.
Certainly so. Yeah, Cooper McNeil always able to portray what it's like out there for these incredible race drivers and what they've got to contend with every single stint. It's changed so much since we got underway at 1:40 yesterday afternoon. We're well over half distance now, inside the final 10 hours, in fact, with 14 hours and 40 minutes now completed. One or two thoughts coming through on Twitter then. Address these to @IMSA If you can include the hashtag IMSA Radio D24, that'll be easier for me to pluck them out. Spooner in Orange says, in theory, Le Mans 2021 has the potential to be the best sounding Le Mans since the 80s, to go back to thoughts about the World Sports Car Championship of the 70s then and into the next decade just about. He says V12 Aston, Corvette, Cadillac, Porsche 911 and more. He's going to have to need to order some new ear defenders. Well, you see, the dates are all a little bit up in the air. Obviously, we're going into hypercar this year, 2020, so that'll be the first hypercar season, 20 into 2021. It's my understanding that then the next season will be the season of convergence, because DPI 2.0 has effectively been put back to 2022 here in the States. So that means that September 2021 will be the start of the convergence, where everybody is eligible for every championship, essentially. So I think hypercar will still run as it is, with the grandfathered LMP1s from this summer in the WEC. We'll have a season of that, and then the DPI 2.0 cars will also be eligible to take part in the World Endurance Championship if they wish. So we'll have it in stages. LMP1 going into the new season. That's the season of a hypercar as well. And then in 12 months after that, it's come one, come all, essentially. Dave Alcott making the point again, as I did earlier on. As ever, Ray Wenzel Jr. doing a great job overnight, giving us some superb coverage overnight. The man is a legend. Yep, echo that, particularly as he's been here for 25 years in a row now. And one other point that I wanted to mention, Tim Fulbrook says, are BMW going to be thinking, hang on a sec, we might have left the party too soon here, as the 24 M8 GTE has been seriously competitive all race, with the plans for Team RLL then to step away at the end of this season. Please don't go, Beamer, he says. Well, the R8 still looks strong, despite it not being part of the World Endurance Championship any longer. We had that car for a season in the WEC. Talk has been ongoing, well, since Le Mans last year, really, as to whether we might get the RLL cars to Le Mans. With Rahal Lanning and Letterman Racing still running their BMW program in the United States. It was a different team, Team M-Tech, who took the M8s to Le Mans last year. But there is scope still, as long as they can get the invitation. And invitations to Le Mans still yet to be confirmed, of course. That will be done next month. Actually, probably within the next few weeks. Out of turn one, the GTLM battle rages on, and for the lead. Half a second between the two cars, and they're just heading into the International Horseshoe now. Black BMW with the #1 positional light on the side from the 912, more grey than white Porsche with the #2 illuminated, and there's your battle. But in third position, a bit further back now because he's just done a pit stop, is Matty Campbell in the 911 numbered Porsche. So about a minute back, I reckon. And then the first of the Chevrolet Corvettes, the only C8R that remains in the race. Oh, as the 24 goes a touch wide. That was around the outside of the WRT Audi car 88, now being driven, or still being driven, by Dries Vanthoor. So he's back in it. Don't think he got ahead of Klaus Bachler before the pit stops. Bachler, actually he may have done, because Bachler's still on pit road, the 16 car. Remember, Bachler and Dries Vanthoor were scrapping away for third and fourth in GT Daytona, and WRT have got the Audi back into the race, whereas the 16 Wright Motorsports Porsche still sits there on pit lane. Now, Matt Campbell back into the race is about to be lapped here by the sister car round Speedway turn 4. So the two Porsches, 912 and 911, are now split by a lap, but GTLM leaders totally together. BMW across the line at the end of that lap, and the Porsche follows suit just a second further back as we head to the pit lane for this update from Joe Bradley.
Just gone by me, Johnny, is the GTD leader, the number 48 Lamborghini. It's at pit out, and I'm kind of in the middle, so you've probably got a better view of it than me, but that's going to ebb and flow as we now go through the next phase of GTD pit stops, with a potential lead changes there as we get into that.
Yeah, just watching that car, and another, in fact, heading back into the race. So 85 Cadillac and the race-leading GT Daytona Lamborghini Huracan. Corey Lewis, 48, returning to the racetrack as well. That will put John Potter to the lead of GT Daytona and the 44 car. Dennis Olsen on a different strategy from the 16 and the 88. And Patrick Long's been put into the Wright Motorsports Porsche. So get you an order in just a second there. Paul Miller Racing's Lamborghini now being driven by Andrea Caldarelli, and Dennis Olsen to the lead of GT Daytona, in fact, for Pfaff Motorsports. Pfaff were long-time leaders early on. They had then various problems for that number 9 car, and it's essentially left the two Lamborghini Huracans out front, 44 and 48. But for the time being, Norwegian Dennis Olsen still able to, well, still very much wanting to drive Porsches for as long as he can, but sort of more often now driving for customer teams. He was on the Porsche Junior program a little while ago. Joe, you've got the two leaders now from GTLM on pit road together. Not sure whether you're anywhere close to the BMW and the Porsches. They're in slightly different places, aren't they? Because the BMW is the next pit box after the road that takes you behind the wall. So 24, Chaz Moster, Mathieu Jaminet pitting much closer to pit in the 912.
And I'm right in the middle, Johnny. I've got the BMW to my left to pit out as I look towards you, and the Porsche to my right. I think I saw a driver change with the 24 car, the BMW, and obviously fuel and tyres, so we're about to see a driver change there. I'm afraid when I look, and it looks like no, it wasn't. The Porsche moved off the apron quicker than the BMW, of course, because it was the last on. or the first one I should say. No change for the lead. The BMW leads the Porsche out. That's the number 24 BMW and the number 912 Porsche there. So no change for the GTLM lead.
Yeah, Porsche got away, but of course it got to its pit box earlier because it's much closer to pit in. Loads of wheel spin though from the black BMW, and as it was scrabbling for grip, I thought it was going to be a bit closer between the 912 and the 24. They will rejoin, and almost instantaneously I should be able to give you a gap between Jesse Krohn now, who's been put in the 24 car, so Mostert out, Krohn in. Mathieu Jaminet though staying on board, and as soon as they head through the first split, tell you what the gap is. Don't really need a timing screen, to be honest, just look out the window, but it's 1.3 seconds. And Jaminet, well, he might be able to get the tyres up to temperature more readily than the BMW, and that's going to be crucial. They're both on cold tyres, remember, but Jaminet, maybe they didn't put new tyres on that car. So Jam still with warm Michelins, it would appear, whereas the new driver, Jesse Krohn, has been given cold Michelin tyres. So if that is the case, the 912 needs to take the lead as early as possible. They're side by side, and Mathieu Jaminet does take the lead of GTLM into Speedway Turn 1. The Frenchman, I think, still on the same tyres. That might have bought it a bit of time. We wouldn't have bought any time in the pits because we know the fuel is the longest thing that has to take place in the pit lane. 912 then down the back straight, just ahead of the 24. And desperately trying to get those tyres up to operating temperature is Jesse Krohn. He's almost going to be overtaken here by a GTD Mercedes, the 74 car, which is the Riley Motorsports machine of Lawson Aschenbach. So having to fend that to Mercedes back, I think he's just about calmed the storm there. And the two GTLM cars are about to be stormed by with the Mazda, 55 Mazda, driven by Jonathan Bomarito, right round the outside. But that was crucial for track position in GTLM. Clearly, Porsche and the GT team, American-based outfit that run those Porsches then on the German manufacturer's behalf, had to, well, maybe do a little bit of on-the-spot strategy there to think, how can we get ahead of this BMW? And they double stinted the tyres, whereas BMW seemed not to, because that car had zero grip coming out of the pits and onto the infield. It's back in the window though now, and Jesse Krohn doesn't want to lose that Porsche from sight. I think we're going to be treated to nose-to-tail action from both of those cars, at least for the next couple of stints. And beyond that, every possibility. 14 hours and 50 minutes to go. Up onto the high banks, the 31 degree of camber, goes the GTLM battle. And in third position, Matt Campbell is on a storm as well. He's only 20 seconds back, which was about the margin prior to those stops. And Campbell has just set the personal best time, not only for him, but also for his car, 911, through the first sector. So this could be a pretty special lap as well, as long as it's clear ahead of him. So, yes, he went a lap down briefly, but that was as we were going through the pit stop cycle. And it's now unfolded to leave us with a 20-second gap from second to third in GTLM. It's happening at the head of the order. Renger van der Zande is in the number 10 car now, taking over from Kamui Kobayashi in the last stop. And the number 10 car leading by 34 seconds. 9 seconds separate the Mike Conway 31, that's the Whalen Engineering racing car, from the Mustang Sampling Racing sponsored Caddy. So 9.4 seconds the gap there. Two Mazdas come next, fourth and fifth, 77 from 55. Then it's Dane Cameron in the Acura car number 6, and Matthias Leist in the 85 JDC Miller Motorsports Cadillac is in 7th position. GTLM heading into the Western Horseshoe with an LMP2 car wanting to get by, but the drivers of the GTLMs, Mathieu Jaminet and Jesse Krohn, far too focused on the road in front. I think now Krohn has spotted the LMP2 car. He has. That's a 52, isn't it? Simon Trummer sneaking through on the inside out of turn 6, and will be able to clear the two GTLM leaders well before the braking area for the chicane on the back straight. Dennis Olsen in GT Daytona is in the pits now, as is John Potter. So Andrea Caldarelli, who is pitting still with about the same number of laps per stint, but about 20 minutes before these two cars. So the GT Daytona cars have gone on to rather different pit stop rhythms. Off kilter? Well, not necessarily. It is rather a bit too early to be back timing your stints all the way to the end of the race. A GT Daytona car can generally do about 55 to 60 minutes comfortably. If it's in fuel safe, maybe stretching it out to 65 minutes. As out of turn 1 goes the GTLM battle. So Porsche from BMW out of turn 1 and into the first of the horseshoes. This is an epic scrap in GTLM. And I don't think they're really slowing each other up, but Matt Campbell on a storm in third as well, now down to 18.5 seconds. Be great to have 3 GTLM cars fighting it out for the lead of their class. Welcoming back John Hindhaugh now to the RS2 IMSA Radio booth.
Morning.
Good morning, John.
Just would sort of signpost further forward, and we are a little ways away. Don't forget that the Michelin Endurance Cup, which runs through the longer races of the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, does award interim points at 6, 12 and 18. Now obviously we've gone through 2 of those markers, but there are a few teams out there, not all of them, but there are a few teams out there who will prioritise those time junctions and try and grab a few extra points, even if that means changing their pit lane strategy.
Change around not only in the booth here, but also in the pit lane too. So Joe Bradley stepping away for a break. Diana Binks, therefore, coming back to pit road. And the first guy she's been able to chat to is Townsend Bell from the number 12 Aim Vassar Sullivan Lexus team.
Townsend, you're just watching proceedings on the pit wall there. We just watched the number 14 go out there. What was going on?
They had to do a brake change. Unfortunately, they had a little issue on the right front on the 14, so it took a lot longer than it probably should have, but they kept fighting through it. On the 12 car, Shane had an issue getting off on cold tires on the outlap there. We had some damage to the front end, so we're back at the garage getting that repaired as well.
So it's been you've got a few challenges going on, but I think a lot of people have seemed to have been caught out with not getting the tyres up to temperature with the conditions here. They've been slightly different to what was expected.
Yeah, and these temperatures, you've got to get through the first 3 corners. It's so treacherous. If you can get through turn 6, all right, they'll start to come in, but it's really difficult. It just caught us out. We'll keep fighting here. It's a shame because actually for both cars things were looking pretty good there. Then all of a sudden in the snap of a finger, we're in a hole here. So long way to go, but we're going to have to dig pretty hard here.
What's the strategy going to be for you?
Right now it's just minimum drive time. I'm short by minimum drive time, so I need to get in here. Shane's going to finish out his, and then we got to check on Frankie and Aaron.
What does it take to get a good clean lap around here, especially at this time of the morning?
Say it one more time.
What does it take to get a good clean lap around this circuit, especially at this time in the morning?
Well, with 38 cars and probably fewer now, it's not as bad as it used to be. But at night, it's just spotting your points and trusting in the grip that you've got available, which is generally a little bit higher at night once the tires are warm.
Thanks, Townsend.
Townsend Bell with Diana Binks. That car that he shares with Shane van Gisbergen is in 14th position. Great run from the WRT Audi number 88 down the back straight. Dries Vanthoor fighting with Spencer Pumpelly. Can he get it stopped into the chicane? And he makes a place as well. Brilliant driving from the younger of the 2 Vanthoor brothers. We've got the other one in action in the race, of course, in GTLM. Laurence driving his Porsche. But Dries Vanthoor is a little superstar, and for a very different manufacturer. But car 88 for his fellow Belgian squad, making that move stick. And it was all about the drive off turn 6, essentially, through speedway turns 1 and 2, and a bit of side draft as well on Spencer Pumpelly's 44 car.
Yeah, side draft, not necessarily speeding up your car, but what it does do is slow down the car that you're trying to pass. Pat Long went past Spencer Pumpelly on that lap as well, Johnny. So Pat Long now with the 16 Wright Motorsport car, the light blue and gloss black machine, now in second position, 51 seconds away from the lead. Andrea Caldarelli is in the 48 Paul Miller Racing Lamborghini. So the top three now, significant changes for GTD on that lap. Still the 48 Lamborghini from PMR leading, then the 16 Wright Porsche, then the 88 Audi in third position. Spencer Pumpelly down to fourth in the 44, the Magnus Racing Lamborghini. Jeff Westphal another 5, call it 6 seconds further back for the 63 WeatherTech Scuderia Corsa car. And then he's got 7.5 seconds on the first of the BMWs, of the BMW, the 96 car of Dylan McIvern for Turner Motorsport.
So Mathieu Jaminet, after staying with the tyres that he had in the earlier stint, was very, very good indeed on the outlap to get ahead of Jesse Krohn. But the two cars have stayed with each other pretty much since then. Just going to get underneath the 86 Acura, the NSX, and rapid flashing of the lights there from Jesse Krohn to make sure that the driver of 86 has seen him too. Driver of 86 being Jules Gounon for Meyer Schack Racing with Curb Agajanian. So out of turn 6 they will go. Slowed the BMW down a little bit, getting by that Acura. And up onto the high banks now, some work to do for Jesse Krohn as Mathieu Jaminet disappears into the night. Or the early morning, shall we say, because it's very nearly 20:05. That means we're approaching the end of another race hour. You're tuned to RS2 IMSA Radio. It's 107.9 FM here at the track, around the world on Sirius 216 and XM 202 around the States as well. Live from trackside at Daytona International Speedway. And the next hour of racing starts now. Good morning to everybody who is tuned in, whether you're maybe in the UK where it's 20 to 10, an hour later on the western side of the European continent, or indeed further afield, enjoying this fabulous motor race so far. We are 15 hours in, 9 to go, and an intriguing fight, not only out front for the 3 Cadillac DPIs, but also particularly in GTLM as the number 3 Chevrolet Corvette C8R, which is fourth, but only 1.2 seconds off the tail of Matt Campbell, heads into the left-hander at turn 1. So Campbell in the more white than grey Porsche 911, that is 911 race numbered car, fighting with the number 3, third and fourth. And there's also an equally close fight at the head of the order in GTLM between the 912 numbered 911 RSR 19 of Mathieu Jaminet and Jesse Krohn in his BMW M8. The 3 Cadillacs I speak of in DPI are in this order. Renger van der Zande in the 10 car, having completed 523 laps, leads by 36 seconds over Mike Conway in the 31, which is the red and white Whelen Engineering racing car from Action Express. Then the grey number 5 car of Mustang Sampling Racing. That's the JDC Miller prepared car these days, and Sebastian Bourdais at the wheel of the number 5 car. 2 Masters next, 4th and 5th. Oliver Jarvis in the 77 white machine. Jonathan Bomarito in the more maroon 55 Mazda DPI. Acura really only have 1 car in the game now, which is the 6 of Dane Cameron, about 50 seconds off the tail of Bomarito's Mazda. And there's another Cadillac completing the top 7 in DPI, which is Matthias Leist in the 85 JDC Miller car. The other Acura number 7 is still in the race, by the way, and is now only 2 LMP2 cars away from joining the other 7 DPIs. So Ricky Taylor doing a good job. He's completed 500 laps. The only problem with that is the overall leaders now on lap 525. LMP2, Simon Trummer leading the way in the 52 car, which is the PR1 Matheson Motorsport machine. Dragon Speed are about 3/4 of a minute further back, with Ben Hanley at the wheel of that car. And third in LMP2 is Ryan Lewis in his 18 machine. But all 5 LMP2s continue to run. 1 or 2 have had some issues, though, through the race, including the 38 of Don Yount, which was nosed into the barrier when Cameron Castles was at the wheel, into the barrier at the International Horseshoe, which did some damage to the front left corner of that car and brought out, at the time, only our second caution of the race. One thing I was impressed with, though, was that Cameron Castles was given loads of time to try and get that car out of the tyre barrier, but it had either stalled or he couldn't locate reverse gear, and in the end needed some outside assistance to get him back on the track.
Been a couple of good calls, hasn't there, from race control, trying to keep it green, JP. A couple of pit callers, Jonathan Bomarito for Mazda, Team Yost, and on the very next lap, Ollie Jarvis in the 77 car. They're sitting 5th and 4th, the 55 and 77, but still very much in with a shout of a better finish. It's just started with all this green flag racing to spread out a little bit at the sharper end of the field. The DPIs sitting in the first 7 positions, as you mentioned. I've been impressed at is the pace at the head of the LMP2 field as well. Still only 43.5 seconds between the first 2 cars. Ben Keaton setting a cracking pace at the start of the race when he was in that number 52 before he jumped into the Mercedes AMG GT3, which, by the way, that other car now up to 7th in class for the 74 Riley AMG GT3. Both Mazdas have rejoined with the drivers who brought the cars in still aboard. So that's Jarvis in 4th and Jonathan Bomarito in 5th position. Really sharp last lap by Renger van der Zande as well, with a 1:35.9. That's a good second quicker than anybody else in the field of prototypes, and only a second away from that car's best lap, 9/10 of a second actually. And then a bit of traffic next time round for Renger pushes him out to a 36.5. 526 laps completed. I haven't had a look for a while at the lap projection. Can I just borrow yours for a moment? Thank you.
Third place GT
8:37 predicted.
Okay.
So we're still, 30 laps or thereabouts better than the current 808 lap record in terms of time, in terms of laps completed and distance, with under half the race to go in 9 hours. So I can't do fractions in my head at this time of the morning with no sleep.
I can't do it at the best of times, really, after about 10 hours of sleep, so you're doing well.
Dear me. It's 3, it's just 24. Market day in Stockton on tees.
Yes. Bigger than a squirrel.
Smaller than a hare.
Indeed. 40 seconds is the margin between Renger van der Zande and Sebastian Bourdais. Oh, that's because Mike Conway's pitted, who was between the two of them. So the 31 Whelan Engineering car is in pit road. Another pit caller as well from LMP. No, not from LMP2. That's the Acura, which is the number 6 car of Dane Cameron from 5th position too. So we're about at the point where we're going to see the Cadillacs pitting, all from different teams these days, of course. So Wayne Taylor Racing, JDC Miller and the Action Express car.
And the Action Express car peels into the pit lane, that being the red and white number 31 of Mike Conway. He was 12.5 seconds, a bit less than that behind before he hit the pit lane speed limit and dive in. And 6 of Dane Cameron, as you say, the Acura team Penske. Noticed a few tweets coming in about the convergence announcement, Johnny, and I heard you talking. In fact, I was having a doze in the front seat of the Q5 that we picked up from Silver Car by Audi, and you mentioned the combined race at Sebring. I'm messing up. It woke me bolt upright. I still have nightmares about that. And let's never have a combined race like that again, particularly where we've still never had a proper set of results. There's never been an official combined set of results posted for that. We had cars that were number 7, number 17, number 117, number 917, number 9917. It was an absolute mess. The way it's been done now with the WEC as a separate race on the same weekend, yeah, that's fine. I was sceptical about that, but I'm quite happy to admit that was a great event last year for spectators, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. And it's even been improved, as Scott Atherton suggested it would be when we had him on that year, by moving the WEC forward through Friday and finishing it at 8 o'clock at night to give the volunteers and the teams, some of whom are doing both, and most of the volunteers are doing both, a little more shut-eye time. Could do that here, of course, as well, have two races.
You could, I suppose, yeah.
It's a bit more difficult when you've got a 24-hour race. I would suggest it would have to be a 4 or 6 hour for the WEC cars.
An idea I tabled yesterday morning to Joe Bradley and to Fiona Miller, who's part of the conversation as well, who's the press officer for the World Endurance Championship. Super Sebring, you have an 8-hour qualifying race basically on the Friday. That sets the grid for the Sebring 12 hours the following day. Same cars, but just 2 very, very long races.
I have done the Western Supermare beach race for motorcycles and quads and such like, which I think starts 1,000, and they have more than that as an entry. So on the Saturday, and I'm pretty certain that is a 6-hour race. Stretching my mind back to when I did this as a commentator, not as a competitor, I should say. And they build huge sand mountains on the beach. They bring in the most of JCBs around the country, actually, to build these things. And so they're oversubscribed. So the top, I think it's the top 750 in terms of the entries, go straight through to the race on Sunday.
Yeah.
And everybody else does a 4-hour race on the Saturday, and the top 250 go on to the back of the race on Sunday and race for another 6 hours.
Brilliant. I love that.
I thought you'd like that. It's completely bonkers.
You could open up maybe the back 2 rows then of the Sebring 12 hours to the winners or the top 4
if they wanted to go
Friday
it.
race.
Yeah. I think the idea, however, with convergence is not necessarily to do that and actually combine the events. We've got a situation, of course, where we have the Super Sebring race in a couple of weeks' time, a month's time, and there will be 2 events there. I don't think the idea is to combine those races. I really hope it isn't, because, like I said, the last time it was done, it was nightmarish. It was an awful thing to see. And poor Greg Kramer, who did the podium celebrations, was... suffice to say that the podium celebrations went on into a second day. I kid you not.
Bear in mind what the Sebring 12 hours finishes at 20 to 11 at night.
I think it was, I think it was about 10:30, the checkered flag that year.
Yeah.
By the time everybody got round and they started the podium celebrations, but Greg was still going at after midnight. It went into a second day.
Bless him.
But the idea of this race, 60 cars can start this race as per the regulations in mixed class racing. Well, we've got 38 here, and this is a small entry for this race. But the idea of adding 10 or a dozen European cars to it. That's reasonable. I have to say, I think convergence helps WEC and Le Mans possibly more than it does IMSA, because at most tracks IMSA goes to, save for this one, I don't think you could have very many cars in the field, more cars in the field, because of the pit lane sizes.
Yes. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
And we have split events somewhere where it's only GTs, or it's only the Pro Series cars.
Yes.
So it's not like you want to add 34. I mean, you don't want to add 34 WEC cars to this race. That would be more than half the field. You don't want to add 34 WEC cars to Motul Petit Le Mans. See above answer. And I think the idea is much more to get the old sort of wild card entry idea going, whereby Team Hindhoff-Palmer, sorry, Palmer-Hindhoff, obviously.
Thank you.
Team Palmer-Hindhoff, who have their...
And Binks, says Di, from the pit lane, by the way.
Triple
barrel team names. I'm not sure that'll catch on.
Palmer, Hindhoff and Binks. It sounds like a dodgy solicitor for chasing ambulances, doesn't it? Team PHB then.
PHB, yeah.
Yeah, they let's say they've bought a...
Or PhD. If you use Di, we can call it PhD.
Yes, very good.
It's all sound intelligent.
Very good. It may take more than that for me, Johnny. You get yourself your LMDH car of whatever variant, and let's hope we see lots of new manufacturers, and you decide to start the season and the year here at Daytona, so you put your entry in, and let's assume the WEC calendar stays roughly similar, so then you could go to Kota in February, do a race there.
Yes.
In the Kota, in the WEC, okay, you might not do the whole championship, but you're picking the races you want to do, much as people do with GT3 events. Then if you go to March, you think, I want to go do the Sebring 12 hours, or will I do the 1,000 miles of Sebring? Take your choice of which one you do, again, assuming it's the same. And then, right, okay, let's put the car in a crate after that and not have to fly it to Europe. I can take a bit of time, and I'm going to go and do Spa as a warm-up for Le Mans if I can get my invitation to Le Mans. And then you've had 4 cracking races there, 3 building up to the Le Mans 24 hours. And then at the after that, what do you want to do? Ooh, I might want to do the 6 hours of the Glen, or I might want to stay with the WEC and leave the car over in Europe and do Silverstone in September. Depends, I suppose, who your drivers and who your sponsors are. And if you've got a car that's been allied to a Japanese manufacturer, you might say, well, you know, the importer that I drive for here in the States or in Europe, well, they're prepared to support me to go and drive at Fuji and bring the car there.
Yep.
Which is exactly what used to happen in the old days when people had, Porsche 917s, 935s, 956s, 962s that could pretty much race anywhere. There was 1 or 2 detail changes to the regulations, but and there will be slight detail changes to the BOPs, I feel, in this brave new converged top-class world that we are going to be in. But I just see it as a positive. I really do.
Yeah, I really hope it is. It remains to be seen what the decision that the Automobile Club de l'Ouest to look after the 24 Hours of Le Mans and a sort of 50-50 relationship with the FIA and the World Endurance Championship. I know that they've always been concentrated in recent years on full season entries. I just wonder whether they need to be slightly more relaxed in that respect.
I think that has to change as part of this. Yes. Otherwise it doesn't work, because otherwise everybody, because what you don't want is, everybody wants to go to Le Mans, Johnny. There's 60 entries, 60 places for Le Mans, in the same way as there's 60 places here. And you're already oversubscribed at Le Mans. So you might say, what's the point of this? Because Le Mans doesn't need any more entries. You would reasonably say Le Mans needs more entries in the top class.
Yes.
I mean, we could be looking at a situation in the 2021-22 season, so Le Mans 2022, where the ACO technical department for Le Mans might have to be balancing 6 different types of top class car.
Yeah.
If you assume that the current LMP1 non-hybrids will be grandfathered in for another year, although that's not the plan at the moment. That's only planned to be grandfathered for 1 year.
For Hypercar Season 1.
Correct.
Yes.
So if we're talking about Hypercar Season 2, 2021-22, which is when we're talking about LMDH coming in as well. So you've got Hypercar, you've got road-going hybrid, non-hybrid, you've got race prototype hybrid, non-hybrid, you've got potentially grandfathered in LMP1 current non-hybrid, although that one is slightly less likely, according to Vincent Beaumenil, when he spoke to us recently.
At the moment, that's Ginettas from Team LNT.
Correct.
That is the Rebellions.
Yes.
And that's all we've got at the moment, isn't it, in LMP1, outside of the Toyotas that are hybrid cars.
Well, presuming nobody brings back a previous iteration of the LMP1, like somebody like Colles or someone like that, because they've got a car that they could be running, but they aren't. So 4, possibly 5 different versions there, and then add in LMDH as well. So it's 5/6 different philosophies of car, or at least iterations of cars. Now, the hypercars are more likely to be, because those regulations are written, and you can look at those and see where the difference in technical regulations between those cars have been written to allow people to develop cars that will have broadly similar performance levels. But you're adding a complete wild card in with LMDH. Hypercar's 1,300 kilos or something. And you're looking at a DPI as it stands at the moment. All right, you're going to add a hybrid system, which will add a few kilos, but they're going to be sitting, I reckon, around about 1,000, 1,050, 1,100 kilos. You're talking about a car that's going to be 200 kilos minimum.
Yeah. It's a really tough job to get this right and to be able to dovetail, you know, what, 5 years of regulation all into one. It's a tough job, really is.
The plus points of all of that, for me, the first plus point is nothing to do with the top class. It's a 10-year guaranteed homologation for these new chassis for LMP2.
Okay, yes.
Golden era for LMP2. You get in on the ground floor of the new LMP2 regs, which were coming anyway. So you've got Ligier, Multimatic, Orica and Delara, with a 10-year guaranteed homologation for the new chassis on which the LMDH will be based. 5-year minimum guarantee on the LMDH original series, if you will, when they come out. That gives a lot of stability and a lot of time to get balance of performance and the racing right. The other thing about taking them to Le Mans is if you took a DPI to Le Mans, they would, even as it stands now, they would outperform the current LMP2 cars. So there's an advantage there in not having to fiddle around with LMP2s. You would think that LMDH, depending on what the technical regulations are, and particularly with regard to suspension, which is where the DPIs and current LMP2s differ widely. Suspension components are much more open on the current DPIs than they are on LMP2, which are all stock. Plus the addition of the hybrid system, and rather than a spec engine, an engine developed by a manufacturer, as with the current DPI. can't see that's going to change too much in terms of performance levels. Now, whilst I know the P2s are slowed down here in IMSA, it's also true that the DPIs were, when we split LMP2 from DPI, the DPIs were allowed to use a little more of their performance potential. The hypercars, the regulations for hypercars, I'm looking at it at the moment, and the lap time that they are looking to reach is a 3:30 at Le Mans. That's the reference time. I think current DPIs would do that quite easily. Quite easily. And so they don't mess about. It's not as if you're having to throw another curveball into balancing the rest of the field at Le Mans. I think Le Mans is actually, bizarrely, the easiest of the equation. It's where you integrate with everything else. And John Doonan saying in this booth, and in fact, while sitting on this chair earlier on, the decision of whether hypercar will be allowed to run in IMSA has not yet been made.
No.
So the convergence is full convergence LMDH to WEC and ACO competition and an IMSA class, but hypercar may remain an ACO WEC only class.
Gotcha. Yeah.
I suppose what will come down to is what hypercars we see at Silverstone in September, and then beyond, and whether they are made available to customers.
Aston apparently have said they're perfectly happy with this new convergence, and they've said they'll crack on with their hypercar.
Glickenhaus have said exactly the same. We had a tweet from them earlier.
Not sure we've had a statement from Toyota yet, but they
not
may
officially.
Okay.
Not officially. I'll tell you now, I've spoken to a couple of manufacturer representatives here who are US-based arms of global companies who've said they've got to think about it. And I'll tell you a bit more about that in a minute.
All right, hold that thought. We'll head down to Turner Motorsport with Diana Binks. She's managed to grab Dylan McAvern from the Liquimolly BMW.
Dylan, you've just jumped out of the car after your stint. How was it out on the track tonight? Or this morning, rather?
It's a little greasy out there if you get offline. I was just out there trying to conserve brakes. We still haven't changed our brakes yet, so we're really mindful of that, hoping for a caution. Other than that, just out there cruising. Traffic seems to be pretty light, which is nice. But really just trying to conserve the car for the last few hours. The Turner Motorsports guys are doing a great job keeping the Liquimolly M6 up front. And we're just looking forward to those last few hours.
This is such a strong, solid car, isn't it? We talked to Bill Oberlin earlier, and he just raves about this car, absolutely loves driving it. How do you feel about it?
Oh, yeah, BMW put together an unbelievable platform for us. The car has really been a joy to drive all day. Really great stability through the bus stop with that long wheelbase, and just really, really, really comfortable to drive, which makes our job really easy.
And what's your thoughts on the race so far?
It's been fairly uneventful, luckily. So we're just, pounding out laps, getting through these stints. Yeah, I guess so far so good. We've had a couple little hiccups with the hood and a side window, but if that's the worst that's going to happen in 24 hours, I think we're looking pretty good.
When will you be back in?
Unsure yet. We're working on strategy right now.
Thanks, Dylan.
Dylan McAvern from Turner Motorsport, the car he shares with Bill Oberlin, as mentioned, Jens Klingmann and Robbie Foley making the lineup there, and 96 now with Klingmann at the wheel, 8th position for that M6 GT3, the only BMW, in fact, in the GT Daytona class.
I'll be interested in what everybody else is thinking as they're waking up, particularly in Europe at the moment. It's at IMSA Radio with the hashtag IMSA Radio D24, and of course I'm sure there'll be a question or two in Michelin post-race tech later on today. Just to go back to my conversations as the battles continue in GTD with Patrick Long, and Spencer Pumpelly going back at it again, coming off the high banks and down towards us on the tri-oval. Patrick Long for Wright Motorsport in the blue, black and white Porsche heads into turn 1, and Pumpelly gaining, under braking into that first corner for the 44 Magnus Racing Lambo. He's right there. This is going to be pass for position, this, Johnny, I reckon.
Yeah, looking very close indeed. This Huracan been brilliantly set up from the start of the race at 20-2 yesterday afternoon. Fascinating to watch. Spencer Pumpelly at the time sliced through the order from 16th place start, and he was setting fastest lap after fastest lap, and slowly and surely the 44 car has got to the sharp end, is now dicing for position, as John says, with the 16 of Pat Long. So Pumpelly 4th, Pat Long is 3rd, Dries Vanthoor a little bit further up the road in the WRT Audi 2nd, and the lead is still with Andrea Caldarelli for Paul Miller Racing. But we had a spell where the 2 Raging Bulls were out front, 44 ahead of 48 on that occasion, and the Pumpelly car has just slipped back a little bit, but still very much in the hunt, as GT Daytona cars are, or the battle is difficult to read across the 24 hours, because it really does depend when you're using your various different graded drivers within that. I really quite enjoy GTD for that reason.
And when you're double stinting your tyres.
Yes, of course. And that teams tend to favour that overnight when the conditions are cooler to get through the Michelins. It's 38 sets as well for GTD.
30.
30 sets?
Yeah.
Blimey. Okay, I thought 38.
Blimey, Charlie.
I thought 38 was tight when you're on a deep in a DPI
I'm
car.
I'm pretty certain. Let me just. I just happen to have the. Yeah, 30 of the S8M,
of course, than the DPIs do.
Correct.
And can last just about an hour.
Wicker Bill says of the situation on the convergence, he thinks one of the, and this, you're not alone on this, Wicker, or Bill, should I say, the Orica have announced that they'll be building an LMDH platform, whatever the Rebellion Peugeot decision is, even if they decide to stay with Hypercar. That's significant from Ude Schoenack. Orica, of course, are one of the LMP2, the new LMP2 chassis builders. And just while Spencer Pumpelly now has got to the back of Pat Long, we'll keep an eye on that. But the point I was going to make, JP, is having spoken to quite senior representatives of car manufacturers and distributors here in the US, so not necessarily US brands but global brands, I've had the same sort of answers to questions to my questions from all of them, that you have to look at it, and the reason that you have to look at it is that for most manufacturers, motorsport has been decentralized. So let's say and it depends how they fund their motorsport programs, but as we know, Toyota, for their current WEC program, are, I believe, unique in the fact that all of that funding, instead of coming from a marketing budget, comes from road car research and development. That comes out of Japan through Toyota Motorsport Europe, TME, which is based at Cologne, which is that huge facility that Nick and I went to 4 or 5 years ago and did our inside story on, and Nick got stuck in the road going. Toyota GT1, which very, very funny. Other manufacturers do it different ways, but ultimately it comes down to, let's take a fictional example. Let's say that you have there's no Australian car manufacturers now who actually manufacture in Australia. So if we do that, nobody can say that I'm hinting to something, because I don't mean to be doing that. So let's say there was an Australian car manufacturer that was building cars in Australia, which there isn't anymore, and they had a huge sales arm here in the United States. At the sort of level of investment that LMDH is requiring, a relatively low level in motorsport terms, the national or regional distributor stroke sales arm of that fictional Australian company probably has the autonomy to make its own decision at that level. So if you're talking about $10 million, $15 million, maybe even up to $20 million of investment to design, build and then run a car. And let's remind ourselves that current DPIs in customer hands for an IMSA competitive IMSA season can be run for between $3.5 and $5 million per car.
Yeah.
Penske probably spending a bit more on that on the two Acuras, something closer to between 13 and 15 is what the estimates are. Then that would seem reasonable. If you're getting up to 50, 60 million or 100 million, then it has to be a global program to amortize that cost. And then you've got to get buy-in from several regions.
Yes.
So if this fictional Australian car company then decides, let's say it's going to do hypercar, the hypercar budgets are bigger, still not as big as full house P1 hybrids used to be. But let's remind ourselves, none of the companies that left P1 hybrids left because of how expensive it was. That was corporate politics, completely different to financial reasoning. But at 100 or 200 million, Peugeot said they would never come back until it got below 200 million. Audi left because they were told to, that they had to, even though they had a gasoline car coming on, and Porsche left because they didn't have to worry about Audi catching them up on Le Mans wins anymore. So none of that was to do with, certainly with the two VAG brands, to do with budget. So as soon as you get to the bigger numbers, you've got to get buy-in from several regions, and then they're saying, well, hang on a minute, you know, how much of my marketing budget do I have to throw at this? And why am I being told to do this centrally? We don't do that. We support skiing, or we support British Superbikes, or we put the pace car into something else. And then that's why it becomes difficult to actually do a global program. And that's why World Championships are difficult. They are very difficult to get funding for, even on a manufacturer scale.
Generally, driving costs down is a good idea with all of that in mind, and I think that's the idea of LMDH, because it's going to be a common platform in LMP2 as well, as John has mentioned. GTLM scrap starting to liven up again.
This is an unlapping, isn't it, that's about to happen with Antonio Garcia in the bright yellow Corvette trying to get a lap back from Jesse Krohn, isn't he? Yes, he is. Was at the moment only 2 cars on the lead lap in GT Le Mans, the Porsche 912 and the BMW. They must also a pit stop, yeah, not too far away.
And in GT Daytona, the class leader is on pit road together with the 88. In fact, Mirko Bortolotti's been and gone in the WRT Speedstar Audi. Dennis Olsen comes in for Pfaff Motorsport and Caldarelli for Paul Miller Racing. Car now back on the ground, still being fueled though.
40 seconds, 41 seconds before the fuel hose came out. That's, I mean, I know there's a lot of fuel going in there, they go a long way, but that seemed rather leisurely. Oh, Pfaff Motorsport going behind the wall,
yes,
Johnny.
It is, and Diana Binks is watching that happen. So Di turning left. We didn't expect this from the Pfaff Motorsport car.
No, it came into the pit lane and it looks like it's got one headlight out anyway, and it was very slow coming up the pit lane and just came straight in, turned left and has gone back down to the garages now. I didn't get close enough to see if there was any damage or anything on the car, but definitely one of the lights at the front not working.
Yeah, that's part of what happens when the car comes into pit lane. Some cars, the headlights flash from left to right, and the Pfaff Motorsport just loses a headlight to indicate that it has come down pit road. But the clock's starting to tick on the side of that car, John Hindhaugh.
Well, it's reset a couple of times, Johnny, because I think they've done a full reset on that car. And the issue is, it has no motive power. The flat 6 has no fire, and the car that led this class for such a long time is behind pit road, expertly picked up by Ray Wenzel Jr. Rooftop rear, a couple of floors above our head. Wow, that's an absolute disaster for Faf. They have been so on it, even managed to get out of a void, taking a big penalty for taking a wave around that they shouldn't have. And my thanks to Dr. Frank Stefan Walliser for sending me an email about that earlier on. They did the wave by and then realised they shouldn't have, and redressed the balance straight away. Immediately spoke to the IMSA officials and told them what they were doing, and therefore did not receive the penalty. Cottingham and Alter Cadillac on the high banks is the leader. Through speedway turns 3 and 4 for Renger van der Zande, 48 seconds. And last time it was Sebastian Bourdais who got the best of the traffic, taking a second out of the lead, such as the ebb and flow, Johnny Palmer, of multi-class racing.
Yeah, brilliant to witness, and also with so much green flag running too, we've had 3 cautions to this point, and
about 50 minutes of caution, is it?
Let's have a look. 56 minutes and 23 seconds, according to the data I've got.
And how many laps was that? About 16 then?
Yes, exactly 16 laps, in fact. You've committed that to memory, clearly. The middle caution of the 3 was when the LMP2 car got stuck in the tyre wall at the International Horseshoe. First caution, was that when the 2 cars, the Aston Martin 23 and
the 47 Lamborghini, they came together trying to get into the pit lane or whatever was going on. Very odd.
Yeah. And I have to admit, I wasn't around for the 3rd caution. It was on a break at that point, but it was dealt with relatively quickly. What did we have? 20 minutes or so, 16 minutes rather, of caution for the 3rd one. Now here come the GTLM leaders with the Porsche in front, 912, and the black BMW. They pitted on exactly the same lap last time around, and Diana Binks can hopefully catch a glimpse of both of them.
Yes, the 912 is in. There is a driver change. Lauren Van Her has jumped in behind the wheel. The team are now in full swing on the pit apron here. They're changing all 4 tyres, and fuel and driver change on that one.
Now, interestingly, of course, the BMW has been scored as the leader there because of by dint of the fact their pit stall is further down. Question will be who gets out the quickest. It's good work. Both are down on the ground now. We're waiting for fuel on the BMW because they couldn't start fueling, of course, until they were at their pit stall. There goes the Porsche. Wheel spin from the number 24 BMW, brought in by Jesse Krohn, and they will leave 912 from 24.
Pretty tight on the exit, and it almost looked like the 912 had to check up very slightly because the Wright Motorsports GTD car was coming in from the left. I think that was just about the right decision. Patrick Long was a nose ahead, and the 912 ceded to the GTD car, but just wonder whether they had to ease off the throttle a little bit. They were all on the pit limiter, but Laurent Vantour, as Di explained, getting on board that car. Jesse Krohn stays on board, and now both drivers will be on stone-cold tyres, yes.
And keep an eye out for Nick Tandy. He can't be that far away. In fact, there he goes. So Tandy, who pitted a wee while ago, he is, 3 laps ago Tandy was in the pit lane in the 911. He'll have hotter Michelins and therefore will have a bit more grip. It really is tiptoe stuff, isn't it, when you come out of the pit lane?
This is why Mathieu Jaminet was so good on the outlap of the previous stop, because he kept his tyres. But yeah, I also think the Porsche actually works its tyres slightly better on the infield. And not sure that's necessarily down always to the driver, just to the chassis perhaps as well, but it can rocket off far more quickly than the BMW can.
Well, proof if proof were needed, JP, that changing the driver does not or should not affect the time of the pit stop, because there we had two cars come in to the pit lane at the same time. The BMW changed its driver, the Porsche did not. 4 Michelin tyres for both and a full tank of fuel. If anything, as they rolled out of pit lane, the BMW was a bit closer.
Yeah.
But that was all down to how long the fuel hose was in.
It was a reverse situation the last time those cars stopped, because the BMW crew did the driver change from Chas Mostert to Jesse Krohn at the time, and Mathieu Jaminet handed over. Sorry, Mathieu Jaminet rather stayed on board.
Yeah.
So, and he kept his tyres. That was the reason why Jam was so good on the outlap, was able to take the class lead, and it stayed like that in the 912 ahead of the 24 since then.
Dane Cameron's been in and out of the pit lane, stayed aboard the number 6 Acura. Oof, there goes a Porsche. Now that car looks to be tippy-toeing as well. Oh yeah, didn't even get on the throttle there. Dane's just been passed by the 9-1. No, that was a 911, Nick Tandy. Tandy knows he's got a chance here, you know, because he's just put his fastest first sector of the race in, or that car's fastest first sector of the race in. And now he's back down to 16.5 seconds away from the leaders. And that, of course, those pit stops puts the top 6 GT Le Mans back on the lead lap.
Yeah, it wasn't too long ago when the top 5 were separated by about 40 seconds on the road, and even the Ferrari, the 62 Risi Competizione Ferrari, where things looked a little bit bleak after the first few stints, they're still in the fight. They have got about a minute of time, though, between the front of the Ferrari and the back of Tonio Garcia's Corvette.
Number 6, Acura Team Penske car. Rubbing the ground?
That might be the porpoising that we'd
seen
earlier on in the weekend.
I heard that earlier on when I was
back movement of the car.
I heard that earlier on when I was sitting listening on the radio, and I thought it was just static on the FM. And now that I've got the headset on up here, that's quite noticeable, that, isn't it?
Yes. I'm sure it's going to be worrying Acura, because it's probably been doing that all race, unless, of course, they've been altering the aero on the car.
I haven't seen them swap noses, have you?
No. But I haven't really been looking for that either. But the 31 car is in anyway from 3rd position.
Philip Nasser. And again, that was a very neat and tidy pit stop. I don't think... Did they put tyres on that or not? The tyres that came off still looked pretty shiny, if they have been used. 31 seconds stationary for the Whelan car. And Felipe Nasser stays in. That car in out of 3rd position. We'll hold on to that as it goes round turn 1 in the pit lane. What we're looking for is a 77 Tristan Nunez Mazda. That's the mainly white car. That can't be too far away. Was that it, just nipping down into turn 1 there? Meantime, Porsche 912 on the banking. And Lawrence Vantour has opened up a whole 1 second of a lead.
That was Nunez, by the way, slotting into 3rd place.
Yeah, I thought
77. Felipe Nasser. Well, I don't know, it's going to be a bit tight. We'll call them through the sector in a moment or two at the end of the infield section, but yeah, incredibly close for GTLM coming out of turn 1. The BMW's got a really good run and is almost overlapping the Porsche. It's being given space as well, hugging the curb, the 24 of Jesse Krohn, and up the inside then of Laurent Vantour. 0.1 of a second was the gap between the two, and the BMW gets a spot.
Courtesy of the fastest lap of the race for that car by Jesse Krohn. 1:42.770, and Nick Tandy has just put the 911 Porsche's fastest lap of the race in with a 1:42.9. All of a sudden, drivers finding their feet in the cooler temperatures. And don't forget, the GT Le Mans category, unique here in IMSA Racing, and they have a selection of compounds that they can use, and they can mix and match as well. You might not have the same compound front to back or left to right.
Okay.
Potentially 3 different compounds that they could use.
Well, and it sort of depends on how many you've got left towards the end of the race as well. But that has to be carefully planned. I'm sure it's not ideal to have different compounds on the car.
Depends how you set it up.
Yeah, true.
And what tyre, right rear tyre gets a hammer here. So slightly harder compound on there.
8 hours, 12 minutes still to go. We're almost at 2/3 distance, therefore, and the 52 LMP2 car rather is on pit road.
Second
very
place
similar shade of red under the floodlights to the 77 Mazda when I catch that at certain angles. 52 of Gabby Aubrey, well, at least he brought it in.
55 Mazda, the 77's the white
Sorry,
black one. Yeah,
yes,
but I knew what you meant.
Yeah, thank you to Mazda for painting their cars in wrapping their cars in very different colours, and likewise for the BMWs too. The Porsches are slightly more difficult to tell apart, but I'm learning it. Big lock up on cold tyres that time
He's
around.
going off. He's going off. He's on the
Gabby
grass.
Aubrey.
Come on, Gabby. Grab it back.
There's a little escape route there where the emergency vehicles use that when we go caution. So thankfully there's a little bit of grip once you get beyond the grass. But if you fall off that secondary bit of asphalt, there are tyres so close to the edge of that.
And also, it's a downhill run to that, Johnny. Grass probably... Oh, he really locked the fronts up. No ABS on LMP2 cars. Grass probably a bit damp as well, I would think, with the temperature inversion overnight. So cold tyres, release agent still on, and damp grass almost spelled disaster for Gabby Aubrey and the number 52 car, which has been at the top of the LMP2 standings in first or second. I don't think it's dropped out of the first two. I may be wrong. Maybe on the early pit stops, but other than that, it's been there or thereabouts.
No, in recent memory, I think you're right. It's been a switch around between the 52 and the 81 generally, and then the other three have been squabbling over the third place on the podium. But 38's hit problems recently. Kyle Masson now at the wheel of that Performance Tech Motorsport Orica. But it seems to be a fight at the moment in LMP2 between 81 from Dragon Speed and the PR1 Matheson car that we've just mentioned.
Renger van der Zande doing what it says on his tin. An exceptionally quick driver. He is one of the most committed drivers through the dogleg, the kink on the infield. Traffic, no traffic, on his own or racing someone for position. It just, I know it probably can't be, because I'm presuming it's, if not easy flat, then relatively easy flat for prototypes, but it just looks like he's going 20 mile an hour quicker through there than everybody else. He's so positive on the turn-in that it just, the attitude of the car really catches your eye. And when he's going past GT cars, he is so decisive through there. JDC Motorsports in the pit lane with the Mustang sampling car.
Yep, and Diana is watching the stop for us.
I am. Fuel and tyres only for this one. I wasn't sure if they were having a driver change, but obviously when I got here there's no driver. Fuel and tyres on this one, they've just dropped it down from the jacks. The fuel is still going in as the car sits here on the pit apron. Oh, it's just stalled. We're just trying to restart it and off it goes.
So a little bit of a fluff there as the car went to pull away. 39 seconds that car was in the pit stall for.
I think there was a bit of confusion there, or at least, I'll take that back. I don't think there was confusion, but I think one thing that perhaps may have affected that was the front air hose was sitting in front of the car. And when the car controller gave the side of the driver to go, it wasn't quite out the way enough, and if he'd run over that, he would have got a penalty. And I could see the man behind the wall on the front air hose trying to sort of, you know when you get a kink in the hose pipe when you're washing the car and it stops the water coming out, I could see him sort of flicking it with his wrist as if he was cracking a whip to try and get the air hose out the way. And I wonder if that oh no, stop, okay, go, oh, stalled it, okay. Yeah. But all of these cars have onboard starters, of course, and it was quickly rectified, and Sebastian Bourdais, calm as ever, maybe lost a couple of seconds.
Yeah.
Which in the big scheme of things is not going to make much difference, with still a third of the race plus 7 minutes to go.
Yeah, and so many more pit stops as well to do. I mean, if that was done in the final pit stop, then it would be horrendous. But you can soak that up, generally speaking. Out of turn 4 on the main oval come 2 GT cars. This is the lead in GTLM. Jesse Krohn and Laurent Vantour. Doesn't matter who's driving these cars at any one time, they're generally glued together.
The trading fastest sectors, it was 8/10 last time as Jesse pulled out just a tiny bit. It's down to half a second this time, and Nick Tandy's not that far back now, only 13 seconds off that battle. That's fantastic stuff out there. Tandy will be able to see that battle at various points on this track, particularly on the infield, when they're with the 2 hairpins, the 2 horseshoes. You can see cars 6, 7, 8, 10, 12 seconds ahead, and he'll be gauging to whether he's catching them or not. He won't need the guys to be telling him. And he's desperate to get up here. Oh, little mistake by Krohn going over the inside curb at turn 6, unsettling the back of the BMW. Now that car's straight and quick in a straight line, but he couldn't get the power on as early as he wanted to, and it still pulls away from the Porsche. Wow.
38 LMP2 car just on pit road. It looked to be a pretty standard stop, but there was a bit of a problem towards the end, was there, Binksy, as the car pulled away?
Yes, they refueled the car and dropped it down off the jacks, but then it didn't fire up at all. It took a few seconds, in fact probably about 5-6 seconds before it did. It eventually fired up and made its way back out onto the track. I've got to say, although that car had a couple of incidents later, of all the cars that are coming in and out of the pit lane at the moment, it looks very clean, which is quite weird.
Yeah, because it's quite a bit of white wrap on that as well, so they're doing well to make it as pristine as possible. Traffic ahead now of Jesse Krohn, so he's going to have to decide
cost him
whether to go left or right. Can't even pass the car at turn 1. It's the 86 Acura NSX, the pink and black car. So that now goes through.
Jules Gounon driving that car, got out of the way. That was heads-up driving by Jules.
Still the Monegasque at the wheel then. Out of the International Horseshoe. Advantage just about Porsche, because some ground was made up after there was that moment of indecision from the BMW ahead. But the M8 looks so good through the kink. It gains just a little bit of ground before it hits the brakes.
Now let's see if Jesse has learned from the last time into turn 6. Dropped the left-hand side Michelin's over the back of the curb there. He gives it a little more room that time. Didn't take nearly as much curb. How frustrating must this be for Laurens Vantour? He's nailing his turning points, but he just can't get close enough to put any kind of move on that BMW M8 GTE ahead of him. Down towards the bus stop. They're pretty even, those cars, in every other respect. I don't think that there's much between them under braking. It's a smashing car, the M8. Lovely shape, road going versions. I have to say I prefer in the darker colours. Meantime, the race leader is in the pits, Johnny.
Yeah, Renger van der Zande bringing the Konica Minolta Wayne Taylor Racing prepared car in, and Binksy's going to watch this stop for us.
22 laps.
Yeah, I'm just doing the pit wall hop at the minute, so on and off the wall as the cars come in, because they're getting pretty close. The number 10 has come in here, and it is fresh new tyres and fuel. This one, no driver change as expected, so the car sits on the pit apron here as the last bit of fuel goes in. and all tyres are now on, so it's just waiting on that. They're about to drop it down off the jacks, which they've done, but the fuel is still going in. They haven't released the fuel hose just yet, so a lot of fuel. There it goes.
There was the addition of, I think on the right-hand side, it's the oil pressurised canister going in on the right-hand side. That may just be precautionary. I may have seen something on the data on that car to make the Wayne Taylor Racing mechanics and engineers feel it needed a little bit of top-up. Still a third of the race to go.
Binksy confirming that, by the way, your theory. As into the bus stop again go the GTLM battling cars, BMW versus Porsche. The 912 really caught the curb on the way into the bus stop there, which have been changed. Well, the first bit of it, the first element there, been changed since the Raw, and that was really catching one or two cars out during the practice sessions, namely the Lexus, both 12 and 14 cars. 14 is the better placed of those two. Now with Jack Hawksworth at the wheel in 10th position. We also had, actually the Porsches were affected with front splitters breaking up, weren't they? And that was possibly because of curbs too. They were changing front splitters time and time again during one particular session. So trying different ride height settings, and they've now settled on the perfect one because we've had no such problem during the race.
New fastest lap for that car, for the leader in GTD, as Andrea Caldarelli stops the watches at 1:45.584. That's a good half a second faster than anything else in GTD at the moment, and actually quite a bit more than that for most of the cars. Second is Mirko Bortolotti in the number 88 Audi R8. Spencer Pumpelly for Magnus Racing still in third, a further 19 seconds back, a minute and 14 between the top three there. In GT Le Mans, Jesse Krohn can't shake the 912 of Lawrence Van Teur, but Lawrence just can't get close enough to begin to challenge. Nick Tandy is edging ever closer. He's taken about a second out of these two, but it's taken him 3 laps to do it. 24, 912 and 911 your top three. 6 seconds further back, holding station at the moment, Antonio Garcia for the best placed of the Corvettes. Remember, the number 4 car went back to the garage what seems like a million years ago. Did that ever come back out after we saw all that engine oil?
No, because it's now out of the race. It's stayed in the pits ever since then. We're live from trackside at Daytona International Speedway. It's 107.9 FM at the track, RS2 IMSA radio across the USA and around the world. We've now had 16 hours of racing, leaving a mere 8 to go, and the next hour of racing starts now.
And as we go into the 17th hour, Johnny, another fastest lap by Andrea Caldarelli. He's knocked another 2 tenths off the previous one. 1:45.3 now, his best. And that car's best for the race. This is the Paul Miller Racing number 48 Lamborghini heading GT Daytona, and his lead stretched now to 56.5 seconds. The sound in the background is that of a 4.2 litre flat 6 Porsche engine. It belongs to the 912, driven by Laurens Vanthoor, drivers champion with Earl Bamber last year. Porsche taking the Manufacturers' Championship, and the man, he's hammering that inside curb on the entry. I think Lawrence now has decided, right, I've had enough of this. I'm going to have to try and take some liberties to get somewhere close to Jesse Krohn. Pit lane speed violation for the number 85 car, Chris Miller. Plus 30.
Wow.
30 clicks over the top of the speed limit. That's going to be a stop and hold. Yep, stop and 20-second hold for the JDC 85 car.
Very costly for the bright yellow Cadillac DPI. Porsche just seemed to get closer into turn number 1. And yeah, strong on the brakes, but the BMW gets good traction off the curve, after the turn. There was a bit of a squirm there from the big M8 as well, the number 24 car. 911 entering the International Horseshoe now. And that is the car driven by Nick Tandy, so 10.7 seconds. He's also being chased by Antonio Garcia, who's only 6.5 seconds adrift, although, John, you reckon that gap's actually growing?
Yeah, that was, it was 5.8 seconds last time around. It's 6.5 now, and that's courtesy of a 1:43.2 from Tandy. He's taken a good 7/10 out the 2 cars ahead of him. That's the first time the gap's been under 11 seconds since I've been taking note of it. And Nick Tandy, then, we said that he'll be pushing hard, and he certainly is at the moment. Antonio Garcia heading on to NASCAR turn 1 and 2. Still that Corvette with the afterburners, the Bunsen burners. That's been causing a lot of chat on social media and a huge amount of screen grabs and pictures of that. Brand new engine position for the Corvette, and a brand new engine, of course. Double overhead cam rather than the pushrod V8 flat plate crank. Very different sound, but still normally aspirated. They have not gone to turbocharging, but it did look like an engine or maybe an oil pump problem. Really late downshift from Vantour into turn 1 there. He was coping with the back end of the Porsche, moving around. What a stint this has been for these 2 drivers, Johnny. You know, we often say, don't we, in sports car racing, you know, if you're somewhere like Le Mans, you can be pretty much 4.5 miles apart, but racing as hard as if you were wing mirror to wing mirror and trading tenths of seconds. Well, they're not 4.5 miles apart. They've been about a second down to half a second or 3/10 apart, but they might as well be racing side by side because they are leaving absolutely nothing on the table right now.
Yeah, Vantour will be working out where the BMW strengths are. He probably worked that out several hours ago, and also possibly adjusting various routes into the Horseshoe. 1 or 2 people noting that Mathieu Jaminet tends to square off the second of the Horseshoes. Vantour, I think, less so. But trying to get as best drivers possible off turn 6, which is then the long straight down into the chicane, but it's then losing big chunks of time out through speedway turns 3 and 4, and therefore the Porsche's not in a position to attack when they get back down to turn 1 again.
I was looking at the steering wheel on the Porsche 911 RSR 19 earlier on this week. There are 16 different control surfaces on that steering wheel. It's pretty much a prototype looking steering wheel and very similar to what was on the 919 hybrid. Now, all the usual bits and pieces for radio and lights flash and drinks button and changing the modes. 2 different traction control settings, which Porsche have had for quite a long time, TCI and TCO, and basically that's the level of traction control and how much slip angle you can allow for the car, or how much slip of the wheels you can occur. It's very clever. 4 different rotary controls, 1 on each thumb and 1 on the top of either side of the steering wheel, or the steering yoke as it is, because it's not a circle by any stretch of the imagination. No. But the thing that really caught my eye, paddle shifters, of course, which you can just tap with a finger and you can feel the micro switch working very positively. Great tactile feedback, and above that another set of paddles just big enough for your first finger of each hand. Brake balance, up and down on the steering wheel, never have to take your hands off. Pops up on the dash as to how you've adjusted that front to back. So in theory, Johnny, the Porsche drivers could be changing their brake bias corner by corner.
Yes, yeah, because of the ease of use.
Yes,
that you can do it.
Extraordinary.
Yeah.
And I said to the drivers, you know, what's all this about? And Lawrence said, we are in a class where tiny little incremental differences can be the difference between winning and losing a race. So if that gives us half a tenth here and a tenth there, then we have to use it. So you can't just drive around blithely not touching any of these settings. You've got to be in tune with the car and make these changes on the steering wheels. A handbook for the steering wheel itself that is more than 40 pages long.
Wow. Yeah, and I'm sure many of the drivers had to do a bit of cramming before they even got started. But also it's the ability to know where the car is ineffective and then to know which direction you need to go on brake bias to do that on the fly. So yeah, that's so tricky to do. I'm again in awe of all these drivers, really, to be able to make that adjustment. First of all, to know what's wrong, and then to be able to do it whilst you're also negotiating the racetrack. Amazing stuff. They have to be not quite engineers as well, but race setup guys as well as very quick pilots too. One LMP2 and one DPI heading out of the bus stop chicane. Tricky to tell from this distance, but it's the wheel and engineering car, I reckon, going around the outside of one of the LMP2s, the 5 Oricas, and they go over the line now. So that was a Dragon Speed car being lapped by the 31 of Felipe Nasser. 15 seconds the gap for Nasser to Tristan Nunez, Cadillac to Mazda, and down a couple of gears again for Belgian Laurens Vanthoor. Nick Tandy in third, fourth position in GTLM, Antonio Garcia. Still only talking about 16, 17 seconds between the top 4 GTLM cars. So Nick Tandy is certainly bridging that gap now between Antonio Garcia and Laurent Vanthoor, because the 10-second gap that we mentioned last time is now down to 8.5 seconds, and it's growing back to Antonio Garcia. But when you add those increments together, it's really only 17, possibly 18 seconds between first placed GTLM car and the fourth place car. Alessandro Pierguidi for Risi Competizione is now a lap off the pace, it would appear, for the GTLMs. 33 laps completed. Actually, no, not quite a lap. So still just the lead lap for the Italian in the Risi Competizione 488. Colton Herta in the second of the BMWs, car 25, is several laps down, though, after a couple of significant problems for the 25 early on in the race. So 13 laps down on Alessandro Pierguidi and really out of the fight in GTLM. There's now a Lexus between the two GTLM leaders. That's the 14 car, weaving right and left, the racetrack side of the pit wall, and then the driver of the 14, who on this occasion is Jack Hawksworth, gives Laurens Vanthoor the required space to just slip up the inside into the international horseshoe. Left-hand kink next, and then back on the brakes they go for a very similar hairpin bend before they'll line up their cars for turn 6, which Jesse Krohn struggled with not too long ago, just ditch hooking the curb effectively, getting the wheels over that lip, which is on the outer edge of the curb. But much safer way through turn 6 now, which the tyres will far more enjoy. 0.8 of a second between the black BMW and the first of the 911 Porsches.
Viz Patel listening where you are, Viz, but makes a very good point about that Porsche steering wheel and the brake bias. He says, I imagine adjusting the brake bias helps out as the fuel loads go down, particularly in a Porsche, given how sensitive the car is to porpoising at the front, just with the transfer of weight front to back. It's a good point. George George Ardis says it's going to be an interesting midweek motorsport on Wednesday with everything that's happening right now, both sides of the Atlantic. Live from the Bathurst press room on Wednesday evening.
Will we even have time to talk about the Bathurst 12 hour, I wonder?
I think Creelsey will make sure that we do.
He'll force his way in.
Plus we'll have a pit walk as Creelsey takes one of the team walkabout up the pit lane for the Bathurst 12 hours. We'll get that done as well for you as well. Dave Alcock says, I think a smidge of overtime on Wednesday. 8 o'clock UK time, that's 3 o'clock on the Eastern Seaboard. Lots of things to pick up on after this weekend, I think. And keep your comments coming in at IMSA Radio, hashtag IMSA Radio D24. Convergence, ACO, WEC, IMSA, with a common set of regulations and potentially a common platform. Not a single spec car, that should be made absolutely clear. Not a single spec car. 4 different manufacturers and the opportunity, 4 different chassis manufacturers and the opportunity for automotive manufacturers to add their own styling to the cars, much as they do right now with the DPIs and engines. Very interesting concept. The DPI came up with from IMSA, a couple of years ago now, using a commercially available LMP2 chassis and then effectively allowing manufacturers to change the bodywork. Well, actually written in the regulations that the bodywork had to have styling cues from the manufacturers that they represented. And when you look at the front of that Acura, you can absolutely see. I mean, it's not identical to an NSX, but there's you go, oh yeah, okay, I can see that. It has the face, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And it's the same with the Cadillac. The wheels on the Cadillac, the race wheels on the Cadillac look like they've come off a CTSV.
Yes.
It's really nicely done.
And that's, you know, akin to Le Mans cars of certainly the 90s when I used to watch it with the Mercedes and the BMW.
Oh, the big GT1 cars.
The GT1 cars.
Yeah, Porsche started off with the Porsche 911 Evo, and there's a perfect example, Johnny, actually. You brought that up. That's a cracking example. That 911 would never have been built, the 911 GT1 car, had it not been for the fact that Porsche were committing to changing over from Type 993, in Porsche speak, by the way, you always say for the model 911, 962, 928, whereas for the iteration it's 993, 986, etc. It's very important that for people who are so inclined and do things Porsche, but that's how the factory say it, so good enough for them, good enough for us. So the 993, which was the air-cooled and oil-cooled engine, was being replaced with a water-cooled engine in the what became the 996, the one with sort of fried egg headlights on the front. And if you remember, the GT1 and subsequently the GT1 Evo 911 had that front end, and I think about the only parts it shared with the road car, although of course they built a supercar for road use as the regulations demanded. But I think it was the headlights, the front subframe and the rear lights were about all that came from the quote-unquote donor car. But all of that came about because Type 996 was coming out. It was a huge change for Porsche, a huge investment in a new car. The 993 had come from a development of the previous version, the 964, but the 996 was so much different, and of course it had that water-cooled engine. The current cousin of that car, currently battling for leading GT Le Mans, gets a bit of a draft from the WeatherTech car, but even getting right under the back of the BMW, still Lawrence Vance. Right, hang on. Hello, this is Lawrence to pit. can I go to military settings now in terms of me power? I want 105% from the 4.2 engine. But that's where those GT1s came from, Johnny. And so, you know, that was, we had the CLK, the wonderful CLK, which looked like it had been dropped from outer space.
Yeah.
And all of those cars, the Mercedes, the Porsche et al.
Toyota.
Oh, Toyota GT1, how beautiful was that thing?
Never had any luck, but yeah, it was a great looking car, certainly.
And of course we had the Dar 962 as well, didn't we? They managed to convince the ACO they were producing a road-going version of the venerable Porsche 962, carbon fibre monocoque, and produced a road car-ish.
Pit stop 4, the Dane Cameron driven, number 6 Acura, and that's pit stops being watched by Di.
Yes, Simon Pagenaud. It's interesting that I've watched him. Every time he's ready to get into the car, he's prepared about 15 minutes before and just standing, waiting with his helmet on. So Simon has just jumped into the car, taken over from Dane Cameron. Full service here, tyres and fuel, and the car, very swift stop as usual, and that makes its way back out onto the track.
I'm John Hindhaugh, sometime race driver, and I approve Sebastian Bourdais' method of getting ready for the car. 15 minutes, absolute minimum. Absolute minimum.
Yeah, just to get acclimatised really into your new surroundings, because it's not the most comfortable thing having a race helmet on, is it? And you know, just to allow a little bit of air to go through with the visor up before you then get into a really hot race car.
I always like to, I mean, I'm of a certain age obviously, so I'm not as lithe and fit as most of these racing drivers, but I like to get down, stretch, bend your knees, get right down into a hunkered down position, and then stretch out, and then bend down, and then stretch out, and then sit down somewhere, close my eyes. Probably the only thing at that point that I don't have on is my gloves, just in case I have to adjust something on my helmet or whatever. Keep pushing at my helmet to make sure that I've got A, my balaclava on, and B, my radio earpieces in. Because that is always my big fear, that I forgot to put a balaclava on my radio earpieces. You get in the car and go, oh.
What do I do now?
Yeah, hand signals, mate.
So out of the International Horseshoe, GTLM got really close coming through turn 6. I thought that was Laurens Vanthoor's best opportunity. This Porsche looks good further and further into the stint. So a question of not losing heart when the black BMW is disappearing up the road, because Vanthoor must know that the 912 is going to come good later on. And into turn 6 it goes. BMW maybe slightly more cleanly through that left-hander and back up onto the banking.
Still punching out of turn 6 really well, the big Beamer. And through goes the Mazda number 55 on the high side with Ryan Hunter-Reay driving. I think, how far are we into the stints? Not that far, are we? What have we got? We're on, those guys are on lap 537. Well, they've done 20 laps. I just think the BMW start to lose its rear tyres. It's marginal, but just looking at the body language of that car, and Laurens Vanthoor will be looking at that as well, and he'll want to be right with that BMW in all the big braking areas. It's under braking rather than acceleration, Johnny, that I'm noticing the back end of the BMW starting to get a little loose, a little squirrely. They're coming down to turn 1 now. Big move from Vanthoor. He can take a wider line and turn it in. Yeah, definitely the BMW just not getting the braking into the corner.
Going to go straight down to the pits. Dane Cameron now with Dynabigs.
Dane, you've just jumped out from your stint. Just tell me, how much work are you doing behind the wheel to adjust anything that you need to with the changing conditions?
Really not too much adjusting for us. We're still just really struggling with this touching, bottoming. It's pretty unbearable inside the car, to be honest. You're just getting the hell beat out of you pretty much all the way around the place. Yeah, so we've kind of gone to a bit shorter stints because we just can't really stand it, to be honest.
Yeah, we did wonder that some of the stints were being shortened by a lot of the teams, and we wondered what might be going on.
Yeah, I mean, when I first got in the car and one stint at the beginning, the car was really good. We were in top 3, no problem. Very happy with the balance, and just now the thing is just basically bouncing up and down like a pogo stick around the entire racetrack. So I'm not sure if we've, maybe gone to the point now where maybe failed a damper or something. So.
Is it a bit frustrating when it gets to that point when you can't quite see, work out what it is? I mean, you've got an idea, clearly.
Yeah, I mean, we know what causes it, but you can't do anything about it in the middle of the race. So, yeah, we'll see. We'll see if we're really lucky. Maybe when the temperature comes back up, usually it kind of can go away. So if nothing's really wrong, then hopefully it'll start to recede a little bit with warmer weather. But unfortunately, as far as the race is concerned, a good amount of damage has been done to us in the standings. So we'll see where it shakes out.
Thanks, Dave.
Thanks.
So close for GTLM. Laurent Vantour rather trying to get now level with the BMW. He's got to do it before the King. He can't do it because the 24 BMW's got the inside line, but that was the closest Vantour has got to the lead of GTLM.
And that came from the BMW struggling under braking at turn 1. I thought I saw a little bit of lack of grip under braking from that BMW as the number 10 Cadillac of Renke van der Zande streaks by. Was that the number 5 actually? Well, very difficult to tell the Mustang sampling and the Konica Minolta cars apart underneath the lights. I just think that's getting worse. It's only under braking. It's still got great traction off the corner, Johnny. But the back end of the car just seems a little recalcitrant. What it looks like is the front end washing out, but it's all coming from the fact that the back end of the car is just a little loose under braking. And it was in turn 1 last time around that Jesse Krohn struggled a little bit, and Vantour will be kicking himself that he couldn't make that stick. And by the way, the lap before that, Jordan Taylor out on new tyres in 4th place now for GTLM in the Corvette. On his out lap, on cold tyres, had those 2 leaders putting a lap on him, with the BMW going to the left-hand side, round the outside into the west hairpin, and the Porsche of Laurens Vantour diving down the inside of him to the right-hand side. Jordan's like, what? What?
I'll go left. No, I can't go left. I'll go right. No, I can't go that way either. I'll just sit in the middle, get my ears boxed for a little while, and hope that the tyres come in soon enough. Really interesting comments, I thought, from Dane Cameron as well, from Diana Binks. I mean, that is so un-Penske-like to have cars bouncing up and down like pogo sticks. He admits it's got worse through the course of the race. Maybe the daylight hours will make it better, but they're having to shorten the stints because it is so unbearable. That's horrible for the number 6 car.
Well, we can hear it from the onboard, and you will feel that. That'll be horrible for the driver. The other question that I've got is, what about a ride height measurement at the end of the race? What is it grinding down?
Yes.
And how is that going to affect the likelihood of that car in post-race tech being sanctioned by the IMSA technical team? Sorry, by the IMSA technical team. I didn't need to go technical team at that point.
But yeah, they're big question marks, and they're only going to know that when the measurement is taken, if indeed they manage to get to the end of the race with that, and the car doesn't tear itself apart before then. But scraping, particularly at those high speeds, is never good. And that movement, longitudinal movement, basically from the front to the back of the car, we call it porpoising, where it's bouncing up and down. We've seen it from, was it the Porsches that were doing that, the GT cars earlier on in the week, as I think they were toying with ride height and front splitter settings.
Talking about drivers getting ready earlier on and how long you do it, Alex Brown said, we did the HSF Foundation, Henry Surtees Foundation kart race last year. One of our drivers lost their gloves just before the stint. Got in the kart anyway with another set of gloves, and halfway through notices how uncomfortable his helmet was. Guess where the gloves were?
Oh no, wedged in the side of his, both the side of his head.
Just Yeah, or on top of, even
okay.
worse.
Yes.
And so then the chin bar is actually up by your eyes, and it looks like feels like you're looking at through a letterbox. Leading car, Johnny, in GTD, back in the pit lanes. Andrea Caldarelli is out of that car. And I didn't get the binoculars on it quickly enough to see who got in, but I think from the rotation it should be Madison Snow, shouldn't it? Who gets into that car?
Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, Caldarelli must have done big puff of tyre smoke there to
Great
try and
stints by Caldarelli, by the way.
Yeah. To try and light up those rear tyres and get them to temperature as quickly as possible, but it's going to be tippy-toe stuff for the first few corners. Caldarelli, double stint at least.
And at least twice, sorry Johnny, at least twice lowered the best lap for that car. Was impressive. And just waiting for that car to go out. It is indeed Madison Snow. That cup of coffee that I had has just started to get the old grey matter ticking over again. Mirko Bortolotti, by the way, followed the leader in GTD in that 88 Audi is in second position. About 52 seconds. Got about 17 seconds on Spencer Pumpelly in third. Pat Long yet to come through.
That was Vantor nearly taking the nose off Madison Snow's Lamborghini as he turned left, because Madison's struggling on the cold tyres.
Correct.
He kept left, but the Porsche swung by from the right, and so close to contact being made. I think Vantor was just about on the dimensions of his car and how close he was, but again, not a moment to lose to the BMW in front. And again, we're in a phase where the BMW is just able to inch away, mainly because it's out of turn 6, where the M8 is so strong.
Can't wait to hear from Lawrence Vantor at the end of his stint. I'm sure he's enjoying this. He'll look back on it when he gets out the car and enjoy it, perhaps. I think he's a bit frustrated now he can't get a little bit closer. I wonder if he... Do we think he's been held up, though, Johnny? I don't think he is he?
It's questionable about whether the Porsche could go a little bit faster on the infield, but certainly not on the high banks and the straights.
Second place car in for Sebastian Bourdais in the Mustang sampling number 5.
Is this an opportunity for the Porsche? Because there are now some prototypes that need to get by the BMW, and if they can force the hole, maybe just put the BMW off its stride a little bit, and the Porsche might be there, but it's not going to be close enough into the international horseshoe. One more prototype to get by, which is an LMP2 car.
Well, it might put the BMW offline into the kink, where Jesse Krohn and that M8 GTE are very strong indeed. Strong enough to keep the prototype behind it. In fact, that's commitment from Krohn. And Lawrence Vantor knows that he has to be close and take any opportunity that is presented. I think the Porsche might be just a little bit stronger towards the end of the stint, but is it strong enough? What we do know, if this comes down to a scrap out of NASCAR, well, out of the bus stop and then through NASCAR turns 3 and 4, even if the Porsche is ahead by then, we've seen the BMW drag past by the line and get its not inconsiderable BMW nose ahead of the slightly less snouty Porsche 912.
Here we go. GTD car in the way, and the BMW trying to get around the outside of the 47. Really close indeed in GTLM, but once more, BMW finds clear air and just edges away. It's about 4 or 5 car lengths when it was absolutely nothing in the bus stop.
That was really smart driving by Jesse Krohn, because he's in the pits, right. He actually made Vantor lift there.
Yeah.
Vantor couldn't keep it in. He came so far up. Now, Vantor, he can't be too far away from his pit stop either, because they came on the same lap last time around. So Vantor's going a bit longer. Now, hot tyres now. Does he get the advantage of that? He's got to put an absolute corker of a lap in right now. If he gets a good enough lap here, the call will be to pit. Oh, he's had to make way for, now that is the
race leader.
Number 10, yeah, race leader of Renger van der Zande. So Vanto's got to put the lap of his life in here in the 912. Jesse Krohn in the pit lane. I was so excited about seeing a bit of clear air from the Porsche. I forgot to look to see if there was a driver change on the black BMW.
They are pulling tyres out at RLL, and
oh, they're doing brakes.
Oh,
right, brakes on the BMW, so they might as well do a full stint. Tyres coming off actually look pretty good.
Yes, they do.
Mind, we're on the other side of the track, but so I wonder, with a bit of top up of fluids for the BMW as well, that looks like oil going in under pressure as well. It's normally red for oil and blue for water for most of the teams. Well, I wonder if what Jesse was struggling with then wasn't rear grip, but actually brakes that were going off a little bit as they come down towards what I'm quite surprised GT Le Mans cars would need to do a brake stop here. It was, yeah, that's fantastic. You know, they normally take 38, 40 seconds, and including a full set of new brake discs, rotors and pads, 4 wheels and Michelin tyres, and a top of a fuel, 90 seconds on the ground, 90 seconds stopped.
Yeah, mightily impressive.
Wow.
The question is, though, does the Porsche need to change brakes? Because all of a sudden, the BMW is at a massive disadvantage now that it's taken that extra time. However, it will give it an advantage in terms of stopping. Will that force Porsche into a decision to also change some rotors? Maybe they know that they are fine to the finish on the ones they started with.
Well, how long, let's have a look, Johnny, at how long that stint was, because I just wonder if Vanto was forced in early, because the Porsche and the BMW stopped on the same lap last time. And
the time before that, in fact. So they've been matching each other's every move, and this is the change around, if you like. 912 staying out again. In comes the race leader in DPI, though, car number 10, which is the Renger van der Zande machine.
BMW Team RLL, 29 laps, that last stint for the 24 car, and that's what it's been doing, 29, 30 laps. 30 laps now, though, for the 912. Nick Tandy's been in after 29 laps. He came in, what, 4 laps ago.
912 is in what was the second place car in GTLM, but of course Diana Binks, it's just come in now from the lead of the race in that class.
Yeah, the car has just arrived on the pit apron. It's all 4 tyres are being changed. No brake discs being changed at the moment. Just refueling. The fuel hose is on. They've just dropped the car back down onto the apron, cleaning the windscreen and making a couple of adjustments, just cleaning the front grille. Car has fired up. You can probably hear that. They're just finishing the fuel.
That was a lovely noise, wasn't it?
It was, yeah, very different from last year's Porsche, but it gets underway. And whilst that was happening, and Binksy giving us a report from pit in, the race leader in DPI was also being serviced. Renger van der Zande, as I mentioned, bringing that number 10 car in. Not sure whether they did a driver change, but all will become clear as soon as the car returns to the track and goes through the timing loop now. They did not.
I don't think they did. No, they didn't.
So the Dutchman staying at the wheel.
Did get a new set of Michelins, though. I'm fairly certain I saw those going on the car. Well, another set of Michelins. What I can't tell you is whether they were brand new. Only 38 sets, remember, for the whole of race week, from free practice 1 to the checkered flag. He's got out, though, without losing the lead. Like Duval, yet to complete lap 580. .38 sets of tyres we were talking about. The leader's already done 28 pit stops. And they've been, I don't think they've had any stops that weren't required. So if they've changed on every stop, even if they had a full set of tyres, they would have only had 10 sets left.
One penalty, wasn't there, for speeding in the pit lane by Ashley very early
well
on.
remembered.
And I've been away for 3 hours, so I don't know what happened in that spell, but I think actually it's been pretty metronomic since then. There was a worry that Jeremy said that they might have done an early stint, but it's because they actually short-fueled the 10 and the 31 in order to be ahead for the 6-hour awarding of points.
Yeah.
So he was able to allay any fears there that the car was struggling for whatever reason.
Ricky Taylor aboard the rebuilt Acura number 7 has just put that car's fastest first sector in. Mirko Bortolotti's pushing hard in the Audi in 3rd position. This is the 88 car. He's just done that car's best final stint of the race so far, proving those 2 drivers there's still time to be found out there. Laurens Vanthoor, having pitted, resumes in the lead, of course, and now in 2nd place, yet to go through and complete the lap on which Laurens Vanthoor is already. Nick Tandy, there he goes. It's 21 seconds, Tandy, to Laurens Vanthoor. Well, he'd got that down to 10.7 seconds. So I wonder if Tandy didn't change tyres last time around. I think, he stopped 6 laps before his teammate. Maybe that's something we can find out. The long pit stop for Jesse Krohn in the BMW allows Corvette number 3 with Jordan Taylor up into 3rd position, and now only 3.5 seconds, Johnny, behind the 2nd of the 2 Porsches anyway, as the leader is back on the high banks with, for once, a little bit of breathing space between himself and the traffic ahead as he comes through the tri-oval.
Miles Cook very much enjoying the coverage on IMSA Radio, by the way, tweeting to at IMSA Radio using the hashtag IMSA Radio D24. Coverage particularly compulsive this year, he says. Quick question, watching the brake change just now, are the teams allowed to use pre-bedded in pads and discs?
Almost certainly the teams will have done that as part of their prep.
Yes.
So they'll either do that on a test day, because what you want to do is match a set of pads to the racing discs. They use quite exotic components even on the GT Le Mans cars now. I don't think they're using steel discs anymore. Haven't been for a while. And what you'll do is you'll put a set of discs on and put the first set of pads in. Might even bed a second pair of pads, set of pads, into the same discs. Depends what your life is. Probably wouldn't bother doing that for the backs because they don't wear as much, but you might go through 2 sets of pads to 1 set of carbon fronts. So good question.
This place is pretty brutal on brakes there, isn't it?
There's a few big stops, yeah.
Yeah, and historically I have seen brake changes in this race. It's perhaps a strange time to do it at 2/3 of the way in, but that's maybe just a feeling from a driver saying, it's really I'm really struggling to get the car stopped now into the big hairpins. But also, that run down the back straight into the bus stop, you're not slowing to quite the speed you would negotiate the horseshoes to, but nevertheless, the brake discs glowing red hot, and also that hard stop into turn 1, of course.
Jesse Krohn's just done the number 24 Rahal Letterman Lanigan BMW M8 GTE's fastest lap of the race, 1:42.6. That's a good second quicker than the 2 cars ahead, and a 2.5 quicker than the leader, Laurens Vanthoor. Very relaxed behind the wheel. Another driver who likes this bent arm position. See his fingers working the paddles. It is literally 1 finger on the shift paddles. One of the things I noticed from the onboards earlier in the week with Kyle Busch, who I've been tremendously impressed by, I think we all have. I mean, we know he's a great driver. He's really represented stock car racing very well this week, given lots of interviews. Nickname is Rowdy. That would indicate the reputation that he has in his own sport. He's been calm cousin Kyle this week. Brilliant stuff for the NASCAR champion. He uses all 4 fingers to change gear, to the point where he's almost taking his hand off to stretch around all 4 fingers, as if there's a huge amount of effort in that. I don't know whether he's just not used to it or he just prefers it that way because that's what he wants to get the right feel on it. It's nothing worse than a set of paddles that don't give you any tactile feedback, I think. But he's been mighty in that car, really attacking the corners. So for anybody who would say, oh, well, you know, they can only turn left, these NASCAR drivers, think again. Think again. This is a man who's come out of a £3,500 car, £3,500, with probably 6.5, 700 horsepower, with no traction control, no ABS, and a 4-speed stick shift gearbox with 3 pedals, into... Well, the Lexus probably doesn't weigh too much different. What we got, 1,200, 1,300 kilos, times that by 2 1/4. So a little bit lighter. Nowhere near the power. Traction control and ABS, which you have to be able to use and manage as the tyre life changes and as the fuel load changes. Plus, by the way, 2 pedals, paddle shift gearbox. I can't imagine that in his NASCAR he does a lot of left foot braking, but you almost have to in these GT cars. Another good run through the tri-oval for Jesse Krohn.
Binksy's been doing some investigating work, by the way, for the 911, and they did take all 4 tyres for Nick Tandy. So,
well, his time last time around was a 43.1. That was a 10th quicker than his teammate in the lead. But he's been closed down, Johnny, by Jordan Taylor. And 3/10 that time around, half a second the lap before. It's down to 2 seconds, that gap between Porsche 911 in second and Corvette in 3rd position, with Jordan Taylor at the wheel. Out on the track, Felipe Fraga in the 6th place Mercedes AMG GT3. It's the Ranch Resort car. One of a number of cars. This is a Riley Engineering, of course. Bill Riley looking after this effort. One of a number of cars that doesn't have a rear view mirror, or has a rear view mirror, but has, as an addition, a rearward mounted and pointing camera. Well, that's not new.
No.
But adopting the technology that Corvette has had for a little while now, of proximity sensors on the back. You have them on your car, the sort of thing that flashes on your wing mirror if somebody's there. Well, this is a slightly more clever version of that, and works particularly well in the dark. It automatically adjusts so that the headlights don't blind the camera, and then it will give you a graphic representation of how quickly the car behind you is gaining and where it is and which side it is. Because when you look through your rear view mirror and there's a prototype car coming with its headlights on full, all you can see is white.
Yeah, so very useful to have that little reference point. I think normally at the bottom of the screen, whereby I think that is it like a little arrow that grows bigger
as it's getting closer to you, and it'll show which side it reckons you're going to pass. It's magnificent. It really is.
That's not even off the sort of simulator computer games. That's off the arcade.
It's great
gaming stuff, isn't it? And yeah, remember that being on touring car games of old. and now being utilised in real life. Josh Barrett's been in touch at IMSA Radio with the hashtag IMSA Radio D24. Not sure if something happened to the number 31 Whelan car. A couple of hours ago it was challenging Mustang sampling, fell behind the Mazda, now slowly dropping away, and a lap down for the 31 car.
Not quite. Yes, just a lap down. You're right, Josh. In the same part of the circuit as the leader. Leader's just gone across the line to complete 587. Felipe Nasser will come round to complete 586 roundabout now. So yes, you're right, just off the lead lap. Now what I can't work out is who owes us a pit stop. Last in 573, we're working lap 588 for the leader. He's been out for 7 laps. So some 7, no, not that many. Yeah, 7 laps difference, 8 laps difference between when they're pitted.
Down off the bank it goes the number 12 Lexus.
That's
RCF.
Townsend Bell.
Yep.
At one stage, I think we had Townsend Bell and AJ Allmendinger out on the track, both of the NBC Sports commentators who are pulling double duty in the booth and in the car. I really think somebody from radio should do that. I do.
I had a feeling you might.
Anybody got a licence? Just reach down into that front pocket.
Yes, I know. Yeah, you've shown me before. I'm getting the message.
Really?
It just appears nobody else is.
No, well, that's you need to work harder, JP.
Okay.
Really.
In your absence, whilst you go knocking on the back of garage doors to see who's got the available seat. I think you might be a bit too late for this year.
Yeah, true.
Keep working.
Chris Miller for Cadillac into the pit lane in the 85 JDC Machina. Right, Tandy's picked up his pace a bit. He's under 20 seconds away from the leader. He has to, because Jordan Taylor's right there. He's lost 3 seconds last time around. 2.8 seconds between the Corvette number 3 and Nick Tandy in the 911. It's a battle we need to keep an eye on. GTD Madison Snow installed at the last pit stop for Paul Miller Racing, ahead of Mirko Bortolotti in the Audi number 88. Then the 44 Magnus Racing Andy Lally Lamborghini, another 50 seconds further back. And Andy has got about a minute, just under a minute, on Klaus Bachler, I reckon, who is next up for Porsche number 16. That's the Wright Motorsport car. Wright, remember, the team who donated, it said in the press release, their shell to Black Swan, who are in the top 10. Sven Muller behind the wheel. They were in the top 6 for a little while. They are now 5 laps, 3 laps behind the leader. Oh, hello. Is that Ryan Hunter-Reay in the pits? Yes, it is. In the 55 Mazda.
And already out, in fact.
Yeah.
So heading now towards that very narrow pit lane exit road. 7 hours, 9 minutes still to go. And that car coming in from 5th position with the gap behind. It's a lap to the Acura number 6 with all their problems with the porpoising, so won't lose a position with the Mazda 55 rejoining, as Townsend Bell having to put in quite a bit of steering input, sometimes not necessarily in the direction of the corner going into the International Horseshoe. But I noticed Kyle Busch has a similar driving style. That's maybe just how the Lexus is set up. It's a biggish car, and you're having to have to get a fair bit of rotation sorted into the braking area and then arrest the slide. 14 cars just been overtaken by the number 6 Simon Pagenaud driven Acura to stick another lap on that Lexus.
In comes Tristan Nunez from 3rd position in the 77 Mazda. That's the white, mostly white Mazda. This will be his 28th pit stop, 29th pit stop, mate, that. As Kyle Busch has a Ricci Ferrari for company. Being driven at the moment by James Collado, 30 seconds back from 4th position, which is Jesse Krohn, who has led for BMW. Brake change dropping him out of the lead. Planned brake change, I should say. Well, looked like it anyway.
Still on the lead lap, I reckon, is James Collado. It's about a minute and 24, well, let's say 90 seconds behind the class leader, and a lap time around here takes you about 102 seconds, so within that envelope that is required to retain the lead lap. So all 4 manufacturers in GTLM still represented in the fight, I would say. 20-odd seconds between the 2 Porsches. Vanthoor leading Tandy. Jordan Taylor, who took over the Corvette, last stop, 2.9 seconds further back. So that's the fight to focus on now, is Taylor versus Tandy for 2nd position. And in GTD, Madison Snow leads for Paul Miller Racing in the Lamborghini Huracan, ahead of Audi R8 Mirko Bortolotti, that's the WRT Speedstar Audi. GRT Magnus's Huracan now just heading towards the chicane, rattling over the curbs there. Plenty of tyre pickup just offline. That's getting more and more, as you would expect, down the long straight, where the bits of Michelin rubber that are worked loose on the turns are then flung from the tyre down the long straight. Andy Lally doing a good job, though, in that 3rd place GT Daytona car. 4th place Klaas Bachler for the Wright Motorsports Porsche crew, and in 5th position Felipe Fraga in his number 74 Riley Motorsports Mercedes, the thundering 6.2 litre V8, which is in the front of that Merc. Another 5.5 minutes to go, and we will have reached the end of another race hour then, and that will leave us with 7 hours still to go. Again, Townsend Bell turning left and right and left through the bus stop. I've done this bit of track before, he thinks. Threading my eye of the needle. I was thinking about Kyle Busch coming through the tri-oval. I wonder how many times earlier on in the week he had to remember to turn left.
Yes, and brake.
More left than normal at turn 1. Yeah. I mean, there is a giant amber arrow at this time of night, which is constantly reminding people you've got to turn left here onto the road course, but so used he will be to heading down to Speedway turn 1.
Used to go to school with a girl called Amber Arrow. No interest in archery at all, sadly.
What a disappointment to all the family. Vanthoor, Tandy, Taylor, top 3 in GTLM. The V10 powered cars looking very strong in GT Daytona currently, with a Lamborghini, an Audi and another Huracan represented there. Rear engine Porsche, unlike the GTLM cars, then comes next with Klaas Bachler, who is 28 years old now, from Austria, but a real mean driver. Turned up at the Portimao 24 Hours last year and surprised a lot of people who didn't really know a great deal about him in the 24H Series Championship. He was a bit of a superstar there, but yeah, mightily impressive in Porsche GT cars now, having come through the Carrera Cup ranks. And through the chicane then goes the number 10 of Renger van der Zande, leading by a minute and 11 seconds now. So how many cars can he put off the lead lap during this stint, I wonder? That's the question. Only another 30 seconds in order to find on Loic Duval to be a full lap ahead of everybody.
Yeah, there's only the top two, as you rightly say, Johnny. The number 10, Konica Minolta Cadillac, and the 5 Mustang sampling machine from JDC. Yeah, he's about a segment behind, so 31 seconds, spot on. It's been a great drive for Renger. Into the pits for the Aim Vassar Sullivan Lexus number 12. So that was Townsend Bell, wasn't it, that we had in there? And again, more oil being added in under pressure. They have the tyres on. Down it goes. Wait for the fuel. Very purposeful car, isn't it, that Lexus with the wide arch kit on it. Wow, long fill. 42 seconds already.
Yes, the RCF is used in things like Super GT as well, when it's even more flared and radical, but a neat and tidy looking GT3 car, certainly.
Yep, agree.
More of a sort of sedan, really, a family looking car. You know, it's akin to the M8 in the GTLM category. But that's the beauty of balance of performance. You can have a car that looks quite boxy up against the Lamborghini and an Audi with the lower slung roofline, but it still can be competitive, as has been proven with both the 12 and the 14. They were up against it a little bit earlier on in the week. Full engine change for it was a 14, wasn't it, that took a long time to get that power plant out and the new one in. It meant that car wasn't able to qualify. And they also had underfloor problems for the number 12 as well, possibly related to the newish curb at the bus stop chicane that was actually installed between the Raw before the 24 and the main event. But everybody has adjusted ride height settings accordingly to make sure that their cars can be competitive once again. James Collado, 62 Ferrari, 5th position for that car, about to again go a lap down on the overall leader, but Collado trying to stay in touch with Jesse Krohn, still about 31 seconds adrift in his Risi Competizione Ferrari, the 488 GTE.
Just the first signs of a little bit of red in the sky over towards the ocean. The 13 hours and 21 minutes from sunset to sunrise about to come to an end as we complete another hour of racing. 107.9 around the circuit. RS2 IMSA Radio across the USA and around the world. And here in the US, Sirius 216 XM202. We're live from trackside at the Daytona International Speedway. Joining the conversation in IMSA Radio, hashtag IMSA Radio D24. And the next hour of racing starts right now.
Good morning to everybody. It is 20 minutes to 7 o'clock here in Florida. It's the Daytona International Speedway, and the day is beginning to break on Sunday morning. About to say the end is in sight now. Well, it's closer than it was yesterday at the start of the race, but there are still 7 hours to compete in. And despite the number 10 car looking rather dominant, with Renger van der Zande, the Dutchman, at the wheel. 595 laps now completed for that number 10 Konica Minolta Cadillac DPI, and it's Caddy's first, second and third, in fact, with Loic Duval and Felipe Nasser for their car. So the JDC Miller prepared number 5, the Mustang sampling car, and the 31 Wheeling Engineering machine. Johnny Palmer and John Hindhaugh looking after things from the main commentary box.
And Johnny, with the last hour being run at a very decent pace by Renger van der Zande, the predicted laps has gone up to 840. 840 now, the predicted laps. It was down as low, I think, as 8:32 or 8:35, and with just under 7 hours to go, we are still on distance record pace for the 2020 Rolex 24 Hours of Daytona. Di Binks down in the pit lane. Extraordinary colours in the sky, with a marine layer just having blown in and reflecting the early signs of the sunrise here. And sky on fire this morning, JP.
It's great, isn't it? You mentioned the Gulf colours late last night, and they're back again in the far distance as we peer what sort of south and east towards the coastline. So Diana Binks was in the pit lane. She's checked out for a little while, so we welcome back to the broadcast Jamie Howe. And first job for you, Jamie, to witness the pit stop for the number 31 car.
Yes, good morning, Johnny. The number 31 in on the marks. That was the reminder before Philippe Nasser got out of the car. He's now handed it over to Pipo Derani. One of the other reminders that they gave him in this early morning stage of the race was make sure you get that right shoulder belt up over the seat. They've gone through all of their driver changes. They know what driver assist works the most at this point in time. They know with that particular driver change, getting those belts in the right place is going to save the most time. It was very quick. It was very efficient. You heard him leave. He's already at pit exit.
Yeah, really swift turnaround that, and away it goes. So the number 10 heading into turn number 1, right behind the Turner BMW number 96, makes short work of that just before the right and left chicane, which is labelled as actually turn 2A, I was noting on the track map. So 1 and 2 are the two separate apices into the first U-bend, basically. 2A's the right and the left, and then 3 being the international horseshoe. But on the infield, I always prefer calling them by name rather than number, and then we go on to speedway turns 1 and 2 ultimately. Now, Bobby Rahal, a busy man pretty much all week. He looked after part of the Road Racing Drivers Club on Wednesday night, and also, of course, heart still very much with BMW. Let's grab a word with him, with Jamie Howe once again.
But this is the time of the week where Bobby seems the most relaxed. It seems to be a tradition here. Early morning, you're sitting out on the wall watching race cars go by. What is it you think about at this stage of the race?
Well, you know, there's a long way to go yet. So, you know, you just hope we can, in the 24 car, that we can, you know, it's been a very good car all race. You know, we had to change the brakes there, so we lost some time there, but we'll be able to run hard the rest of the way, and you just hope it keeps going. But there's a long, long way to go yet. So, you know, like I said, it's right now it's everything you can do. Just keep her going and see what hell. Last 2 hours, we're going to see the racing happen, I think. So we'll get there. We'll get there and see what we got.
It's a very long race, and these next stages are where the drivers and the teams, the crews, everybody's really earns their pay. When you think about the lineup that you have, both in the car and then the guys that are up on the cart, you're the team owner. How do you make the decisions you have to make to get to here?
Well, you know, I've got a lot of great people that work with me that make a lot of those day-to-day decisions, and you know, I think we've got great drivers. I think we've got a great team, and very, very, very proud of everybody. It's, you know, right now, it's, you know, I think when the sun comes up, everybody's energy comes up with it. But it's a tough, tough race, and I'm really pleased with the people we've got. So far, so good. We just got to keep it going.
The state of sports car racing has been a hot topic with the prototype convergence between here at IMSA and the ACO for Le Mans. But GT racing is fantastic in the United States right now. Where do you see it going over the course of the season?
Oh, well, I mean, the GTLM class is really a tough, tough class. You know, Porsche, Ferrari, Corvette, these are great teams, and you know, and I think everybody really enjoys that competition between them all. The convergence, you know, announcement, that's very exciting for sports car racing, I think. I'm not quite sure where we'll all be in a couple of years, but for right now, GT Le Mans is where our focus is, and this is just the first race of a long year, so we'll worry about right now, and all that other stuff will take care of itself.
You do so much for the sport of racing just in general, across the board with your foundation, with everything you do at the racetrack, promotions. What is it about the sport that keeps you interested?
Well, it's been my life. As you know, I mean, my father raced as a hobby. It truly has been. I just turned 67 years old, and I think the first race I remember going to, I was like 6. So, it's, I really can't imagine doing anything else. This truly has been my life as a fan, and then as a driver, now as a team owner. So it just keeps my blood going. I never get tired of it. And, the challenge of winning against strong competition is really kind of what keeps me going.
And that is really the look that Bobby Rahal had on his face as he sits here watching the cars go by. It just looks like it's a happy place for Bobby. Thank you for the time this morning.
Thank you.
Yeah, Bobby Rahal's natural habitat, without a doubt about it, and couldn't possibly not be here. So, what's that, about 61 years of enjoying motor racing, either as a young kid on the fence or involved very much in the pit lane. 6 hours and 52 minutes still to go in the 58th running of the Rolex 24 for 2020. And the number 6 Acura, with Simon Pagenaud at the wheel, about to tick off another lap. That will be 595 for the Frenchman. And still got 2 Acuras in the race, by the way. They're not in the best of shape, purely because of how they've developed over the race. There's an awful lot of vibration. There's a lot of porpoising, described as a pogo stick by Dane Cameron earlier on, and they're having to actually cut short some of the stints purely because it's unbearable as a driver to be at the wheel. A very honest interview from Dane Cameron earlier on. Heading into the right-hander now at the Western Horseshoe. The other slightly better news, marginally, for Pfaff Motorsports is that their number 9 car is back in the race. Jamie, if you could go and investigate what the problem was for that Pfaff Motorsports car, because it's been in the pits for 90 minutes, I make it, after it went behind the wall for essential work, but is now returning to the race. And I think I clocked it leaving the pit lane. Dennis Olsen had brought it in. Zach Robichon takes it back out again, but only after an hour and 29 minutes, the wrong side of the pit wall.
That's gutting, isn't it? They were having such a good run. Such a good run for that team. Real supporters of the IMSA Championships as well. That great Canadian lumberjack style plaid on there, and of course the driver's suit as well, that makes them look like they have jeans on as well. Caught out a couple of the IMSA officials early in the week. Mistake by the better placed of the 2 Acuras last time around, with Simon Pagenaud going very long indeed. Never mind 1A, 1, 2A and 2, that was 1, 2D, or maybe 2F. He was right on the far right hand side. What is it when you get all the way across the plane? 2J, possibly. He had the window seat there. Yeah, on the right-hand side of the plane. Man, what a sky we've got this morning.
Gorgeous, isn't it? Yeah, been steadily turning the dimmer switch up, and it's getting brighter and brighter. Not quite having an impact on the ambient light just yet here. The official sunrise time, I think 7:16. When I checked it earlier on, so we're about half an hour still away from that.
It's extraordinary because the layer of cloud that we have just off the temperature, from the temperature inversion, is reflecting almost bright red light, and it's orange in the distance. It's absolutely extraordinary. Magnificent stuff this morning. Picture postcard stuff. That's going to be like that for the next... then we get the sun in our eyes.
Oh, yes. Yes, as we experienced in a couple of the morning practice sessions a couple of days ago.
We can't drop the blinds here because race control to our left. Need to see down towards turns 1 and 6. Pagenaud back at the scene of the crime from a lap or two ago, and in behind the BMW of Jesse Krohn, who stayed in the car, by the way, after that brake change. And what I kind of wanted to know from Mr. Rahal was whether that was a planned brake change. It sort of sounded like it wasn't.
I agree, yeah.
So we had to do a brake change, which cost us time.
Yes, but hopefully the extra performance we will
leader in
gain
the pits.
from it.
Leader is in the pits, Renger van der Zande, just having turned 602 laps, so still well on course for a distance record. Still 840 laps, 840 laps being predicted.
Jamie, by the way, has been down to Pfaff Motorsports and asked the awkward question, drive shaft.
Oh.
Drive shaft for the number 9.
Oh.
So, yes, an hour and a half to change that.
Now, where were we where there were a spate of Porsche? It was quarter 24 last year where there was a spate of Porsche GT3 drive shafts, weren't there?
Yeah.
And it was, wasn't that traced to a faulty batch from Porsche?
Yeah, possibly so, because there were far too many going. I mean, I still think in this occasion it's a bit of a freak incident. Fingers crossed it is.
Well, you hammer the curbs here going through the bus stop in particular.
Yes.
Now I've said that. It was Cup cars rather than GT3 cars, wasn't it? It was the 911 Gen 2 Cup cars in the 911 class, because I think J.M. Lippmann was driving one of those there, and his car was one of those to have a problem, and we had people doing planned maintenance on them.
Yeah, yes, I do remember that now, but you're right, it was the 991 class, as it is in the 24H series. So that was last November, wasn't it? The final race of the season in a 7-race programme for the Creventic promoted championship. Creventic, the Dutch organisation. That stars like Rick Brokers have basically come through. Rick,
why is Rick not here?
It's a good question. Don't know.
Because Rolf Eischen and Mirko Bortolotti are here, although Bortolotti now an Audi driver.
Well, as is Rolf. They're both in the same car.
Ah, yes, good point.
Yeah, in the 88. So.
So there's the answer.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
His co-drivers are now elsewhere with a different manufacturer. So that's potentially scuppered his opportunity to be involved again and defend his title, basically.
He's gone for 3 in a row, wasn't he?
I think he was.
2 Rolexes, 1 for each wrist. A couple of nice earrings, maybe. Let them dangle.
I don't think Rolex will be very happy with that.
It's the way all the kids are wearing them nowadays.
Right?
Yeah,
okay.
Absolutely. I'm sure it is. And if it isn't, we're going to start it. Start it as a trend. Wearing a watch round your ear.
All right.
Okay.
I'll let you take the lead with that.
I'm sure my little G-Shock would be quite as good. Wearing the work watch today because I want to be spot on time.
6 3/4 hours to go.
Are we on the home stretch yet? Can we say that? Once we get under
We're on the
6
back
hours.
9, certainly.
Yeah, sure. But once you get under 6 hours and there's only a quarter of the race to go, do you say then you?
Yeah, I would say so.
All right.
That's generally speaking a World Endurance Championship length of race. And then when we get to the 4 hours, that's the same length as the Friday event that took place here, the BMW Endurance Trophy for the Michelin Pilot Challenge, which was a cracking encounter here at Daytona International Speedway on Friday afternoon.
You're watching the streaming video at the moment. Rooftop Ray wrapped up against the cold, getting excited about the thought of some sunshine coming through all the way to A18 Beachfront Avenue. $100,000 cars, everybody got them. Beautiful, beautiful morning number 10, continues to lead. Remke van der Zande has decided that he's not getting out of this car now. He's staying with it. The beachfront hotels in bas relief to the rising sun coming up from over the Atlantic Ocean. It's always spectacular here, but with this low level cloud layer, probably about, what, 3,000 feet, if that, and just reflecting the morning sunrise. Official sunrise around about 15 minutes away. All the buildings round about beginning to pick up the orange glow of morning. Johnny Palmer and me, John Hindhaugh, in the booth. This is a great time. I always like these early morning stints, if I'm honest, JP.
Yeah, there's nowhere else quite like around the rest of the world that does sunrises and indeed sunsets than Florida. Hence the name of the state. But you do need the right sort of cloud cover and a lack of rain as well, which unfortunately we didn't have last year. But we've waited a fair while this week for this nice sunny warm weather. Today's apparently not going to be quite as hot as it was yesterday, but still dry throughout to the checker, and that should generate a very fair race that I think we've had so far. Just 3 cautions and pretty short ones too.
This must be a good sunrise, because we've even got some of our race control staff who aren't on shift at the moment with the phones out taking the pictures. I do think you need, for a really spectacular sunrise or sunset, you need a little bit of cloud cover or an aircraft contrail to be lit up.
GTD leader in, and in fact the second place car as well. So the 48 Lamborghini, Madison Snow, and the number 88 Audi of Mirko Bortolotti. Jamie's watching the leader.
I can see both cars. The 48 Madison Snow behind the wheel had a clean entry into pit lane. Mirko Bortolotti had a prototype in the stall parked behind him, so he's at just a slight angle, but it doesn't look like it's going to be enough to mess up any of the choreography there. Madison, that was the Lamborghini that you heard fire up behind me. It was a clean 40-second pit stop for them, and Mirko with that number 88 Audi is still sitting on pit road taking service.
Yeah, and GTD's stopping just shy of the hour mark, generally speaking. It means that they don't burn through their tyres quite as readily as the DPI class, but they've got fewer tyres at their disposal, so there's still a careful bit of management required, normally pre-race, unless you get a puncture, something nasty like that,
yeah.
And then you've got to rethink, because there are no spares in the regulations. It's 30 sets, full stop.
30 sets of the Michelin Customer S8M tyre. The DPIs and the LMP2s both using what's called the Michelin IMSA medium tyre here, and the GT Le Mans teams with a selection of compounds available to them, which they must pre-select themselves, and then they get the choice of how many of each compound they would like, but you can only have 38 sets, and that, as far as I'm aware, that doesn't mean you've got to have, let's say for sake of argument, it's soft, medium and hard. That's not Michelin nomenclature at all, but that does, I presume that doesn't mean you have to have full sets. If you wanted 3 or 9 or, you know, then you could have them, and then you just have to balance that out. Looks like Kyle Busch is getting ready for another run at the Vassar-Sullivan Lexus. Sorry, went blank there for a moment. 14 cars on the banking at the moment. Still in 10th position in GTD with Jack Hawksworth, IndyCar star. Haven't heard from Jack.
No.
The dulcet northern tones of Hawksworth might be worth... Okay, he'll hang around for a quick cup of tea in the morning, I would have thought, before he disappears, so Jamie might be able to get a quick word before he disappears. Wow. The sunlight has now really lit up the sky. Flag-to-flag coverage, RS2, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. Big sports car racing month this, with already the Dubai 24 and the Raw under our belts, the Rolex 24, and next weekend it'll be flag-to-flag coverage in sound and vision of the Bathurst 12 hours. Then a little break before Super Sebring hits the airwaves. WEC action on the Wednesday to Friday and Thursday to Saturday on RS2 here, IMSA Radio. It will be the Mobile One 12 hours of Sebring. Oh, loads of crud and tyre pickup on the front grills of the number 14, and once again making sure that everything is done. But again, the fuel hose was out before Kyle Busch went away, but this time by only about a second, so that's getting better.
So he's back on the move, Kyle Busch. Yorkshireman Jack Hawksworth out. And Jamie, I'm sure, will try our best to grab a word with the man from Cullingworth.
Just noting, Johnny, that a very dark smoke visor, well, it won't be smoke, obviously. That's somebody else's nickname, it's Rowdy. Dark visor for Kyle Busch behind the wheel of the Lexus as he comes off the pit lane speed limiter. And that's very sensible indeed, because he is going to have the sun in his eyes at various places. What he'll probably do is just use that as a sun visor at various parts of the track, JP, not necessarily pulling it down to be full dark. Looks like a mid-grey tint on that. I think that's a really sensible thing to do. He lets the Corvette number 4 go past him. That's the grey car. Oh, that car's back out then. The number 4 Corvette back out.
Ooh, okay.
Well, I saw a flash of grey Corvette. Big slide by Kyle Busch.
You're right. Now, I need to check when that happened, but I thought...
I just saw it go by.
In the pits. I thought, to be honest, it was out of the race, but we didn't ever get official word from Corvette that it was a retirement.
True enough.
Jamie makes an interesting point. Kyle Busch certainly raced at night in so many night NASCAR races. Has he ever raced at sunrise, though?
I would think not, except when he's been here in the past.
Yes, but...
Was he in the car?
That was a... He's never done the 24. We worked out that he did the July race, didn't we?
Yeah, he did the
6-hour race, but certainly not on the sunrise.
It used to be called the Paul Revere 250 back in the day. I came to see that one, yeah, with the brothers Brennan. There was the full NASCAR weekend, and then the sports car race, I think it was on the Thursday night, if I remember rightly. Sitting in the grandstand as a spectator for that was fantastic. And then watching the truck race from the exit of the pit lane.
Pit stops for the 4. 7 hours and 50 minutes was in the pit lane, was the 4 Corvette.
So it is back out. My eyes were not deceiving me.
Indeed not. And it came out 15 minutes ago.
Well, apologies for not picking that up earlier. It's not. I'm only watching the first part of the timing screen, JP. But it was just the flash, the car going by, and you go, oh yeah, that was sensible driving by Kyle Busch. He's just led the grey Corvette. That's the number 4.
Yes. So it came out, as I say, at 10:02 the last hour, so 6:50 pretty much. Did 4 laps, came back into the pits for a couple of minutes, and is now back out on the racetrack. So
spanner check that'll have been, won't it? That's been a huge amount of work. I'm sure Jamie will be able to get down to Corvette Racing and find out what was the issue there. Well, as Johnny beautifully described earlier on, it really is like someone's just turning up the dimmer switch now, and we've got the Etruscan orange and sky blue once again back with us now. That is just extraordinary. If I believed there was such a thing as art, I might get out an easel and start painting that.
There'll be plenty of people down on the beach probably thinking the same thing. But that's the beauty of this place. We're so close to the coastline, and the cloud just has that unique look to it. Not every year. Take 2019 as an example, but this year it's perfect. Looks fabulous. And we've still got another 10 minutes or so before official sunrise, which will no doubt wreak havoc with our timing and race screens.
Forgot to bring the iRespect. I've got a very dark pair of iRespect sunglasses that I brought specifically for this time of day, and I've packed them in my suitcase. Still, I have got the binoculars here, though.
Race leader heading now out of turn 6, having just stuck a lap on the 14 Lexus RCF off Kyle Busch. But Renger van der Zande putting in some hard yard shifts here. 611 laps now completed, and the lead margin he has is up to nearly 1 minute and 20 seconds now. Bear in mind, a lap time around here takes about 1 minute and 36, so he's only got another 16, 17 seconds in order to put a full lap on Loic Duval.
I'm indebted to John Love from Michelin for this quality nugget. At 6 o'clock this morning, so some 32 minutes ago, oh sorry, no, just an hour ago, 6:31's how many to go, the ambient temperature was still at 44 degrees Fahrenheit, with the track temperature at 47 degrees Fahrenheit. And why is that significant, Johnny? I'll tell you.
Okay.
In some racing series, including the Verizon IndyCar series, the officials won't start a track session if the combined ambient and track temperatures in Fahrenheit don't exceed 100. So at 6 a.m. this morning, it was too cold to start an IndyCar session, as per their standard regs.
Yeah.
Fabulous stuff, John. Thank you for that. It was chilly overnight. That cloud cover has come in only in the early morning, and it did get very chilly indeed.
Into the pit lane comes Tristan Nunez in the 77. We're going to get a chat with Jack Hawksworth very shortly, by the way, but he's just in the middle of his team debrief. But we will hear the dulcet, not very far away from Bradford, tones pretty soon. It's actually I didn't know that Collingworth, it's always used to be in the West Riding of Yorkshire, but new boundary rule, so it puts it in the city of Bradford now.
Okay.
But lovely little village. I've never been, but there's a picture of it I found on the internet. Church, local pub, civil parish, you know, Collingworth.
I didn't know that, but thank you for telling me, Johnny.
Well, I could work for their tourist department, couldn't I?
You certainly could.
There's some beautiful villages and towns in Yorkshire, and we'll hear from one of their residents very shortly.
Tell you what, there's some good driving roads in Yorkshire as well.
Oh, yeah.
Really are. Do you know, I mentioned Jem Lippman's name a little while ago, and he said, you're spot on, thanks for the name check. It was the 991 Cup cars, and the drive shaft failures were blamed on the bumps at Kota. The retaining bolts were the issue. I'm not sure, he says, that Porsche said it was a faulty batch. My mistake there, then. Thank you, Jem, for letting me know. He said the retaining bolts kept snapping and in fact are a road specification part on the Cup car.
Ah, okay.
Good to know you're tuned in, JM. Where will we see you racing next? Are we going to see you at Monza? Week after Sebring? It's another 12-hour race there.
At Monza, yes, for the first time for Creventic. Yeah, always historically used to be Mugello, so heading to that track that's, about 10 miles out of Milan. and steeped in history.
I've got another stat.
Have you?
I've got another stat. Thanks to Greg Elkin for this one from IMSA, the Director of Communication. Greg loves a good stat, and this is a belter. Thank you for this, Greg. Laps 92 to 337. 245 laps in 2018. What was that record?
I don't know.
Longest green flag stint in the Rolex 24, and we broke it on lap 602, and we've gone another 12 laps since then. Officially the longest green flag in history at the Rolex 24.
That's brilliant.
Greg, I salute you at this time of the morning.
Super.
Come up with that. Earl Bamber not hanging about, using the green flag, running the record-breaking green flag, running to his benefit. I mean, we've absolutely cracked on in terms of where we are. We've added another lap now, 8:41 predicted, with just 3 full-course cautions for 56 minutes.
So we're breaking new territory here with the longest green flag run of the history of this race. It's nearly 7:15 in the morning. Let's go down to Jamie Howe, who's now got Jack Hawksworth.
And Jack has been out of the car for some time now. You guys were worried he was going to run off. The first thing you did, Jack, you put the headset on and you started debriefing with the team. What is the biggest point of conversation this morning?
Well, I mean, it's in terms of performance, it's all good news. The car feels really good. Just a shame we're so many laps down, because if we were on the lead lap, I think we'd have a good shot. But yeah, unfortunately, we had a bit of an issue, I think, on the brake change, and that's dropped us down a few laps. So we're just kind of cruising around at the minute, hoping we can get some laps back. But with how green this race has been, it's looking unlikely.
A lot of people have talked about that, the amount of green flag running. We actually just announced a statistic. It's been the longest green flag run. How has that changed the strategy that you came into the race with?
Well, I guess it means, certainly in our class, if you've got, I guess, like a driver lineup with a lot of depth, then the fact that it's come down to consistent pace is having an effect if you've got less experienced guys in the car and stuff. But yeah, it's just come down more to overall pace, and obviously for us, we were in a good situation. Just that rate change has kind of done us over, and yeah, if it was a race with a lot more caution, 5 laps down, you'd think maybe we've got a chance of getting back on the lead lap, but just with the way it's been, it looks pretty unlikely. So we would like some more caution, but it doesn't look like it's going to come.
You mentioned the driver lineup. One of the drivers that drew a lot of attention entering this one was Kyle Busch. He's in your car now. What has he been like to work with over the course of the week and at the Roar and getting into the car?
I mean, well, all 4 of our guys have been really easy to work with Kyle, Parker, and with Michael, and they've all done a really good job through the race. So with Kyle, I guess specifically, I've really enjoyed working with him. He's obviously a top-class driver, a lot of experience. Guy's like a sponge. He soaks up information. He asks all the right questions, and he's done a really solid job all race. So just be nice if we were in contention.
You can hear the disappointment in his voice right now as he walks away to go get some rest, maybe get that cup of tea that he certainly has earned over the course of his stint. But I want to go back to one thing that he said about Kyle Busch being a sponge. I was out here for night practice, and Kyle got out of the car after his stint and went, and I counted, he talked to 5 different drivers and crew members asking them questions. He wanted to know more. He wanted to be able to get better. He's a champion in the sport of NASCAR, but he's a champion for a reason. He's very curious, and he hones in on his craft. It was very impressive to watch.
That's the mark of a true champion, that as well.
Always wanted to learn.
Yeah.
Never thinking that you are at the peak and at the best, because I think the thing about motorsport is you never quite get there. The perfect laps are always just out of your grasp, I think.
Well, motorsport is a distillation of life in some respects. You never stop learning in life, and you never stop learning every time you get into a car, whether you're on or off a track. You don't know it all, whether you're on the street or, you know, doing a track day, or certainly not racing. You think you've seen it all, I mean, we watch a lot of racing, JP. We thought we'd seen it all and every possible way to crash a car until at the Nürburgring Nordschleife last year, we saw a BMW drive straight into the end of the pit wall because the driver couldn't see because the bonnet was up.
Yes. And Lawrence Vantor has won a GT race on his roof, hasn't he?
Absolutely.
That's the thing about motor racing. It is just about one of the most unpredictable sports on the planet. I don't think I've seen it all yet.
No, can't. You'll never see that.
By any stretch.
Right, I'm hunkering down now behind the big screen because the sun is just coming up over the horizon at... Yeah, that was about spot on, 7:15. It's 7:17 now.
Yeah.
So that table that I looked up, right, so that officially now the 13 hours and 21 minutes of darkness is over. And
psychologically, that's a huge milestone.
I feel better already.
Yeah.
I really do.
Yeah. That's
Bit of sunshine.
That's the vitamin D for you.
Dr. Johnny is in the surgery.
But if you're still in contention at this point, you know, that's a big shot in the arm. 6 hours, definitely. You'll know that you're doing something right to have 3/4 of the race done and be leading ideally or be there or thereabouts.
Pit stop for Ben Keating, who's back behind the wheel of the number 52. Power Matheson, Orica LMP2, also in the second place GTD car. That's Andy Lally in the 44 Flexbox Magnus machine. Let's have a rundown, actually. It's 77.7 seconds the lead at the moment for Renger van der Zande in the number 10. And that Cunningham and Minolta car leading from Loic Duval, former Peugeot and Audi Works driver in the Mustang sampling machine on pit lane. Bodywork off the 52 car, front and rear. What's going on here? Looks like the rear diffuser is being replaced, or maybe the wing mount. They're certainly working on the gearbox area of that car, and they're doing it, Johnny Palmer, on the pit lane, which slows down the work a little bit. Oh, there's a bit of... Oh, I tell you what, they've had a real problem with one of those wheels. There was a lot of aluminium swarf. Something's been caught in behind the wheel and machined the wheel there. So that is a real problem for the car, which dominated the opening hours of LMP2 under the control of Ben Keating. He's in the car right now. Colin Brown, the leader of that class in the number 81 Dragon Speed USA car. He's just gone over 601 laps. Do you know, only 17 laps away from Renger van der Zande with all this green flag racing. The LMP2 cars have been very reliable and very quick indeed.
Jamie's just a little closer to that 52 car and maybe has spotted the reason why all that aluminium swarf is over one of the rear hubs. What do you reckon, Jamie?
I think there was definitely some contact at some points recently. They did bring a new nose out over the wall, so they're going to go ahead and swap that out. They'll have the rest of the bodywork, the rear bodywork, still sitting here. It doesn't look like they're going to replace any of it as they work on the rear end of this car. Once they leave pit lane, I'll be able to get some more information. But as you can imagine, everybody's working pretty hard right now.
And also, the 4 Corvette, I know you've been investigating that. What's the prognosis? Well, the car's back in the race, but nearly an 8-hour stop. What was the issue there? Well, I can tell you, it was the bell housing. I think of the housing had cracked.
Oh, really?
Around the transmission, so the housing developed presumably a hairline crack and has had to be fixed over the period of time. So, I mean, is that potentially broken transmission, which has then caused it's the casing round it, right?
I thought that looked like engine oil that we're draining out, but okay, maybe it was high-boiled gearbox oil. Corvette partners with Mobil 1 for their lubricants in both engine and gearbox. They've worked very, very hard indeed to get tremendously low viscosity, the sort of protection that you can get nowadays from lubricants that seem to look and feel like water, and you think, well, that can't possibly do the job it needs to. But of course, if the thicker it gets, the more power it takes to move it around, and you lose fractions of a horsepower here and there, and that's where your losses are. And that's why Mobil 1 are engineering at a molecular level for their partner teams like Corvette Racing. In and out for Pipo Derani. New set of Michelin tyres on the red and white number 31 Whelen Cadillac, excuse me. And heads back out. Pretty sure that Pipo stayed in that car. Very good stop indeed by the Action Express team. In GT Le Mans, Porsches 1 and 2, and Nick Tandy has gradually worked his way back to, well, first it was Lawrence Vantour, but then Earl Bamber jumped into the car. It was just over 20 seconds when we were talking about this about an hour ago. It's just under 14 now. And Jordan Taylor in the number 3 Chevy Corvette, which was a couple of seconds behind Nick Tandy, is now 23 seconds behind Nick Tandy. And Augusto Farfus another 23 seconds further back for BMW, number 24 for RLL. That's the car, of course, that Jesse Krohn had in the lead before it needed a brake pad and rotor change
on the fronts.
Yeah,
but rears looked okay, but yeah, they almost had to make that decision on the fly. Presumably radio messages from Jesse Krohn saying this really needs to be done because it's only going to get worse.
Yeah, he was struggling, wasn't he, under the brakes. I thought it was a rear tyre problem, not thinking it would be the brakes, because I wasn't expecting them to need brakes. And I don't think Bobby Rahal and the rest of the team were either.
I'm going to guess that the BMW runs at a heavier weight than the Porsche.
If I dared to touch Jeremy's notes, I'd be able to tell you. But he will know if anything has been moved.
Okay.
I haven't kept his record of lead changes either. But I think that the 10 was in the lead for the 48th lead change back on 4:39. I'm not sure they've been headed too often since then. 6 different cars, check that, 7 different cars, I think, have led the race. All bar the number 7 of Helio Castro Neves, who's back into that Acura. Oh, Jeremy's dared to jump into the beautifully prepared and colour-coded short notes.
It's all right, you called me Jeremy, so that's fine, because Jeremy's touching his own notes.
Sorry, Johnny. The 52 Power Matheson car rolling again. It looked like a rear toe link was being replaced on the right rear of that car, which might have been the answer that we were looking for and Jamie was describing for us. Bit of contact just knocked the rear suspension askew, and that meant that something was catching the inside rear wheel.
Questions asked, Jamie, what about that car?
You were correct. They just had to replace the bodywork and the toe link. They believe that it may have hit the wall. There was not a lot of communication on the topic, but the car was brought to pit lane, and they did have to repair both ends of the car, so the front and the back. And then I mentioned the scuff marks that was along the side of that bodywork. But they sent him back out, reminded him that he's on cold tires at the moment, and they hope they got it all fixed.
Dropped some 4 laps to Colin Brown. That was a good fix on the pit lane. Wondered why they didn't take it behind the wall. The answer was they didn't need any more hands than the regulations allow them to have. They're still in second position in LMP2 by some 7 laps or so from the number 18 of Kyle Tilley. You know, on the Nürburgring 24, when with a few hours to go, somewhere in the battle for the lead or a podium position, a car pops up that you've never seen before.
Yes.
If you'd asked me, is there a driver here called Kyle Tilley this week, I have completely missed Kyle Tilley's name. I've not seen it on the timing and scoring. He may have been not driving when I've been on, but I hadn't noticed that at all. So I apologise for that. Been doing a good job in the last hour or so, though. I did notice that pop up earlier on. Oh, look at that. Now, this is fantastic. for our working environment. The sun has come up, and in about 4 or 5 minutes time it's going to be in the shade of the cloud layer for about, I reckon, half an hour or so.
No tyres for the 5.
Oh,
in from second place,
Loic Duval.
Fuel going in. IMSA official standing there making sure that everything is done to the letter of the law. Another stall from the 5. We had that last time.
Yeah, we did.
Remember. And you wonder whether it might have been because there was a stray air
I'm taking that
pipe,
back now.
Air pipe in the middle, and of course if you take one of those out, then it's going to be a pit lane penalty, but that looks like possibly an issue with the number 5, and that it won't start straight away. I'll just finish the point about GT car weight, because I found the relevant bits. It took me a while, but
that's because you're not Jeremy, Johnny.
Actually, the Porsche's heavier. 1280 kilos, and the M8 is 1220. There's really not a lot in it, but the Porsche 911 RSR 19 was given an extra 10 kilos in the final balance performance change between the Raw and the race. So 1280 for the Porsche, 1220 for the BMW.
60 kilos times 2 1/4. It's, you know, £125.
Yeah.
Some racing drivers only weigh 60 kilos. The leader in LMP2 has come in, Colin Brown, for what appears to be a standard stop. Oh, Ben Keating's having no look at all. The car in which he is driving right now, with some kind of scrape on the wall and a right rear toe leak, and now the 74 Riley AMG, the Ranch Resorts car, has ground to a halt in the pit lane for Felipe Fraga.
Jamie's watching it. Big issue.
I was listening to the radio, Bill Riley yelling at his team members calmly, but yelling. If you are dressed, that means if you have your suit, your helmet, your glove, your visor, you go out over the wall, no fueler, but we said 4 mechanics down, we've got to get that car to pit lane. So now the crew runs down to get that number 74 Mercedes AMG so they can get it back to their box and get to work.
It's a long old run for them as well, Johnny, because
they're from home, isn't it?
Yeah, that car's barely a third of the way up the pit road, and they have run down there. Now they've got to try and push it. Once they get going, 3 mechanics, now 4 mechanics. They'll need to get it out of the acceleration lane as well. Once it's rolling, it shouldn't be too bad. It's a pretty flat pit lane here.